Won't be with you till the world blows up. Say her name, loud and clear, so they'll never forget it. Sonya Massey, anywhere where fear runs deep, heavy trigger cops don't think, they just leap over a pot of boiling water. Such a shame, a coward in blue playing a deadly game. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. A life taken too soon for what crime? Just a pot of water bubbling over time. No chance to explain or make it right. In the blink of an eye, plunged into eternal night. The headlights scream of injustice and pain as we mourn another life lost in vain. The system broken, hearts shattered apart by those who should protect with courage, not dark. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. In a world so unjust, Sonya Massey lost her life. Blame thrown left and right, but just to show ignite. Say her name loud and clear, let the truth be near. In the shadows of the sea, her memory we hold dear. Amidst the darkness and lies that cloud her fate. A victim of cruelty and a cruel twist of hate. Whispers of the injustice echo through the night. Sonya's spirit lingers, demanding what is right. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. In the shadows of the night, Sonya stood tall. I rebuke you, in the name of Jesus she called. The officer's eyes filled with venomous spite as he dared her. And I rebuke you in the dim moonlight. Sonya pleaded for mercy on bended knees. I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice filled with plea. But the officer's words cut through like a knife. A crazy bitch she spat with hatred and strife. With courage in her heart, Sonya spoke clear and bold. Her name echoed loud as the story unfolds. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the happy trigger hitter. In the darkness of despair, a cry for help was in the air. Sonya Massey, just 36, her mental health in need of fix. But a heartless cop's cruel hand ended her life without a care. Say her name loud and clear, let it echo far and near. Justice must be served for Sonya's unfairly taken. May her story be a beacon, shining light on lives forsaken. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the happy trigger hitter. We lift our voices high to honor Sonya's name in the sky. Let it hover over their heads as a reminder of the cost of neglecting those in need and the lives that have been lost. Hey, what up, everybody? Let me check my volume real quick, y'all. Make sure that my mic is working good. All right, y'all. Hey, what up, everybody? I hope all y'all is having a blessed and humble day. Continue to have a blessed and humble day. We're gonna give y'all an update from the Sonya Massey case, right? The Sonya Massey case is, I could say, is one crazy case. There's a piece of the puzzle missing in this case, yo. I said it from the gate. Something's off on this case. I'm not sure what it is, but I have a feeling that it has to do with whatever happened with Sonya Massey and in that in the hospital with Isabel Butterfield. Man, I could say a lot, right? But let's give y'all an update, right? So we got Governor Pritzker criticizes the Sangamon County Sheriff plus friends and family remember Sonya Massey, right? I told y'all I wasn't going to hit on it until we have an update. So we have an update. I'm going to show y'all these little clips before I get into the video of Sean Grayson in the jail cell and what was being said. So, I mean, a lot of people speaking on this. They're saying this could be a distraction. Man, listen, the link is down there for those that want to come up, speak on it. Just let a shorty know when you want to come up. give your opinion, give your perspective. We're not here to judge. We're not here to bring nobody down. But if you guys you want to say something about the case, and you can't say it somewhere else, you're more than welcome here. Because listen, man, it could probably put the you probably seen something that we haven't seen yet, right? So y'all more than welcome. This case is crazy. Could it be a distraction? Maybe. Um, a lot is happening. There's a lot of right now we got the Alexis Patterson case coming up too, is surfacing. But one thing I could tell you about the Sonya Massey case, it's starting to feel kind of like the Kanika Jenkins case, right? A lot of people, got unalive during the Kanika Jenkins case, trying to research it, trying to, you know, bring out the truth, trying to put the puzzles to the, trying to put the pieces to the puzzles together. I'm definitely starting to get that type of feel on this case. Like something's off, something's not right. I'm not the only one realizing this. Um, but there's definitely something missing. So if y'all wish to, to say something, something more than a shorty doesn't know, you figure something out that a shorty hasn't figured out, you're more than welcome. We're not here to judge. Like we're just here to bring solutions to the table. So let's review these clips. Let's, Shorty's gonna react to them, give her opinion, give her perspectives, and y'all can let a shorty know how y'all feel and what y'all think down in the chat. And once again, I said, like I said, these are open panels. Y'all are more than welcome to come up. There's no judgments here. We're just here to bring solutions. We're not here to, bring nobody down or knock somebody down or drag somebody. That's not what this panel is for. Like we're here to bring solutions. Hell yeah, from time to time we can sit here, have fun, joke around, roast, as long as it doesn't go sideways, as long as it doesn't go left. Man, once people start getting in their feelings on the roasting and joking, that's where Shorty puts an end on that shit. Like that's not the type of attraction I want. We're here to bring solutions, and if we can't keep it respectful, hey, look, listen, man, that's on the person that decided to disrespect. We're not here for that. So let's see if we could, figure out what's going on with the Sonya Massey. I'm going to show y'all these clips. Then I'm going to go right on to the Kwame Brown and Just Joe Brown video. Just Joe Brown, Just Joe Brown, man, when that man is in town, I could tell you he shuts shit down. So shout out to Just Joe Brown. Shout out to Kwame Brown, the Brown Boys, bringing justice to the panel, bringing awareness. So, blessings, EJ. How you doing? Blessings. How you doing this morning? But let's start with the Sonya Massey real quick, y'all. All right. So this right here is the Governor Pritzker from Illinois, speaking on the situation from Sonya Massey and the family and friends remembering Sonya Massey, y'all.
Yes, I'm Stacey Skryzak. And I'm Dawn Sterling. Tonight is National Night Out. It's a time dedicated for police to reach out to the community. Events are happening all across the country and here in central Illinois. Now, the goal is to give communities the chance to have open conversations with law enforcement and hopefully build a relationship with their local officers. Here in Sangamon County.
Yo, all right, that don't sound like a bad idea. So they're saying that they're trying to find a way to get, civilians and officers to come, get together, unite, and I guess try to, bring some peace, a truce, right? Will it work? I mean, what can we do, right? And I said this, like, if y'all didn't catch my past 3 lives, right, before I did the Alexis Patterson live, I did 3 lives on the Sonya Massey case, right? Trying to figure out what happened and everything. Because for a fact, we know that Sonya Massey, she's not here with us no more because she decided to use a pot of water. I mean, an empty pot. If y'all go to part 1 of my live on me, reacting and reviewing the Sonya Massey case, y'all will see me y'all will see me slow the video down and actually show y'all that this officer sat here, right? After he told this lady to go turn off the stove, right? Which him and his partner could have turned off and let her know, like, look, we're turning off the water. I mean, your stove, we don't want to cause a fire, blah, blah. I could just keep going. And not just that, but way before that, this officer was dismissed and he still wanted to come in and get an ID from Sonya Massey, knowing that Sonya Massey suffered from paranoid schizophrenia. Like, this officer did so many things wrong, and there's so many people justifying what he did. Those that are justifying what this officer did is sick. Something's missing. Is it a distraction? I'm going to be very honest. I'm not sure. There's a lot of things thrown at us for a distraction. People fall for it. People, take heed to what's happening. So, I mean, at the end of the day, look, man, I'm for the kids. I sure as hell know that I don't want to lose my child in this cruel world, so I'm going to keep fighting. And in the process, I'm going to fight not just for my child, but for other kids out there that have been through the same situation that my child has been through, or worse. Like, if I just can't sit here and just fight for my child knowing that he's not walking these trenches out here alone. So, like I said, these cases right here matter. We need to speak on them, because what if it happened to you? What if you was in a situation, right? What if you was in a situation that Sonya Massey was in? What would you do? What if somebody that you loved was in the situation that Sonya Massey was in? How would you bring justice? How would you bring awareness to it? How many of y'all have loved ones that suffer from mental health? I mean, my brother passed away from it because we couldn't get him the help, and we fought hard to try to get him the help. And as you can see, it looks like the family, Sonya Massey's family, is fighting hard to try, before Sonya Massey passed away, to try to get her the help. Sonya Massey herself voluntarily wanted the help, but something happened, in my opinion, in that mental hospital, guys. Let's keep watching this clip, and like I said, let us shorty know if y'all want to come up. Y'all more than welcome.
These conversations are more important than ever as we deal with the aftermath of the death of Sonya Massey. Massey was shot and killed by a Sangamon County Sheriff's deputy after she called 911. National Night Out comes exactly 1 month since Massey's death, and both Springfield Police Chief Ken Scarlett and Sangamon County Sheriff Jack Campbell have promised to work to restore the community's trust in their agencies. News Channel 20's Carson Gordy is live at a National Night Out event happening right now with more.
And no, this didn't happen today. This happened 3 days ago, guys. This happened 3 days ago. So this clip is from 3 days ago. So obviously probably happened the day prior. So you could probably say 4 days already.
I'm here at Nationals Night Out in Springfield. The goal is to build trust within the community. But tonight I'm going to be talking about the statewide story and countywide story. Earlier today, Governor J.B. Pritzker criticized Sangamon County Sheriff Jack Campbell for hiring Sean Grayson. Grayson is accused of shooting Sonya Massey while responding to her call for help. Grayson worked for 6 departments within 4 years, and documents show that he had multiple issues, including 2 DUIs. Pritzker says he's disappointed with Campbell's answers on why he hired Sean Grayson.
The way he was hired is an enormous question mark that still needs to be made transparent. How did the sheriff end up hiring this person? Must have known their background, must have. So far disappointed with the answers that I'm hearing.
Man, I'm saying the same thing that this governor has said. I've been saying it for the longest. How in the world does this police department not know this officer's background? Man, is y'all serious? Y'all really gonna sit here and tell me y'all do not know this police officer's background at all? At all. Y'all couldn't find it. Y'all be in the police department. Y'all could not find this man's background. What if it was Sonya? Would y'all have found her background easy? What if it was me? Would y'all have found my background easy? I got an even better one. What if it was the father of my daughter? Would y'all found his background easy? But y'all could not find an officer that y'all hired. Y'all couldn't find his background. It was hard. Y'all didn't find his background until what? Maybe weeks until after he got hired. Then y'all try to give him what? A shot? 2 shots? 3 shots? Y'all trained him for what? 16 weeks, y'all say? Y'all was hoping in them 16 weeks of training he can get his shit together. It don't work like that. Because when you got evil in you, you're just evil. When that demon possesses you, man, you're going to need an exorcism.
From the sheriff.
Campbell told me last week in our sit-down interview that he wasn't aware of Grayson's disciplinary issues while he was employed at the Logan County Sheriff's Office. He said Logan County never provided those disciplinary documents, and Campbell did not formally request them. I'm Carson Gordy. Back to you.
Thanks, Carson. Now, some elected officials.
He said, you see how they said that he did not request them. So because somebody that had a lot of, how can I say, a lot of respect, I'm going to say it like that, because they respected somebody that used to work in the police department. He used to be the chief, right? He used to be the sheriff. but he retired. But he had a lot of respect, I guess, that his word went so far. I don't know if this man carries a bag, but for some reason, his word reached. It reached to the point where this man got hired and protected. They overlooked his background. Oh, they didn't give a fuck about his background because this man over here, Butterfield, said, hire him.
And members of Sonya Massey's family have called on Sheriff Jack Campbell to resign from his position, but Campbell says he is not leaving. Springfield police and other city leaders have been out at National Night Out events throughout the day. We caught up with Chief Ken Scarlett, who tells us it's important for residents to have interactions with officers outside of their law enforcement duties in order to build trust within the community.
It's an opportunity for law enforcement to have positive community-based interactions with our citizens here locally in Springfield, and that's what Springfield Police is really all about, and what we're committed to is building that trust, building those relationships with the citizens that we serve.
Scarlett says the goal is to have a representative from the police department at every National Night Out event in Springfield. There are several other events happening tonight. Hawthorne Place, Isles Park, and Johnson Park all have events starting at 6 tonight. And Brandon Court has a National Night Out event running from 7 to 8 p.m. Decatur's National Night Out runs until 8 p.m. at Johns Hill Park. And you can find more National Night Out events over on our website, newschannel20.com. A candlelight vigil is planned tonight in honor of Sonya Massey. It will be held at 6:30 at her home in the 2800 block of South Hoover Avenue. The family is asking for any attendees to bring candles and purple and white balloons. Following a moment of silence, the balloons will be released into the sky. As we mentioned earlier, tonight marks 1 month since Sonya Massey was killed in her own home. Massey called 911 just before 1 a.m. on July 6th to report a prowler. 2 deputies, one identified as Sean Grayson, responded to the search outside of her home, then went to speak with Massey. She was shot in the head.
Now, I want to remind y'all, right? If y'all go to my past live when I spoke on the Sonya Massey's case, right, on part 1 of that live, right, I showed y'all the audio calls from the dispatcher and stuff, right? I said it was kind of off on how this officer and his partner were supposed to be at another scene at another house, right? But when this dispatcher put the call in, this officer already said he was already en route. And listen, man, he made it to Sonya Massey's house in a matter of minutes. I don't know how far this other house was away from Sonya Massey's, right? One thing I could tell you is that the hospital that Sonya Massey was in was only an 8-minute, it was only 8 minutes away from Sonya Massey's house. I'm not sure if it was an 8-minute walk, so I'm guessing if it was an 8-minute walk, it's lesser, it's lesser time in a car. But if it's an 8-minute walk, if it's 8 minutes in a car, it takes you a little minute to get there by walking. So either way you put it, right, this officer got to her house real fast. And it so happens that his fiance works at the hospital that Sonya Massey just got discharged from. A lot of shit is not adding up. Like, if y'all go look at the timeline of the audio, right, of the audio calls, y'all going to see for yourselves. See, a lot of people are so used to the YouTubers breaking it down, right, that they forget, right? A lot of YouTubers break it down in so many ways. A lot of them could, sit here and come up with the same conclusion, probably the same opinion, but they're not going to do it the same way. Not all of them come up with the same opinion, and not everybody comes with the same conclusion, right? But at the end of the day, right, if you want to find out for yourself what really happened, what a lot of us is doing is just bringing out the clips, bringing out the news, bringing out, showing y'all this, showing y'all that. And y'all got to really, go out there and do your own research. Y'all just can't go by he say, she say. We're all going to have our own opinions. I want to remind everybody, listen, man, I come up with my own opinion here, right? Okay, this is what I think happened from what I've seen. But somebody else could have came up with something else. It could be close to what I'm saying. We could be probably thinking the same way. But this person has their way of thinking. We could be probably like-minded. You don't know. We could probably disagree on 100 things and agree with 1,000. So at the end of the day, all I'm saying is I'm not the only one saying something's off, right? I don't know if anybody else feels like this is starting to feel kind of like the Kanika Jenkins case. Like, it's really starting to feel like it.
head just before 1:30 a.m. and pronounced dead at the hospital around 2. After the shooting, the Sangamon County Sheriff's Office contacted Illinois State Police to conduct an investigation. Massey's family and community organizations also began to hold protests demanding the release of the body camera footage from that night. Shawn Grayson was officially charged with murder just 11 days after Massey's death on July 17th. He's pleaded not guilty. His next court date is set for later this month. Massey's family has also retained civil rights attorney Ben Crump to represent him.
Family and friends gathering to remember Sonya Massey. Thank you for joining us. I'm Eliza Petrie.
And I'm Stacey Skryzak. It's been exactly a month since Sonya's death. A deputy shot and killed the mother of 2 inside her Hoover Street home on July 6th. The former deputy, Shawn Grayson, has since been charged in her death, and the community has continued to keep Sonya in their thoughts. Now, tonight, her family and friends are gathering right now so that she and what happened are not forgotten.
That's where we find our Dawn Sterling out live tonight. Dawn?
You know what? So many emotions over the past 30 days in the death of Sonya Massey, from her friends and family: sadness, shock, disbelief, anger, frustration at the whole situation. And tonight, at the 30-day mark, they're holding a candlelight vigil tonight, a balloon release at her home here on South Hoover Avenue in Springfield. This quiet neighborhood is starting to have family and friends show up to do that purple and white balloon release. And also, they're having a barbecue and a candlelight vigil. At 6:30, there will be a moment of silence for Sonya Massey and the situation and her untimely tragic death here in Springfield. We'll bring you the latest on this vigil coming up tonight at 10. Live in Springfield, Dawn Sterling, back to you.
Thanks, Dawn. Again, that vigil is set to start soon in about a half hour at 6:30.
Shawn Grayson is facing 3 counts of first-degree murder for the death of Sonya Massey. He's also facing charges of aggravated battery with a firearm and official misconduct. He pleaded not guilty to all charges. A judge denied him pretrial release, and he is set to be back in court later this month. And we will continue to bring you updates.
Yo, I'm looking for the trial. I want to see what happened at the trial. They leaked him. They leaked him in the jail cell. I got the footage of him in jail, but I'm still trying to get the footage of him being, in trial. I want to see what happened with the judge. I don't know if they're going to leak that one out or if they're going to put it out there.
It's on Sonya Massey's case as we get them on air, online, and on our social media.
It's not just about Sonya. It's thousands of us have been killed by the hands of the police.
Family and friends of Sonya Massey have been living a nightmare for 30 days. 36-year-old Sonya Massey was shot and killed by a Sangamon County Sheriff's deputy after calling for help on July 6th. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Stacey Skryzak.
And I'm Dawn Sterling. Now, tonight, about 60 people gathered for a candlelight vigil and balloon release at her home. Sonya's family tells me they do not want her name to go in vain.
Say her name!
Sonya Massey! Sonya Massey! On a dreary August evening, family and friends of Sonya Massey remembering and celebrating her. Sonya's mother, Donna, among others, stricken with grief.
We need justice. We just need to get some justice, and that's all this is about.
It's been hard for our family, and we just wanted to come out today and celebrate her name.
A makeshift memorial, pictures, candles, and balloons, and those who loved her gathering at her home 30 days after her tragic shooting death.
It definitely is mind-blowing. If you call for help, you're supposed to get help. You're not supposed to die.
And that's a fact. And that's something that's happening a lot. It's not just happening in Chicago. It's not just happening, in Washington. It's happening all over. There's too many trigger happy cops everywhere. So as we the people, we're going to have to speak up loud and clear. We're going to have to get together with the mayors, the senators, the governors, all these legislators, right? We're going to have to get with them to try to make some changes, try to make some differences in these laws, in these bills that are being passed. We have a say so, but people staying shut, what y'all don't realize is when y'all stay shut, they do what the hell they want to. And guess what? Now we got the system running us instead of we the people running the system. Hey, but you know what? It is what it is, right?
The community coming together for change.
We need to bring all that love together and turn this negative thing into something positive for us to hold on and just hope that justice will prevail.
It's not just about Sonya. It's thousands of us have been killed by the hands of the police. She is the straw that broke the camel's back. Yep. And that's it. It's over. We're done. We're tired.
The community support has been amazing, and we love it. We thank you. We're grateful.
One family member told me tonight that he works at Memorial Hospital, and today they allowed everyone to wear Massey's favorite color, purple, to show support. And as we mentioned, today marks 1 month since Sonya Massey was killed in her own home. Massey called 911 just before 1 a.m. on July 6th to report a prowler. 2 deputies, one identified as Shawn Grayson, responded to the search outside of her home and then went inside to speak to Massey. She was shot in the head just before 1:30 in the morning and pronounced dead at the hospital around 2. After the shooting, the Sangamon County Sheriff's Office contacted Illinois State Police to conduct an investigation. Massey's family and community organizations also began to hold protests demanding the release of the body camera footage from that night. Shawn Grayson, officially charged with murder just 11 days after Massey's death on July 17th. He has pled not guilty. His next court date is set for later this month. Massey's family has also retained civil rights attorney Ben Crump to represent them.
There are more questions and answers about the death of Sonya Massey. Governor J.B. Pritzker criticized.
Yes, it's like every time you turn around, we have more questions. Listen, man, they covering something up is deep. I don't know if it has to do, man. I have a big feeling that it has to do with this hospital, the police department. I mean, like if you hear what this officer said in the Indisputable channel, like a lot of people was really coming at this officer's neck, and he's a black officer, talking about how this officer was just because they only arrested Sean Grayson because they didn't want the protesters to start rioting. Like this man deserves life behind bars. How was it just? I mean, do you know that when you look up your rights, right? Even if it's an officer, if an officer comes in your house and threatens you, right? He threatens you. Sonya Massey didn't invite this man in. When they was at the door, Sonya Massey told this man, this officer asked Sonya Massey, do you need anything else from us? She said no. She was about to close the door. He held the door and said, can I get your ID and stuff? Like she looked at him, went in, she was going to get the paperwork and stuff. He followed her. His partner all the way down there. When you look at the video, you can see how sus everything was. Like everything was suspect. Like this officer came to this house with an attitude. He was already mad, pissed off. And if he didn't want to do his job that day, he shouldn't have been there. If he felt like his mental wasn't there that day, he shouldn't have been there. Oh, but you know what? They was letting him get away with a lot of shit. So to him, it's like, fuck it. This is another thing I can get away with, right? I mean, this is me just speaking. But going back to that day, he should have left when he got dismissed. He shouldn't have been in that house. Then when you go into the house and she's looking for the paperwork and everything, you can see how even more nervous she was. This officer sends her to go turn off this pot of water when he could have told his partner, hey, can you turn that off? We don't want a fire over here. Like, is that okay? And left her right where she was at. She moved the pot of water over and said, I rebuke you. Everybody talking about they was giggling, and the officer was the only one giggling because Sonya Massey wasn't. Right? Sonya Massey wasn't giggling that day. If y'all go back and look at the footage, if y'all slow it down all the way to the way it's supposed to be slowed down, to the max that it can get slowed down, y'all will see that she wasn't the one giggling. He was. He was the one joking around. As soon as she moved that pot over from the stove, she poured, I guess she poured some water into the bucket or something, because she poured some water out. You could hear it. Officer says something. She says, I rebuke you. He said, I dare you. I will shoot you in the face. First, he says, you better not. I dare you. I will shoot you right in the face. She said, I rebuke you again. Points his gun out at her. Takes his gun out, points it at her so fucking fast. Sonya Massey, she had the pot, yeah. For one second, she was moving it. She poured the water out, put the pot back on, right? He said, he pulls his pistol out. She says, I'm sorry. She has gloves in her hands. She already surrendered. Whatever you thought was the threat, she surrendered already. Got on her knees and begged, I'm sorry again. This officer kept pointing his gun at her. Kept saying, put the pot down. A pot she never had in her hand. While she's on her knees on the ground, as he's getting closer, threatening her, right? Put the pot down, put the pot down, put the pot down. A pot she didn't fucking have. As he's getting closer, she reaches up, grabs the pot, tilts the pot over. Water falls on the floor. It doesn't even reach them. It gets close to them, but it doesn't even reach them. She didn't toss the water at them with the pot. She didn't toss water at all at them. She tilted that pop because she wanted to use the pop for protection. When you slow it down to the max that you could slow it down, you will see that she's holding the pop in the air, an empty pot, no water in it, in the air, like this, trying to protect her face. She's trying to protect her face. It's in the damn video. You can see it. You can see it. This officer was in the wrong all the way. How would y'all react if Sonya Massey was your daughter, your sister, your cousin, or your aunt, probably your mother? This was a mother, all the above. How would you demand justice if this was done to your loved one? Would you just sit down and take it? Oh, okay, I'm gonna just take what they told me. First, they tell me that a prowler came in, and that's how she died. Then they sit here and they tell me that she shot herself. The wounds were self-inflicted. Then, what's crazy is, right? First person they call is the 17-year-old son, and they just blur all this out on the phone. Was that professional? That was real irresponsible of them. Real disrespectful of them. What is the cover-up? Because there is one. Y'all still gonna tell me that Sonya Massey was the one that committed the assault? Sonya Massey had a gun and she shot herself, huh? Police department has already lied. You telling me to believe them and trust them? No. I don't even trust my own police department down here in Philadelphia. I really don't. I trust them as far as I could throw them because there's some good officers in there. There's some, but not all officers are good. I've seen it for myself. Trigger happy officers will sit here and pull the trigger. Right? They don't do that out there in the rich side. They don't do it on the rich side. They only do it in the urban side. And in the rich side, yo, guess what? It's mixed up too. But they'll pull the trigger. Fast as shit over here. No questions asked. No questions asked. And faster to a black man. Hate me for what I'm saying, but it's the facts. It's reality. It's the truth. A motherfucker sits here in North Philly and they'll call the cops telling them something's happening to themselves. How you get arrested? How you calling for help and you in jail and the perpetrators walking like nothing? Like nothing. We've seen it time after time. Serve and protect? Why aren't y'all serving and protecting the ones that are calling for help? It's like y'all protecting the motherfuckers that are committing the crime. Why? Shout out to them officers that are out here, doing their job, that really, give a fuck about the community. They're really out here to serve and protect.
Sangamon County Sheriff Jack Campbell for hiring Sean Grayson. Pritzker says he's disappointed with Campbell's answers on why he hired Grayson, but thinks the community is responding the right way.
And I'm so far disappointed with the answers that I'm hearing from the sheriff. But, I think that the community is reacting the way that I think is appropriate, protesting, making their voice heard, asking for change, the Massey family in particular, thinking about how do we improve the system.
Some elected officials and members of Sonya Massey's family have called on Sheriff Jack Campbell to resign from his position, but Campbell says he is not leaving.
Happening tonight, Springfield police and other city leaders have been out at National Night Out events throughout the day. It's a way for people to have interactions with officers outside of law enforcement duties, and it helps build trust within the community.
It's important now more than ever that the citizens of Springfield recognize that they can call Springfield Police Department. They can depend on us to show up and serve them in whatever manner that involves.
Chief Scarlett says the goal is to have a representative from the police department at every National Night Out event in Springfield.
Thanks for watching. Stick around by subscribing today and don't miss a single video.
Begin your student.
There's an update. The Sonya Massey killing. The governor has now called for the resignation of the sheriff. I'm going to tell you why. and it is fitting to do so. Let me give you a reminder of what happened.
The body camera video reveals the events leading up to the horrific scene.
What took you so long to answer the door?
Oh, I was trying to put on some clothes, sir. I'm sorry.
You doing all right mentally?
Yes.
Sure?
My medicine stuff.
All right. Okay.
I love y'all. Thank y'all.
Inside the home, Sangamon County Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson can be heard asking Sonya Massey to check on the stove.
We don't get fire over here.
Within seconds, things become tense.
Are you moving?
Hot? Wait till you're hot steaming water.
Away from hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. I rebuke you in the name of
I swear to God, you drink.
Massey starts to set down the pot and apologizes. Grayson fires 3 times, striking her in the face.
Headshot with the female, 1078.
Prosecutors say Grayson's partner tried to give the 36-year-old first aid, even though Grayson discouraged him.
I'm gonna go get my kid. You're done. You can go get it, but that's a headshot.
You can go get it, but that's a headshot. Goes to state of mind. With millions watching and many people benefiting from this, program called Indisputable. We just need 1% of the viewers to become a paid member so we can continue to bring this content to you. Now back to the show. Put him a full mask. Governor J.B. Pritzker has now called for the sheriff of the county to resign after one of his deputies fatally shot Miss Sonya Massey, a 36-year-old black woman who was potentially a victim of another crime, but who may also have experienced a mental health episode. The governor said the sheriff, whose name
Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Fair use allows limited use of copyrighted material without permission from the copyright holder for purposes such as criticism, parody, news reporting, research, and scholarships and teaching. Disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed on this video or any video, including the Writers for Life Brings You to Let's Talk About It podcast, do not reflects on the opinions of your shorty Racheal and the members of the Writer for Life podcast. Everything we talk about is allegedly and is our opinion. Our videos are not recommended for minors. Everything we talk about and do is meant for educational purposes and also entertainment. Please keep in mind that the majority of our videos are for educational purposes only. This world is crazy. I would say shady. Ironic, right? Nowadays, you can't trust no one. When you do, niggas be having their panties all in a bunch, thinking that they own one. Saying the things that you accomplished in life is theirs and that you owe them one. The more and more you look at it, this case is really, like I said, something's off. There's a piece to the puzzle missing. And it's really starting to feel like the Kanika Jenkins situation.
Name is Jack Campbell. You see him in the middle. Jack Campbell had not adequately explained why he hired the deputy, Sean Grayson. And we talked about the deputy's troubled record. This deputy worked for 6 departments in 4 years. The governor also noted that Campbell has not introduced reforms in his department after the shooting, even though the deputy is charged with murder, and said it was inexcusable that Campbell had not met with Massey's family. So the governor said in a statement, quote, "A full month has passed since the murder of Sonya Massey." He didn't mix words there. The murder of Sonya Massey. In that time, the county sheriff, Jack Campbell, has had ample opportunity to respond with conviction and purposed questions about his hiring of the perpetrator, Deputy Sheriff Sean Grayson, and about reforms he would propose for his department to avoid this from happening again. He continued, "The community remains in fear that calling the sheriff's office when they feel endangered will lead to another murder of an innocent resident. Rather than waiting for others to propose reform of the county sheriff's office, Sheriff Campbell should have taken his leadership role more seriously, the governor's statement continued.
And that's why I say that, as communities, as we the people, we need to start standing up and speaking up and demanding what it is that we want when it comes to these laws, these bills, and much more. We should be a part of it. I don't know what is going through a lot of people's minds, but we need to make a change. We need to make a difference. What is a lot of people scared of? Listen, man, I know shit happens. Look, man, it's hard to speak on it when you know that the world is so divided and you know that nobody, a lot of people really just don't give a fuck. They want to be run. They need to be led. They need to be led.
His own statement on Wednesday afternoon, the Sheriff Campbell pushed back, calling Governor Pritzker's comments political maneuvering during a tragic event. He said that all deputies in the sheriff's office, quote, feel betrayed by one of their own, and that he had requested to meet with Massey's family on 4 separate occasions. Quote, the sheriff's office is willing to modify hiring practices in order to prevent an incident like this from occurring again. However, before changes can be made, it is important to identify the problem, Campbell said. Quote, we have used a process that we believe is consistent with statewide standards. If these standards are deficient, we would advocate a change at all necessary levels. This guy's okay. In Grayson's field report released by authorities on Monday, he claimed that he felt threatened by Massey's last words. Okay, Sonya turned to face me holding the pot. I did not know what type of liquid that was boiling. Grayson wrote in this report 3 days after the incident, which they are allowed to do, ironically. I advised Sonya to put the boiling liquid down. Sonya stated she was going to rebuke me in the name of Jesus. That's a prayer, sir. She was going to pray for you, sir. She stated this twice.
That's fact. Like, this man was scared of a pot of boiling water. All she said was, I rebuke you. Once you pulled that pistol out, right? Once you saw her get on her knees pleading, I'm sorry. Why the fuck didn't this officer back off? And if he felt so threatened, called in somebody? I could really put this in so many ways, right? But he could have handled this situation another way. He felt so threatened. Why did he send her to the stove to turn off the water?
I interpreted this to mean she was going to kill me. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. You have guns. You have combat training. And you really don't supposed to be in the woman's damn house. But you thought a prayer was going to kill you. See, that only works if you're the devil. Now, if you're the devil, that prayer make you.
The exorcist, yo, I swear to God. This man had a demon in him. She said, I rebuke you. That demon woke up. Yo, Lucifer himself.
Here's what the father had to say.
She had said to the officer, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, which seemed to set him off. What do you think she meant? What does that mean? What was going on that you think that she would say those words to him?
I think that she feared for her life. There was some premonition that she had. It seems like he was just an emissary of Satan. And that's what caused him to do what he did. It's just unexplainable.
Hey. Give me a commercial. Oh, I gotta change YouTube.
It's unexplainable. All right, here we go. So you have a macrocosm, which is the overall policy. You have a microcosm being this individual who thought he was going to get away with murder. The sheriff is blaming his use of.
And that's what I said. Yo, if you look at his background and his history, I swear, he really thought he was going to get away with this shit. He really thought that. But, that's my opinion. I don't know how y'all feel and what y'all think. But in my opinion, I feel as though like he thought he was going to get away with this again. Well, how many other things could this man have gotten away with that nobody knows about, right? Wearing that badge within them couple of months in that police department.
Of a statewide system, which really isn't a statewide system. It's more so of a statewide protocol. But his office, his sheriff's department, they're more than capable of actually sitting down, interviewing somebody and saying, listen, man, why you been through this 6 times in 4 years and red flagging it? All right. Obviously, the sheriff isn't going to make any meaningful reform without force. My dear brother, what are your thoughts here?
I mean, of course, the situation itself is tragic, but this is the right move by Pritzker.
Yeah.
And this is somebody who, in 2021, even though Congress couldn't pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, he signed a criminal justice reform and policing reform bill in Illinois. So he has done things where he is able to, and that was met with opposition by police. And you can always say there's more to be done. I think he recognizes that. And by no means is he perfect. But when you're governing an entire state, you have to represent everybody. And you have various interests and demographics you need to respond to. And you have, unfortunately, the police and police unions are powerful political forces across the country. So you also need to be mindful of how that will land with police departments. So at the very least, calling for him to resign is the right move. This is a totally avoidable tragedy. You see yet another trigger happy cop take an innocent life. She called for help. Like, I can't fathom what that must have been like when you're looking for help and the people you look to help from are the ones that take your life. That just reflects how flippant they are, and the proclivity for violence throughout policing in this country is just on full display here.
Yeah, and the governor was right. It makes people in the community hesitant to call 911 when they need 911. And not only do they need 911, they're paying for 911 to be there when they need them. It's called taxes. All right, we'll bring you updates as they come.
Toma. So let's get right into him being in the jail cell, right? I was looking at this drawing last night.
Do you want to eliminate escapism like porn, video games, and binging social media so you can finally get locked in?
They'll be here by 6?
Yeah.
So this was the day he got arrested, guys. And what gets me, right, I don't know if they was treating him like he was, a king, or they was protecting him. Even on the comments right here, it says, his words are cold, empty, no real effort to save her life, no attempt to comfort her. As, basically people are repeating what he was saying. And somebody on here says he's being treated like he's a victim. He's not the victim. Thought he had court today. He was so convinced here in this video that he let out ASAP. So what's funny is how, and it's true, I'm gonna play some of this right here. It's true how if you listen carefully to the audio, he swears he's gonna get out of this. Like, he's not gonna do no time for this. He's gonna be out ASAP. And it's crazy how that Officer Tantum was saying that the only reason they locked him up was to not start riots, but he's going to get off too. So now you got an ex-officer of the law saying that the only reason this police department did that was to, get the people off their back. So there'll be no riots, no bullshit. Give him a little bit of time, give the people what they want, and then let him out. Like, fuck it, he ain't do this, right? Like, he ain't just sit here and had premeditated murder in his mind. Because that's what it really looks like. All we missing is to know what happened in this hospital between Isabel Butterfield and Sonya Massey. If somehow, some way they could just release the footage of what was happening in that hospital, that'll be great. All right, so he's not in the room yet, but y'all gonna see soon. They're gonna start coming in. I don't want to fast forward too fast. That's him right there.
I got one more coming in. Eventually. Sure. Yeah. You guys go around the construction? Yeah. Next. Oh, by the way, back up. Just press it back up. I can't get downtown Petersburg. Then no, what you're gonna do? No, nowhere. If you do go in town. Yep. So we'll do a process in our system that we have here. Sean? Yes, I'm Phil. Mr. Smith. We talked to Coach Jackson, and we've been talking to July. So we just recently went to the thing where we make this up, posted online. We shut it down. You did shut it down? Yeah. Okay. Yes, we called our IT and just like, oh, shut it for 24 hours. I said it was a big deal. So Jackson, I mean, you can put it in. Don't do anything. You put it on 10 volt. Set up with all the charges that you put on 10 volt. Like we do. Like we got the system. Yeah, we'll show it. Yeah, we just got a new candidate. That's the whole problem. Is I don't know. I haven't seen it. I mean, I didn't look at it online. I know it's on the website, right? I mean, you got to be somewhat savvy to be able to get there. I mean, we have people here all the time that their spouses, like they'll have other county polls that's on there. If they were able to look, they would see that, and they're all making arrangements. No, except for our admin.
So basically, this is the night that he got arrested. He's in a jail cell. They're all talking about the case. I mean, I don't know why they talking like that in front of him. Like, he should be in that cell right there. It's funny. Like, a little later on in the video, you'll see them put him in there. But guys, I left in the chat. That's the link to the video. I'm not sure how many of y'all can copy it and go see it yourselves. I'm gonna show y'all. You know, we're gonna play a nice little portion of this, so that y'all can hear what happened. And then we're going to move on to the Kwame Brown and Judge Joe Brown speak on Kamela Harris. This situation is crazy. Let us shorty know what y'all think about this case. But I'm going to hold on for a while after this. I want to get the trial and everything. And then I'm going to speak on this again. After, you know, the trial, after the conviction, after I get a little more info on the Sonya Massey's case. Because I know for a fact something's missing. So, like I said, the link to this video, him being in jail, is right there in the chat, and it's also in the description box down below.
I don't see much problem with it being here. I mean, I think it's hopefully we're going to get a short deal term. You know, she might go down just tomorrow.
That wasn't me. They muted that over there. So that's going to happen a lot throughout the video. So hold on. So as y'all can see, they mute a lot. I wonder what the conversation was about, but they mute a lot on this video. I don't know why they muted it there, but somebody muted that part. I'm not sure if it was the person that uploaded it, or I'm not sure if it was the person that uploaded it or it was the police department themselves.
We got the floor fair going on for you. Yeah, we got fair going on, but so they can call the jail if somebody can get home. They'll get hold of it.
Once again, there's an open panel. Y'all more than welcome to come up and talk to a shorty. Just let a shorty know.
I thought we got 15 minutes. No, we only have 26. I think we got three. So they got so she's right here. How are you having that? Yeah, it's quiet. Someone's at trial right now. I'll get something back tomorrow. But most of Cass County, I will leave the trial. So Cass County gets in. He's at trial all week. So a lot of people doing work still in the back. Might as well. I just showed the problem over. I know. I thought it was about that's how you should be familiar. Huh? I'll give him to it. Every time he does the same, I'll give him every time. I did. I thought you were doing everything. I was doing that for us. Crazy. Yeah, we lost some. We lost some weight. We're down to you right now. And another one in like 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Shawty's got to take care of you. Sure, if you need anything. Yeah, we'll remember myself. I can walk the morning. So take care of your shot. Be here for the trial tomorrow. One way or another. All right. Check for the hotel. All right, guys. Thanks, sir. Come on. Appreciate it. Sean, get up. What's up, she or Sean? Big. Probably got something that big. Bring something home. The sheriff's got to around here somewhere. It is probably. So I'm just gonna pick. We don't have a whole lot, but the good thing is right now we don't have a whole lot of people here right now. I'm just gonna be back with. I was hoping the female up here was gonna be hoping if it does, we'll just check. But for now, I want to again be on the whole side by yourself. It's not bars, it's a steel, so you want privacy. If for some reason you don't want to run around, then that's kind of where I want to be. Just kind of you'll be out by yourself. Yeah. So if something you want something, let me know and we'll shoot at the time what we can do with it. But no.
Yo, this guy said he'll be out your cell. Listen, I'm not gonna run it back because that's gonna take a lot. Listen, man, this guy just said you'll be out your cell. I don't know if y'all peeped it, but the bull swear he gonna get out soon. Like, he is so confident about himself in this jail cell. Like, y'all gotta listen carefully to what everybody is saying.
You're afraid to ask if you need to tell them. We'll get you through it.
Talk.
That's not the biggest we got. I don't know. I think that was too little. So you already booked in the same county? Yeah. So you want me to pat them down and they use a body scanner? Sounds good to me. Yeah, I mean, they use a body scanner, you're good. Yeah. So yeah, it's a classic guy. They check everything else other than that. So I don't have to thumb their wallet or anything. Okay. No money. We want first, that's all we. And you're going to have one of them? Yeah, I'm leaving. Who's here yet? Randy. Rob should be here anytime. Rob should be here anytime.
And again, they mute the John while they talking to him. Like, why are they catering to this officer?
Copy that. We're saying my charges are first degree murder, aggravated with a weapon, and vicious conduct. That's based off the grand jury. Yeah. That's what the state's attorney agreed. Or that's what the state's attorney made the charges. So this is for my own safety, for me and safety. So here I am. To be honest with you, be anywhere. Take care of you. You know what I mean? I'll probably have you do the booking if that's all right. You know, we're pretty small, so pretty good back. You know what I mean? You don't want to over there. We're going to make it tonight. Need something to drink right now or anything? I'll just take some water. Yeah, I can take some water right now. Hey, boss, can you grab me a cup of water? Water? Yes, please. There's a glass right up there. I need this, cover this.
Oh my God, they just keep muting it. That was frustrating me yesterday. I thought I was tripping, but no.
Oh, yeah.
So they say whatever they got to say. If it was one of us, y'all think they're going to treat us like that? It took them 14 minutes, 28 seconds to put him in a cell. He was out here just chilling with them while they was all talking about the case, about what's going on and everything. Everything. He was just chilling with them. Cozy and everything.
I'm Neil. Go ahead and tell you my name.
Like he a king. Yo, they was really treating this man like a king.
So you work with Ann? Did you used to work with Ann? Zanin. Jonathan Zanin. Do you know him? He went to Springfield now. Oh, yeah. Well, short ass. Him, Bonke, TJ, JT Tereski used to work with us. Yeah, I worked with all of them. Yeah, good guys. Yep. All right, Sean, so I'll have
You hear him? Yawning and everything. Like, really? You just shot an innocent woman and you're in here like nothing. No remorse, no conscience. Like, he didn't just take her life. Like, it doesn't matter. This officer didn't give a fuck. Like, that's why I said there was something behind, there was something behind the reason why this officer was there. And it was way more than just that dispatch call. This officer was already en route. Like, it's one hell of a coincidence that his wife so happens to work at the hospital that she got discharged, which, by the way, she was supposed to be there 30 days. Family is trying to find out why she got discharged 2 days after her, putting herself into the hospital. She asked for help. So what happened? As soon as she gets discharged, boom, she gets shot down in her house. Something's not adding up. Something's off on this case. Then you got this officer like nothing, like he just took a life. It doesn't, kill his conscience. Nothing. He's cold. Say her name. Say her name. Sonya Massey. Anywhere where fear runs deep, happy trigger cops don't think, they just sleep. Over a pot of boiling water, such a shame, a coward in blue playing a deadly game. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees, I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. A life taken too soon for what crime? Just a pot of water bubbling over time. No chance to explain or make it right. In the blink of an eye, plunged into eternal night. The headlights scream of injustice and pain as we mourn another life lost in vain. The system broken, hearts shattered apart by those who should protect with courage, not dart. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. In a world so unjust, Sonya Massey lost her life. Blame thrown left and right, but just to show ignite. Say her name loud and clear, let the truth be near. In the shadows of the sea, her memory we hold dear. Amidst the darkness and lies that cloud her fate. A victim of cruelty and a cruel twist of hate. Whispers of the injustice echo through the night. Sonya's spirit lingers, demanding what is right. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. In the shadows of the night, Sonya stood tall. I rebuke you, in the name of Jesus, she called. The officer's eyes filled with venomous spite as he dared her. And I rebuke you in the dim moonlight. Sonya pleaded for mercy on bended knees. I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice filled with plea. But the officer's words cut through like a knife. A crazy bitch, she spat with hatred and strife. With courage in her heart, Sonya spoke clear and bold. Her name echoed loud as the story unfolds. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the happy trigger hitter. In the darkness of despair, a cry for help was in the air. Sonya Massey, just 36, her mental health in need of fix. But a heartless cop's cruel hand ended her life without a care. Say her name loud and clear, let it echo far and near. Justice must be served, for Sonya's unfairly taken. May her story be a beacon, shining light on lives forsaken. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the happy trigger hitter. We lift our voices high to honor Sonya's name in the sky. Let it hover over their heads as a reminder of the cost of neglecting those in need and the lives that have been lost.
Rob, get you going on the booking, and then there's no rush, no hurry on this, and I'll get you whenever you're ready to go ahead. Okay. For now, I'll just get the booking part of it. It's still, prior, it's somewhat of a new system, so sometimes it doesn't cooperate as well as we'd like on the
So we get an officer in here.
Yeah.
Nope. Now we're gonna have an officer. See, every time they talk and they have a conversation, they mute it. Look.
Have you come out and there should be a blue board over here.
But it took them 42 minutes, 55 seconds to, I guess, get the inmate clothes and stuff. Watch. Because now is when they're gonna give him the clothes and all that stuff. Shit, when we get in there, they give us everything. We gotta change, we gotta do all that shit. Like, now they're gonna take the pictures.
Be that camera right there, just that one. Just gonna click several times. I'll let you know when you can turn.
But guys, I left the link to this video right there in the chat and everything. Before I get right onto the Kwame Brown and Just Joe Brown, I want to show y'all this clip. I don't know if y'all seen it. Right? So I forgot to. I hate the fact that they give us these ads. I should smoke to my premium.
Gangs like the Crip.
This video, I forgot to show it the last time, so I'm gonna show it to y'all before I forget. But shout out to
nothing to do with life.
Hood War
A
Chronics.
person whose vibrant spirit was thinned by dental challenges. Like many, she needed.
No, they're with the commercials right now. So I'm going right to the premium. Shout out to Hood War Chronics, right? She really kind of exposed a lot on this video. I did a lot of research after watching her video. And once again, like I told y'all, this is why me, I'm feeling deep down. I'm gonna listen to my gut. This is starting to feel like the Kanika Jenkins situation. A lot of people, you know, are not here today because they was researching and trying to bring justice to this. I'm not saying it's gonna be the last time, but last time I speak on this, but this is I'm gonna hold on after this showing y'all this clip. I'm gonna hold on for a minute until I get more videos and more stuff and I get the trials and all that, and then, you know, we can speak on it, because then I'm gonna have more information on what happened. Hopefully by then we could figure out what happened in the hospital between Sonya Massey and this police officer's wife. But I want y'all to hear what Hood War Chronics have to say, and, you know, let us shorty know what y'all think.
All right. Okay. All right. That's not. Shots fired! Drop! Pop! Sir? All right. Okay. All right. That's not. Shots fired!
See, as y'all can see right there where he would keep saying, all right. This is where I keep telling everybody. He was dismissed. He should have left. He should have left. She was being so nice and so polite. And, you know, when a lot of people suffer from mental health, from schizophrenia, they're not like this. So you could tell that, you know, Sonya Massey was trying to get herself together and trying not to give into the impulses of her mental health, of her mental illness. Like, listen, man, schizophrenia is not something easy to deal with. When they go through their faces, they go through their faces, guys. That's why I'm like, yo, I'm looking at this case and I'm sitting here and I'm like, yo, why would this officer provoke this woman like that? And I hear a lot of people saying it's a distraction and stuff like that. So I'm going to fall back, gather everything that I can gather, and see what happens.
All right.
He was dismissed right here.
All right. That's not. Shots fired!
Boom.
Drop! Pop!
It goes from him being dismissed to this? How did it go from him being dismissed to that?
Female. Headshot wounded female.
Tonight, the judge. How did it go from him being dismissed at that door? I don't need your services. Thank you. I love you all. To her getting shot down in her own home. He wasn't supposed to be there.
Justice Department says it's assessing the deadly police shooting of Sonya Massey, the Illinois woman who called 911 about a possible prowler only to be shot and by a sheriff's deputy in her own home.
Not real. This can't be real. I don't know how this could be real. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
On the early morning of July 6th, things went terribly wrong. Sonya Massey, who had been struggling with mental illness, found herself in a tragic encounter with Sean Grayson, a now-fired Sangamon County Sheriff's deputy. She had called 911 just before 1 a.m., asking for help because she heard some suspicious banging noises outside her Springfield, Illinois home. When the officers arrived, she even told them, "I love y'all, thank y'all for their service."
Sir? All right. Okay. All right. That's not.
But within about half an hour, Sonya was lying on her kitchen floor with a gunshot wound to the head, K-worded by the very officer who was supposed to protect her.
Bring EMS now. We got a headshot wounded female. Headshot wounded female.
To make matters worse, Grayson reportedly told his partner not to help her as she lay dying, even going as far as to call her a effing B.
I'm gonna go get my kit. Headshot. Yeah, sure. Done. Yeah, I'm good. Crazy.
Unfortunately, stories like this aren't new. There have been far too many incidents of police brutality, with people losing their lives over trivial and senseless reasons. In this case, Grayson claimed he thought Sonya was going to pour hot water on him, a threat that wasn't even real. Grayson also didn't turn on his body cam.
Facts, a threat that wasn't even real. So was Sonya, the one that needed help? I mean, she called for help because she needed it. But it turned out, and it seems like this officer was seeing things where they wasn't. This officer was hearing things that wasn't said, because all this woman said was, "I rebuke you." She didn't have the pot of water in the air ready to throw it at him while she was saying, "I rebuke you." Lord.
Camera until after the shooting, raising even more questions about his actions.
Grayson did not activate his body cam until after.
That's another thing.
Massey joins the heartbreaking list of Black women killed by police in their own homes, a list that includes names like Breonna Taylor and Tatiana Jefferson. What makes Massey's case particularly disturbing is that the officer who ended her life was a known criminal. Grayson had a dubious record, having worked for 5 different law enforcement agencies in under 3 years.
Sean Grayson, a 30-year-old former private first class in the Army, worked for 5 different law enforcement agencies in just under 3 years.
He had been charged with DUI twice and was even kicked out of the Army. Despite this, he was hired by the sheriff's department to supposedly keep people safe.
Grayson was charged twice with driving under the influence of alcohol.
So you're telling me that somebody that has a problem with alcohol, has a problem with authority, got kicked out of the Army. He's the one that y'all say is going to keep people safe. No, maybe I think he's the one that's going to escalate, antagonize, and start the drama.
In 2015 and 2016. He pleaded guilty both times.
Why was he even hired by the sheriff's department?
It's a question they can't
even
answer.
More sinister about this guy. Have you seen the tattoo on his hand? Many people say it looks suspiciously like the kind of tattoos police gangs have. Some online.
Now, this is what I had told y'all the last time when I was on my live speaking on the Sonya Massey, right? And I didn't say a lot on it because I know what happens. When I said it on the Kanika Jenkins, my channel almost got clapped, right? But we could say, for some reason now, we got these disclaimers that we know of. Back then I didn't. I should have did my research. I'm a little smarter now. Some say wiser. So I know how to fight them now. Some of them is not that easy to get off. Like, me reacting to the downfall of Vince McMahon. Like they striked me. They said, I don't know what the heck they were saying. Something. I don't give a fuck about the monetization. But people couldn't view my video. So it was blocked in a lot of places. That's what I gave a fuck about. Like, damn, how do I unblock this? Like, how do I get it so that other people can hear what I'm saying and get my message? Like, for real. My page is already age restricted. So anybody under the age of 18 shouldn't even be on my page. My kids ain't on my page unless I'm speaking about something, that I should. That, how can I say? Unless I'm speaking about something that they should be hearing. Like, the mayor, the schools, the cameras, the politics stuff. But me, I got a 7-year-old, 14-year-old. My 14-year-old is not even really interested in a lot of that stuff, but he'll listen to learn. But, when I speak about the sex crimes and all that, they over there in their own little world watching stuff. I already have conversations with them. So, listen, man. It's crazy how they'll, because this is deep. Like I keep saying, you got to go really down the rabbit hole. So I got to find a way to talk about this real quick. So hold on real quick while I get my thoughts, because I got to really find the right words when I'm speaking about all this. Like I said it before, like, let me see how I could say this, because I've said it and I haven't gotten straight. Before I was saying it and I was getting straight. Now I know, I used to talk a lot about gang stalking, right? And people be like, oh, gang stalking, like, the gangs and all that. No, I don't mean that type of gang stalking. There's this project out that they got, and y'all need to go do your own research on it. But it was also talked about on the Kanika Jenkins situation, on how, they got a lot of people. It could be somebody in your family. It could be somebody, you know, that's in the gang out there. It could be somebody that's hustling out there. You see where I'm coming from? It could be your next door neighbor. It could be the bodega owner. It could be, you know, this old lady down the street. But basically, you know, they'll pay people to start stalking and doing all this stuff, and boom, boom, it leads up to people getting trafficked. Somehow, some way, they know all your information. They know a lot of stuff about you. So, like, listen, man, don't go by what I'm saying. Just go out there and do your research. I really want y'all to really do your research, and y'all really have to dig deep into this. Don't just go by one article or this article. No, man, go out there and look for the articles, look for the clips, look for the videos, look for the proof. But I was saying the last time that, you know, they do got gangs in these in the police department. I think 3 years ago, I gotta find a video where I was speaking on how the KKK infiltrated the police department, the FBI, and some shit like that. So once I find it, I'm gonna upload that, John. But y'all need to really start paying attention to what's going on around you, what's happening. Like, a lot of this stuff is distractions, and it's hard to tell which one is a distraction because they throw so many things at us at once, especially throughout election.
Sleuths did some digging and found out that the tattoo might be linked to Nazi groups and white supremacist symbols. Grayson's partner, who witnessed, also had a tattoo that screams white supremacy.
So for those of y'all that, you know, that think that a shorty's tripping or, you know, I'm crazy, I want y'all to go look this up. Like, it's like these police departments got the, you know, man, y'all watch the movies. Y'all watch the movies. Y'all know I'm not tripping, man. Let's put it like this. Let's call them what they are, corrupt cops. They got them. They got them everywhere in all police departments. There's a whole lot of them.
It's sad to think that Sonya's safety was already compromised the moment these officers showed up. In the police body cam footage, you can see they were aggressive from the moment she opened the door.
What took you so long to answer the door?
Oh, I was trying to put on some clothes, sir. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, the police department is crawling with people like Sean Grayson. If you didn't know, there are actually gangs within the police force that are even more brutal than street gangs like the Crips and the Bloods.
Don't just go by what I'm saying. Don't go by what Hood War Chronics is saying. Damn, I forgot to sub up to him. I like his content. I really do.
Since the 1970s, there have been at least 18 identified gangs within the sheriff's department in America. These subgroups have their own tattoos, hand
Y'all still
signals,
think I'm
and
tripping?
rituals, just
Go look
like
them
any
up.
criminal gang.
And if y'all y'all go to Google and y'all look up the police gang tattoos, they will pop up. Y'all will see images of their tattoos, and that way y'all could be able to identify, you know, an officer when he comes. Unless, you know, he doesn't have it on his arms, he got it on another part of his body. But some of them just really mostly got it in their arms. It's like they got to show they're part of that shit.
And Grayson might very well be one of them. So this case really makes you wonder, is Sean Grayson a white supremacist? Is he part of a police gang? Was Sonya Massey's fate sealed the moment these officers arrived? Let's dive in deeper. At 12:49 a.m., Sonya Massey made a 911 call, saying she was hearing suspicious noises and needed the police to come check things out. When Sean Grayson and his partner arrived at her Springfield, Illinois home, they began by using their flashlights to search the yard, as shown in the body cam footage. The officers knocked on Massey's door, but she didn't answer until around 1:15 a.m.
Crazy.
When she did, she appeared calm and non-aggressive, though perhaps a bit unwell. According to court records, they asked her if she was all right mentally, to which she responded that she had taken her medicine,
That's
captured
true.
on Grayson's partner's body cam since.
That's true. She told him she just took her medication. She's doing fine. You know, they had that little talk. Officer giggled and laughed. You know, he said, "Do you need anything else?" She said, "No, I'm fine. Thank you. I love you all." He should have left, but no. Once she started closing that door, he put his hand there, stopped the door from closing, and went in her house while his partner was over there searching to see if there was somebody around the car or anything, because the car was suspicious, allegedly, to them.
Grayson hadn't activated his own yet.
All right. You doing all right mentally?
Yes.
Sure?
My medicine.
All right. Okay.
I love y'all. Thank y'all.
All right.
When he asked her, "Are you doing all right mentally?" she said, "Yes, I took my medication and stuff." So he knew that she suffered from mental problems. So why escalate this? Why escalate the situation? Because in the video, you could obviously see, even though it wasn't his body cam, you could obviously see he provoked the situation. He provoked it. And I want y'all to go look up your laws. Go look it up. Can you defend yourself against a police officer when he's in your house threatening you? I suggest a lot of people get cameras because, it's kind of hard. It's going to be your word against the police officer. But if you got, cameras around you and you feel safe, listen, man, you can. Don't kill him. Just disarm him. But it's kind of hard, right? These cops are kind of trigger happy. How do you defend yourself against a cop that's trigger happy already? That's willing to shoot you in the face. No questions asked. No time to explain. No nothing. How? How do you defend yourself?
As Grayson's partner checked out the rest of the small house, Grayson noticed a pot of water on the stove and told Massey to turn it off, making a comment about not needing a fire while they were there.
You all right mentally?
Yes.
Sure?
My medicine and stuff.
All right. Okay.
I love y'all. Thank y'all.
All right.
See, he was supposed to leave. He's supposed to leave.
Next was chaotic. Massey picked up the pot, causing the officers to back away. Massey asked them where they were going, and Grayson replied that they were trying to get away from her hot, steaming water. Massey, seemingly more confused, said something about rebuking them in the name of Jesus. At this point, Grayson lost his temper. He drew his weapon and started shouting profanities, threatening to shoot her if she didn't drop the pot. In the heat of the moment, at 1:21 a.m., Grayson fired 3 shots at Massey, hitting her in the face and K-wording her instantly.
No, that's where you got your face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No pot in her hand at that time. No pot. She had surrendered. He still shot an officer with no heart. He didn't give a fuck.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
His partner, seemingly shocked by the turn of events, mentioned going to get the first aid kit from their patrol car. But Grayson, showing a chilling lack of concern, dismissed the idea, saying it was a headshot and there was nothing they could do. Emergency medical crews and additional law enforcement units began to arrive on the scene, and at 1:47 a.m., Sonya Massey was taken to nearby HSHS St. John's Hospital emergency room. Unfortunately, she was pronounced dead upon arrival. The autopsy results, released on July 8th by Sangamon County Coroner Jim Allman, confirmed what everyone feared. Massey died from a single gunshot wound to the head, and her was officially classified as a homicide. Just 3 days later, civil rights attorney Ben Crump announced that he had been retained by the Massey family, signaling the start of a high-profile legal battle.
This is the worst police shooting video that I've seen. I mean, it is so senseless.
On July 17th, Sean Grayson was indicted on first-degree charges. This revelation was startling, but perhaps even more shocking were the details that emerged about Grayson's career. Records showed that Grayson had worked at 6 different law enforcement agencies in Illinois since 2020, according to the Illinois Law Enforcement Training and Standards Board.
Sean Grayson, a 30-year-old former private first class in the Army, worked for 5 different law enforcement agencies in just under 3 years before being hired by the Sangamon County Sheriff.
He started working
It wasn't suspicious to the Sangamon, however you say it, police department, that this man got fired from all these different police departments, got kicked out of the Army, had 2 DUIs. And y'all still gave him a gun, knowing that he has an alcohol problem too? His own sheriff came at him and started questioning him. Once you noticed that he lied to you during that questioning, why didn't he do something? He decided to still ignore the fact that he seen all the red flags. This motherfucker saw red flags and he thought he was at Six Flags.
Time with the Pawnee Police in August 2020, then quickly moved on to the Kincaid and Verdon Police Departments. After that, he took up full-time work with the Auburn Police, the Logan County Sheriff's Office, and finally, in May 2023, he joined the Sangamon County Sheriff's Department. Grayson's resignation letter from the Auburn Police Department, which was reviewed by CNN, didn't hint at any problems or disciplinary issues. In the letter, he wrote, "I have had nothing but a positive experience working as an officer. Unfortunately, I have chosen to move on to Logan County Sheriff's."
So running over a deer while drunk is positive. Being pissed off at your sheriff and then drinking and getting another DUI is positive.
Office. It seemed like a straightforward career move, but looking closer, things weren't so simple. Grayson's reasons for leaving the Verdon and Pawnee police departments were listed as wanting to become a full-time officer. And for the Kincaid Police Department, he cited...
Oh, and let's not forget, if y'all go check out part 1, part 2, and part 3 of my live, y'all will see that we also found out that he was a security officer in the same hospital where his fiance works. Same hospital where, apparently that same day or the day prior, Sonya Massey got discharged for whatever reason they won't give out. And they won't speak on it. As y'all can see, they go past that situation. But the son spoke on it. The mom spoke on it. The lawyer spoke on it. Right? Why did they discharge Sonya Massey from this hospital so early when she was supposed to be admitted for 30 days so that she can get the help that she needed? Something's off. Y'all not, man.
My hours were cut as the reason for leaving, according to his Auburn Police Department employment application, also reviewed by CNN. Court records painted a darker picture of Grayson's past. He had been charged with 2 DUI misdemeanor offenses in Illinois' Macoupin County, one in 2015 and another in 2016.
Grayson was charged twice with driving under the influence of alcohol in 2015 and 2016. He pleaded guilty both times.
The first incident occurred in August 2015 when Grayson's vehicle was impounded after he was charged with driving under the influence. He pleaded guilty to the charge and paid over $1,320 in fines. Another charge, accusing him of driving with a blood alcohol concentration of 0.08%, was dismissed. Just a year later, in July 2016, Grayson was charged again with DUI. He pleaded guilty once more and paid more than $2,400 in fines. His job application to the Auburn Police Department acknowledged these past DUI charges, yet he was still hired. As news of these details spread, public outcry grew. A petition calling for an investigation into why Sangamon County hired Grayson was circulated during a march and barbecue in Springfield on Monday night. Reported CNN affiliate Wix Massey's family and their lawyers demanded answers, calling for the county to investigate the decision to hire Grayson despite his arrest record and his history of bouncing between 6 departments in 4 years.
As they
Why
should.
was he even hired by the sheriff's department?
They should have fucking did something from the beginning. How he stood there almost a year, I think it was, because we're in 2024 there, even months, without that background being found. I mean, it's crazy to me. What was this sheriff thinking when he hired him? And then he refused to step down, knowing that you made this big of a mistake?
Adding to the family's distress, they alleged that the police initially tried to cover up the K-wording of Sonya Massey. The Guardian newspaper obtained audio from a call made at the scene, where a deputy falsely informed a dispatcher that Massey's wound was self-inflicted. To make matters worse, the family was initially told that she had been shot.
I'm showing y'all this because this right here is a whole recap. And I want y'all to see the recap of everything before I jump right into the Kwame Brown and Judge Joe Brown talk about Kamela Harris. So pay attention to everything that's being said, because it's crazy. Like I told y'all, I'm gonna hold on until there's more out there, because like I was told the trial was already out there. I was, the link to the him being in jail was sent to me, but I can't find the trial. I could find a whole bunch of links to him being locked up, the conversation and stuff like that, but they still cover up majority of that conversation. I left the link in the chat for those that are wondering, and it's also in the description box down below if y'all want to hear what happened when Officer Grayson got locked up. This whole case is crazy. Something's missing, and once again, until I don't find out more, I'm not going to speak on it, because I want to be for sure, of everything that I'm saying. So right now, we only got bits and pieces still. The only update is him being in that jail cell, and knowing that right here on this little piece right here of this video, y'all can see that a lot of it's turning out, it could be a possibility that he is part of a gang that belongs to the police department.
by a neighbor. These misleading pieces of information only added to the already intense grief and confusion experienced by Massey's loved ones.
Under the impression that a prowler had broke in and killed my baby. Never did they say there was a deputy involved shooting until my brother read it on the internet.
But the troubling aspects of this case don't stop there. Beyond Sean Grayson's problematic history with job hopping and DUIs, another disturbing detail caught the public's attention: his tattoo. The tattoo in question bore a striking resemblance to those commonly associated with police gangs. For many, this revelation was both shocking and unsettling, but for others familiar with law enforcement culture.
So it kind of leads me to question, did he get kicked out of these forces, or was he going from place to place to see, to cause chaos? Let's put it like that. I mean, it's just a question,
It was a grim reminder of a darker reality. Yes, you read that right. There are gangs within the police force, and they are notorious for being even more brutal and dangerous than the criminal gangs we often hear about. These police gangs operate under a code of silence, using excessive force on citizens and intimidating fellow deputies who refuse to join their ranks or condone their practices.
To me, they're punks. The people that my sons, that executed my sons.
Dead rats. They have a long history of terrorizing and even community members, and their actions often go unchecked due to the pervasive culture of cover-ups and protectionism within law enforcement agencies. Now, the journalist who brought all this to light is Cerise Castle. Her journey into this dark side of the police force started with the George Floyd case in 2020. She was working for a local radio station in Los Angeles, covering the protests that were happening around the world. While she was out taking photos of the protesters, 2 cars filled with police officers in riot gear arrived at the scene and began shooting people with less lethal munitions.
I was out covering the George Floyd rallies that were happening across the country, across the world. While I was doing that, 2 cars with police officers on them in riot gear rolled into the area where people had gathered.
Despite identifying
See, now once again, and I'm gonna keep asking the question every time I speak on a case like this: what can we do about happy trigger cops? What differences can we make as we the people? What can we go up to these mayors, lawyers, and senators and say to them to make a difference? Can we come together right now and actually try to pass some bills and some laws, try to get the system back on track, do something with these happy trigger cops? I mean, it's up to us. We can make a difference, but a lot of us choose not to, while some of us choose to fight.
Identifying herself as press, Cerise was still shot, resulting in injuries that landed her in the hospital.
Although I identified myself as press, I was shot, and the resulting injuries landed me in the hospital.
While she was bedridden, Cerise started digging into the history of these gangs within the sheriff's department, and what she found was shocking. The existence of these police gangs dates back at least 50 years. So yeah, it's real.
Researching the history of the gangs in the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and I found out that this dates back at least 50 years.
Now, starting off the list of these notorious deputy gangs within the LASD is a group called the Bandidos, known for their operations out of the East Los Angeles station. This group isn't your average bunch of law enforcers. They've got a whole different vibe going on. Members of the Bandidos can be recognized by a unique tattoo each of them sports on their leg. Picture this: a tattoo depicting a skeleton with a prominent mustache, decked out in a sombrero and bandolier, brandishing a pistol. This isn't just any tattoo, it's sequentially numbered, marking each member distinctly within their ranks. The Bandidos aren't just a club. They operate with all the trappings of a traditional street gang. They use nicknames or monikers for each other and even have a specific style they rock when off duty. And yes, they speak in gang slang too. Senior members are referred to as OGs, and they talk about getting the lowdown as if they were still on the yard, a phrase straight out of the prison gang handbook. Leadership within the Bandidos is serious business.
It's crazy. I never really understood why they said, growing up, I used to hear that phrase, the cops, the CIA, the FBI, and all of them are the biggest gang leaders out here. I'm like, wait, what? How is it the biggest gang? if, you know, they're supposed to serve and protect. And as I got older, you know, I started seeing a lot of stuff. But doing my research on this, I cannot believe that, you know, I mean, I know about the KKK, but it's crazy how deep it has infiltrated. Like, you would think that, damn, but no, even in the police department, yep. That's why it's so much bullshit out here. Like, so let me play this, right? Because, you know, I've gotten strikes before. So give me 1 second, guys. I have to play a disclaimer a lot on my videos because I show a lot. Listen, man, I'm here. I'm ready to show and leak everything, man. We need to wake up. It's up to you on what you do with what I put out here. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Fair use allows limited use of copyrighted material without permission from the copyright holder for purposes such as criticism, parody, news reporting, research, and scholarships and teaching. Disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed on this video or any video, including the Writers for Life Brings You to Let's Talk About It podcast, do not reflects on the opinions of your shorty Racheal and the members of the Writer for Life podcast. Everything we talk about is allegedly and is our opinion. Our videos are not recommended for minors. Everything we talk about and do is meant for educational purposes and also entertainment. Please keep in mind that the majority of our videos are for educational purposes only. This world is crazy. I would say shady. Ironic, right? Nowadays, you can't trust no one. When you do, niggas be having their panties all in a bunch, thinking that they own one. Saying the things that you accomplished in life is theirs and that you owe them one. So let's get back onto it. And for those of y'all that didn't know, hey, let me get this. I'm gonna press play and I'm gonna leave the link in the chat for y'all, whoever wants to watch this video, and I'm gonna also leave it in the description box down below.
Ones in charge call themselves shot callers, a term that screams authority and is borrowed straight from the leaders of prison gangs. It's these shot callers who orchestrate the group's activities, especially when it comes to recruitment. They target young Latino deputies, bringing them in as prospects. These prospects aren't just members in training. They act as enforcers, following the shot caller's commands to the letter. If any deputy dares to resist this forced recruitment, the gang tries to push them out, making them quit the East Los Angeles station, or as they put it, roll out. The banditos also have their own twisted version of taxing, reminiscent of how traditional criminal gangs extort money from drug dealers on their turf. But instead of money, the banditos' currency is...
Yo, it's crazy how in the police department, their gangs are almost the same as the gangs out here, but they say they're more ruthless. Why? Because they got a badge and they can get away with shit? Damn. If Trump sits here and give police officers immunity, it's curtains. Yo, because of him doing that, and I hear a lot of people questioning, I feel as though that Kamela might win on some real shit. I don't know what y'all feel and how y'all think about that. Let us shorty know. But on some real shit, I feel as though because of him doing that dumb shit, he might end up losing this election. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right.
Favors. They make the trainees cough up for expensive meals, alcohol, and even personal gifts. And it gets darker. For female trainees, this tax sometimes comes with the grotesque expectation of favors. Women who stand up to this are met with retaliation for not going along with the program. Like their street gang counterparts, some banditos don't shy away from to assert their dominance or deal with perceived threats. There have been instances where deputies were physically by banditos members, right behind the East Los Angeles station, near the Cap nightclub, or during off-training parties. A particularly brutal episode occurred at an off-training party at Kennedy Hall on September 28, 2018. Witnesses reported that 4 veteran deputies affiliated with the banditos launched a coordinated attack on several unaffiliated deputies, particularly targeting those whom the banditos didn't approve of at their station. The assault was so severe that 2 victims needed hospitalization. The aftermath was chilling. Those who reported
These are officers, police officers doing this shit, gang activity. Officers, y'all. For those of y'all that think, oh no, man, police officers can't be a part of a gang. Well, now I know why a lot of these old heads used to tell me they're the biggest gang out here.
The Kennedy Hall incident faced further vicious backlash from the bandidos, including finding dead rats placed in front of their homes, a morbid warning to stay silent. Even a female deputy who spoke out against the bandidos and filed a lawsuit found a dead rat outside her car, a stark reminder of the risks faced by those who dare to challenge the gang's authority. Next up on the list is the Buffalo Soldiers, a subgroup within the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, LASD, that was unique in its composition, being made up entirely of African-American deputies. The term Buffalo Soldier historically referred to African-American soldiers in the U.S. Army who served in segregated units under white officers from the period after the Civil War up until the military was fully racially integrated at the end of the Korean War. While the Buffalo Soldiers within the LASD have occasionally been mentioned in articles, detailed information about this group is scarce. According to one source from within the LASD, the Buffalo Soldiers formed in response to the prejudice they faced at the Century Station. This subgroup came into existence after Sheriff Lee Baca transferred 9 African-American deputies to the Century Station in
Yo, what the fuck type name they just gave that sheriff? He said Sheriff Lee Baca. I thought he said Chewbacca. Like, this shit took me back to Boy Meets World. What the fuck type name is that? Like, yo, and then he got that fucking cut. I'm dead.
in 1999. This move was intended to diversify the station and improve relations with the community. However, some deputies at the station who were resistant to this change derogatorily referred to these new deputies as Buffalo Soldiers. Instead of rejecting the label, these African-American deputies embraced it and made it their own. Despite this background, some commentators on social media who claim to be current or former LASD members have likened the Buffalo Soldiers to other notorious subgroups within the department. They suggest that the Buffalo Soldiers might be engaging in similar gang-like behaviors. However, there is no concrete evidence to support these claims. Unlike the more infamous groups like the Bandidos, there is no objective proof that the Buffalo Soldiers were involved in activities that could classify them as a deputy gang or clique. Next up is...
So they can't even verify that the Buffaloes are part of a gang yet at all. I'm about to look them up and do my research on all of these, yo. What y'all think?
The Executioners, a deputy gang that operates out of the Compton station. Members of the Executioners can be identified by a distinctive tattoo on their leg, which is sequentially numbered. The tattoo depicts a skull wearing a Nazi helmet with CPT on the front and a rifle encircled by flames. This gang's reputation is notorious, and their actions have brought a lot of heat onto the LASD. One of the most infamous incidents involving the Executioners occurred on August 25, 2016. Samuel Aldama, a sheriff's deputy from the Compton station who had an executioner's tattoo, and his partner fatally shot Donta Taylor, an African-American man walking on the sidewalk dressed in red. Both deputies claimed they saw a gun in Taylor's waistband, but no gun was ever found. Taylor's family filed a civil rights lawsuit, alleging that the deputies used excessive force unconstitutionally. During a deposition on May 16, 2018.
That's crazy. So what's crazy is, right, listening to this carefully, putting 2 and 2 together, could all the officers they use excessive force be a part of a gang? I mean, I'm just asking a question. I'm not saying they are. All this I'm saying is allegedly, right? This is all allegedly. We're not there. We're hearing, we're learning, right? Each one teach one. Damn.
Aldama admitted that he harbored ill will against African Americans, although he quickly backtracked, claiming he didn't understand the question. Aldama also revealed that he got his executioner's tattoo 2 months before the shooting, and that up to 20 other deputies had the same tattoo. When a judge ordered the disclosure of other deputies with matching executioner's tattoos, the county settled the lawsuit for $7 million.
Wouldn't that be snitching amongst your gang members? Is this officer still alive? Because that's snitching, right? Oh shit, he just gave up the whole enchilada.
The plaintiff's attorney believed the large settlement was an attempt to avoid releasing the names of more executioners members. Austraberto Gonzalez, a deputy at the Compton station, provided further insight into the gang's operations in a recent deposition. He described the executioners as a gang that dominates the station and has other deputies. The executioners do not admit African Americans or women into their ranks. According to Gonzalez, the executioners would celebrate at bars, events referred to as 998 parties or 998 debriefs, after a deputy shot someone. The deputy involved in the shooting would then receive an executioner's tattoo as a mark of their deed. The path to becoming an executioner is intense and dangerous. Deputies aspiring to join the gang are known as prospects. These prospects have to chase ink by becoming extremely aggressive on the streets to prove they are worthy of wearing the executioner's tattoo. This often involves escalating situations unnecessarily to show off their toughness. In some cases, both prospects and fully inked members have been known to file false reports, claiming they saw someone with a gun as a pretext for arresting or using force against a suspect. These fabricated reports are known as ghost gun reports. These are just a few examples, as there are many more police gangs out there. Sonya Massey's case is incredibly unfortunate, and we can only hope that justice is served.
That's a fact. Sonya Massey's case is crazy. Ooh, hey, husband. Hey, baby daddy. So, listen, man. Sonya Massey's case is real crazy. It's confusing. It gets you lost, but I wanted to show you why. Like, once again, I didn't want to just say it feels like it's the Kenneka Jenkins case, like the Kenneka Jenkins case all over again. And, leave y'all wondering why. No, this is why. Because I'm sitting here trying to figure out and putting two together. But even though there's a piece to that puzzle missing, I was asking myself a question. What made this officer just shoot her? Didn't give her time to ask, to explain or to make anything right. Like, he just pulled out his pistol. Like, he set her up. He made the scenario happen. This woman surrendered, and he still pulled that trigger. He still pulled it. There was a whole nother way that he could have dealt with this situation. Like, hopefully they don't let him off easy. I don't know what y'all think is going to happen, in the trial. I'm still trying to get the videos to the trial. Hopefully they don't let him off easy, because they do that a lot. Like, this man deserves life behind prison. There's nothing in this world. Like, yo, the pot was empty. Go to part 1 and y'all will see why I keep saying it. And if y'all have someone that y'all love that has, mental health issues like this, speak up, stand up, go to these meetings that they be having. Like, shit, today there's going to have they're going to have a little event where they're going to have, it's like a little event today they're going to have, right? And it's going to be around here on Esperanza. And it's from 5, I think, to 10, if I'm not mistaken. And they're going to bring a comedian there to talk, but basically it's going to be talking about the elections and all that. So they're going to be having people in there talking about the elections. I'm not sure what senators is going to be there, if the mayor is going to be there or not, but I know there's going to be a couple of people up there. We're going to be speaking on the elections and stuff. If I can go live on it, I'm going to go live. If not, I'm going to record it and upload it. But hopefully I can make that by 5 shit. But let's see what happens later on. So I got to make sure that it's today and not tomorrow or next weekend. But I'm going to check on that. But I know that we're having that event happening, and we're going to actually speak about what we want done when it comes to these laws and stuff like that. That's why I try not to miss these meetings at all, yo. But my condolences go out to the Sonya Massey family. I don't know if this is a distraction, like a lot of people are saying. Could it be? Yes, maybe. I don't know. Did somebody lose their life? Apparently, it looks like somebody lost their life. Like, this is something that we need to take serious. We need to go and speak to these mayors, these mayors and these senators and stuff like that, y'all. We can't stay shut. Y'all want to make a difference? Speak up. Like, once again, my condolences go out to Sonya Massey, her family. Hopefully she gets full justice for this. And I mean full justice, not just for her, but for every other person that has been, whose life has been forsaken out here. Say her name loud and clear. Let this case be the beacon of light that could help solve other cases. Say her name, loud and clear, so they'll never forget it. Sonya Massey. Anywhere where fear runs deep, heavy trigger cops don't think, they just leap over a pot of boiling water. Such a shame, a coward in blue playing a deadly game. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. A life taken too soon for what crime? Just a pot of water bubbling over time. No chance to explain or make it right. In the blink of an eye, plunged into eternal night. The headlights scream of injustice and pain as we mourn another life lost in vain. The system broken, hearts shattered apart by those who should protect with courage, not dark. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. In a world so unjust, Sonya Massey lost her life. Blame thrown left and right, but just to show ignite. Say her name loud and clear, let the truth be near. In the shadows of deceit, her memory we hold dear. Amidst the darkness and lies that cloud her fate. A victim of cruelty and a cruel twist of hate. Whispers of the injustice echo through the night. Sonya's spirit lingers, demanding what is right. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. In the shadows of the night, Sonya stood tall. I rebuke you, in the name of Jesus she called. The officer's eyes filled with venomous spite as he dared her. And I rebuke you in the dim moonlight. Sonya pleaded for mercy on bended knees. I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice filled with plea. But the officer's words cut through like a knife. A crazy bitch she spat with hatred and strife. With courage in her heart, Sonya spoke clear and bold. Her name echoed loud as the story unfolds. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the heavy trigger hitter. In the darkness of despair, a cry for help was in the air. Sonya Massey, just 36, her mental health in need of fix. But a heartless cop's cruel hand ended her life without a care. Say her name loud and clear, let it echo far and near. Justice must be served, for Sonya's unfairly taken. May her story be a beacon, shining light on lives forsaken. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the happy trigger hitter. We lift our voices high to honor Sonya's name in the sky. Let it hover over their heads as a reminder of the cost of neglecting those in need and the lives that have been lost. Once a star in the court, now seeking peace. But the world only sees fame, not the man beneath. Kwame Brown just wants a normal life, yet his fast falls causing strife. Media scrutiny, public eyes, never let him escape the ties. Yearning for understanding and empathy, but all they see is a celebrity. A man with dreams beyond the spotlight's glare, just hoping for some passion to share. Kwame Brown seeks to break free from his past, to be seen as a person at last. Judge Joe Brown, he's not a joke. In the courtroom, he lays down the law with a poke. Wearing his robe, he's a sight to see. 10 toes down, he's as tough as can be. No holding back, he'll tell you straight. Don't mess with him, or it'll be your fate. He's not afraid to speak his mind, challenging those above. He's one of a kind. So watch out when Judge Joe Brown's in town. He's not playing games, he'll shut you down. Two brothers on the panel, so wise and so bright. One full of questions, the other with insight. The elder with wisdom, fighting the system with might. Brown boys bringing awareness, shining so bright. Knowledge and the answers they share with such grace. Tackling the issues in this crazy rat race. Their words are like music, a sweet embrace. So let's listen closely to what they have to say. For their words are like gold, shining bright as day. The Brown boys are here to show us the way. Let's follow their lead and make the world okay. So here's to the brothers so great and so true. Thank you for all that you do. We appreciate you. Keep spreading your message like morning dew. The world needs more like you, that much is true. Judge Joe Brown speaking truth. Kamela Harris under the roof. No president for us, that's the real booth. Raw and uncut, hear him speak. Keeping it real, no critique. For we the people, a leader they seek. Shorty has no power, truth we must speak. Ready to hear Judge Joe Brown's take about Kamela Harris, no mistake. Unveiling the lies for our sake. No president yet, for our nation's sake. Oh shit. All right. My bad. All right, so I didn't get to watch this live yet. So I was watching it earlier. I paused it right here when Judge Joe Brown starts talking. All right. So I'm gonna react to this live with y'all. I mean, a lot of people talk to me about it, so I wanted to see, what Judge Joe Brown said about Kamela Harris, y'all. And I know that, he went in on her, yo. I swear to God. Knowing Judge Joe Brown, he went in on her. So let's react to this. Let's review this video. Shout out to Kwame Brown. Kwame, don't strike a shorty. Don't strike a shorty. Please don't strike a shorty. All right. So let's hear what Judge Joe Brown has to say. I have another video set up of him speaking not just on Kamela Harris, but on the Sonya Massey. So that's gonna be for another live. Like I said, open panels. You saw the panel. I missed this live, yo. I really missed it. So we're gonna react to it. Hold on one second. Hold on. Before I react to the video, let's check out what Young Riaz has to say. Give me 1 second.
Hey, what up?
Blessings, Young Riaz. How you doing?
I'm doing good though. One of the videos you were talking about, I saw that though. I've seen the ones on Out of Dialogue, the interviews that he did though. I've seen that. Went in hard though.
Which one?
The one that you're talking about, the one about Kamela, and the other Out of Dialogue interviews that Judge Joe Brown did. I saw them.
Yeah. So I'm gonna review and react to them, Jones, because like I said, Judge Joe Brown, man. Listen, if y'all think that he's crazy, this man is not crazy. I don't know if he's still running for mayor. I think he is. So listen, man, like I told people, if he was running for president, I will vote for him. I would definitely vote for him. But I don't think he's president. So yeah, like I said, like a lot of people said that this was a great live between Kwame Brown and Judge Joe Brown. I didn't get to see it, so we're gonna react to it. We're gonna review and we're gonna react to this John today. So you got something else to say, Riaz?
I mean, pretty much he kind of cool though. Actually, yeah, I kind of understand now, like what he was saying when I saw the Art of Dialogue interviews and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Art of Dialogues have really good interviews though when they do that.
That's why, listen, man, I gotta go react to them Jones and I gotta watch them because I know he said something that we don't know.
Yeah, I don't view him as crazy. I just view him as a person who's just very honest about how he feels and whatever he's thinking. No, I just view him as that though.
Facts. And that's how I see him too. And that's what I love about him, that he's raw and uncut and he'll tell you how it is. So I'm about to get this John started. Hold on 1 second. Shout out to Young Riaz. Thank you, Riaz, for talking to a shorty. I'm about to press play on this John. All right, y'all. And if y'all got anything to say about the president, anything about Kamela, anything that has to do with the politics, y'all more than welcome. Y'all can come up, talk to a shorty, about the Sonya Massey case if y'all wish to. These are open panels. It's no judgments over here. No, bringing down nobody. We're here to bring awareness, to bring the news, nothing more, nothing less, and to bring solutions to the table. That's it. All right, so let's get this John started.
That song became a classic on the internet because he edited up some of the things that you said about Kamala Harris that now people are bringing back up about Mr. Brown that she allegedly was with, the senator, what's his name? Something Brown.
Oh, you're talking about the mayor of San Francisco, Willie Brown.
Yeah, she got her start from Willie Brown, and a lot of people have been speaking about some of the things that you brought to the internet that infamous day.
Yeah, well, it's like this.
Oh, shit. So Judge Joe Brown said that Kamala Harris was the ultimate showgirl in her days. Oh, shit. Let me find out. Y'all know what the ultimate showgirl means? Ooh, she got down. So she got her come up by being, triple X. Let me find out. Oh shit.
Wait, so basically being freaky.
Oh, we got to go support the sister. We can get a black woman in the white. No, you're not getting one. Her daddy says his entire background is either Caucasian Irish or Caucasian Hindu. His Irish ancestors owned a bunch of slaves, and none of his ancestors were slaves. He has a grandmother who is a dark-skinned Hindu who was a house servant. So where does Kamala get her black ancestry since her mother is classified as a Caucasian Tamil Hindu Brahmin caste person?
Oh,
they're
shit.
dark-skinned, but they're known anthropologically as Indo-Aryans, I-N-D-O hyphen. Same word that the Nazis used to talk about the blonde-haired
I
blue.
get it though.
Go ahead.
Wait, I think that when he mentions the Indo-Aryans, they're also known as the Persians because you know why they call the Aryans though? You know why they call them Aryans though?
I don't know the full story, so I'm not gonna say I know.
No, because some people just consider the Persians Aryans though. So when you say Indo-Aryans, they're the Indo-Persian people. I know because I'm pretty much classed as that. You know, basically the Pakistan backstory and stuff like that. The Persian Empire, right? First, what they did is they came over to India and they ruled over and pieces. So wherever she's from, wherever I'm from, basically, that's how it is.
Okay,
All right, hold
okay.
on.
Shout out to Riaz. I didn't even know that, but see, I know some stuff, but I know it separately. I haven't, connected the dots yet on a lot of stuff. See, I keep telling people, like, I don't know everything. I'm not perfect. I'm beyond perfect. I'm still learning. So at the end of the day, listen, man, I try to watch what I say and I get as much as research as I can before I speak on some real shit. Damn, Riaz, shout out. Thank you, Riaz. I didn't even know that part. So shout out to Riaz, y'all.
An Irish or Caucasian Hindu. His Irish ancestors owned a bunch of slaves, and none of his ancestors were slaves. He has a grandmother who is a dark-skinned Hindu who was a house servant. So where does Kamala get her black ancestry since her mother is classified as a Caucasian Tamil Hindu Brahmin caste person? They're dark-skinned, but they're known anthropologically as Indo-Aryans, I-N-D-O hyphen, same word that the Nazis used to talk
Basically what Riaz just explained for those of y'all that don't understand, all right?
about the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryan supermen from the far north. It was a lie told very long, very loudly, and a lot of people believe it. They still
but
do.
also
Aryan
not all
Nation, Aryan Brotherhood, and
what you call. Oh, I was just gonna say, not all Persians were like what you were describing. Yes, they are like that, but not all Persians were like that. There were darker skinned Persians as well, and pretty much my ancestors were probably like that. Because you know what, I say I'm an Indo-Persian because I know I'm not the original people of that land. Even though they lived on the land, they bred with the. Even though they lived on the land, they owned it in a way, but they're not. They're just basically descendants or basically interbred people who were on that land, but they own it.
Facts. That's true.
Yeah, that is true because the Indians don't have mixed with many people. That's why you have Indo-Persian, Indo-Turkish, Indo-this, that. That's why you have so many different Indians bred with so many people.
But I know why Judge O'Brien is saying all this because basically it's like Trump was saying, right? It's like Kamala has a difficulty trying to figure out what she is, where she comes from.
I can understand that because
she's
I've even go through that sometimes though. I can understand it because I don't agree with that, but I'm saying when you explain it like that, for me, I can understand personally, to me, right? I can understand that. Understanding who I am though. Because basically right, I'm being born in the West, but at the same time I have a culture and everything like that. But then also you don't know where you fit. Because sometimes one side or the other will say you're not either you're not too much of this or you're not too much of that, so you don't know who you are. I can
but it's
understand that.
between you and Kamala. You can admit to that. Kamila's been in politics for years. This is not something to take as a game and play around with. and especially with the stuff that she's doing. So, like, you know, I understand why Judge Joe Brown is bringing it up and saying stuff. So, like, I don't
Yeah,
really
I
disagree
can
with him,
agree
even
with
though you're
you
speaking.
and what he says too. That's
Yeah.
why I agree though. I can understand what he was saying. So what he's describing, I can understand that though.
So it's kind of like people need to really do their research before they start, because they did the same thing with Biden. They didn't know his background a lot, and when people was telling them about it, people were saying, "Oh, you crazy," until the video started surfacing. So it's election
Mhm.
time, right? So a lot of
Yeah, I
people.
also know as well. You know what basic is, well, you know what the Persians what they also did, they brought like I think which I'm not the Kianis are basically from Canaan and stuff like that. They brought basically my faith to India though, because my ancestors though, right, they were Hindus who converted over. That's why you have this faith I've got in my family for generations, because they're converts of that faith, and then they eventually bred people who were born from that, though. So I can understand. I admit that that's the difference between me and her. I at least know this. I know the truth and everything about myself, though. This is more I want to know. I can
Yeah,
understand that.
you're supposed to, because you know you don't want to get here. You don't want to sit here and get played, and that's the reason why we bringing this all out here. Like it's too much manipulation through the media, too much brainwashing through a lot of stuff. Like
Also,
people not
Indian
getting it.
those are concerning for me and people like me as well. But since you're Pakistanis and stuff like that, she's Indian though, and India and Pakistan are going at each other for a long time. So I don't know, like if she get elected though, where her loyalty goes though, she gonna be neutral
It
or
doesn't
she
matter
gonna
where
go
you.
against them?
Yeah, so it
No, I
doesn't really
get
matter
it.
where you're from, because there's a lot of people from a lot of countries that are good. You see where I'm coming from? But
Of
there's a lot
course.
of people that want to sit here and still follow that. How can I say it? I want to rule the world type shit, or I want to bring this down. Like, is you for us or is you against us? It's the whole point.
Of course,
So
of
with
course. I'm just
Kamala,
saying that's why I should be concerned in a way.
because
I'm
you love
getting
her
what you're
more.
saying. What I'm saying is though, you know, I know about me. I get that though. And I'm not disagreeing with that. All I'm saying to me is that's like one of the reasons for me to be concerned. That's why I'm not for her. I don't claim her.
I don't claim her. Riaz is funny as shit. But let's keep listening to Judge Joe Brown. Riaz is spitting some gems on this, John. So I hope y'all listening to young Riaz. Like, don't let it go over y'all heads. Like, you know, pay attention, because he's really, you know, he broke down kind of what Judge Joe Brown said. And if y'all don't know about the Aryans and all that, Riaz speaks about it a lot. So shout out to young Riaz.
Yeah.
Let's keep
Oh,
listening.
you're
Thank
welcome though. But also for people though, for basics and simple terms though, for people to know who the Aryans were, they're called the Persians. So we'll just say the Persians because that's
you.
what
Thank you.
mostly everyone knows them as.
That's a fact. All right, let's listen to what Judge Joe Brown has to
Okay.
say. Boom boom.
Anthropologically is Indo-Aryans, INDO hyphen, same word that the Nazis used to talk about the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryan supermen from the far north. It was a lie told very long, very loudly, and a lot of people believed it. They still do. Aryan Nation, Aryan Brotherhood, the neo-Nazis. But Aryans look exactly like Kamala Harris. They're swarthy, dark-haired, dark-eyed, and they're classified as Caucasian. So she's got a Caucasian mother, Caucasian dad. Where the hell does she come in being black? And even if her great-grandmother was part black, that's still not enough to make her black in America. She'd still be a typical white person. You want to see what the deal is? If you're white and black, do they call you white? No. They call you black, or that other N word. If
Oh
you
shit.
are
He's
Chinese and black, they don't call you
Yeah,
Chinese,
pause that,
they
pause that,
call
pause
you
that.
black.
She be
But
classified
she's
as an
supposed to
Asian.
be Hindu.
That's fact. If you're Chinese and black, they don't classify you as Chinese here in America. They'll classify you as black.
Yeah, that
You're
is true
Puerto
though. But I'm
Rican.
saying
If
I
you're
know what to
Puerto Rican here in
classify her as.
America, like that, you know how they got the Hispanic and then they got the black. A lot of people are able to put black because there are black Puerto Ricans, literally. Like people like, are ignorant to the facts. Like they don't know them parts. I'm sitting here, I'm like, yo, listen, man, I know where my roots come from. I know why I have I have a chocolate daughter, I have a caramel son, and I have a vanilla ice son. I know why I have all three colors because of my roots.
Of course, just like me. Anyways, I'm basically caramel. My dad's caramel. His dad and stuff like that. My mom's basically lightish though. She's kind of yellowish, basically. So I don't know which part.
You sound like my
Which one's
daughter. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. My
No,
daughter's
that's
like,
cool.
Mom,
Embrace
sometimes
it.
you're yellow, sometimes you're white. I'm like, wait, what? She's like, I
Of course,
don't
I'm
know. You're
sometimes
like brown
yellow as well.
sometimes. I'm like, baby, because the sun hits me, so my skin darkens. I was really dark
That's
when I
the
was
same with
young.
me, trust me. When I was younger, when I was younger, right, a long time ago, first when I was in UK, long time ago, I was very light. Then when I went over to Saudi, I became more darker. Then I came here, I'm still the same, but basically I'm a mix between the both, but I'm always brown. So I'm classified as brown, but the government, if they put me under a race, they'll say I'm Asian because India and Pakistan are all under the South Asian,
Umbrella.
South Asia. Because, it's like a region in Asia, though.
Yeah,
So
that's
they'll
why I say like
classify
an
me.
umbrella. It's like an umbrella. It's all under the same roof.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I know the truth and stuff like that, that basically the original people of that land are totally different people. That's why I say I'm a mix of a lot of things. And I say I'm Indo-Persian people because I know that because them people, they bred with the Persians though, because the Persians came in to take over, but the Persians knew they could not take over the whole of India though. They could not rule them though. They could just come over and basically rule over certain lands or basically make like some kind of influence in the land though. They tried to take over, but they were defeated.
Listen, man, we got to look at our history. I love history, but let's keep listening to
Same.
what Judge Joe Brown has to say. And wait, I didn't want to remove you from there. Go back up there. What you doing? No. Hold on one second. All right, so I gotta make it a little smaller.
Hindu and black, and what do they call her in her own community? Hindu. So yeah, she's lying. She went all through California, being district attorney of San Francisco, that Willie Brown.
Hey,
Hindu.
what's going on?
Then she became Attorney General for California, the first Hindu Asian DA, and then she became Senator from California after Soros.
Wait, they said she was wait. In California, they said she was Hindu what?
Asian. That's classified as Asian. Hindu. That's from India. So she was an Asian Hindu all through California. Now she's black. She went to Howard. Yes. She's an AKA. Yes. But that doesn't make her black. She grew up in Canada. Her yearbook that you can find online if you want to go spend the
That
time
doesn't make her
looking it up,
Canadian.
which she published when
Yeah,
she was
and she don't have the genetics as well, though, to prove that, though. Even if you say she isn't, even if you got the family like that, though, don't mean though she's like that because she don't have the genetics. That's why I can't say that though, because I don't have I may be, brown and I may have the melanated genes though, but I don't have, some of the other genetics, the hair genetics and other things like that, man. Just being honest though. That's why I say I'm not.
That's a fact. At least
I
you're being
know that.
real.
Of course.
It's crazy. Like people are, saying that she's Canadian. No, she grew up in Canada. Don't make her Canadian. Like that's what's crazy.
I lived in Saudi. My sister was born in Saudi Arabia, but that doesn't make her Saudi. You know, Saudis don't consider us, when we go over there, they don't give us what you call it, citizenship, because you have to marry a Saudi or be born in the country itself, though. Like, literally, I'm from Saudi lineage and stuff like that. So you have to marry a Saudi or be born there, literally. So, that's
Listen,
why you
man.
don't get citizenship.
It's like me, right? I was born in the Caribbean. I was born in the island. I was born in Puerto Rico, right? But just because I was born in Puerto Rico, I don't call myself Puerto Rican. That don't mean that I'm denying that I come from the Caribbean. You know what I am? I claim what my grandparents were, Tainos. Like growing up, I used to hear that the Tainos were extinct until I started doing my own research. Guess what? Tainos are still out there.
Of
They
course,
out
of
in
course.
Jamaica, they out in Brazil, they out in Nigeria, they're out in Mexico, they out in Colombia, Cuba, Puerto Rico, everywhere. They out there. Haiti. Tainos are still there. So I don't know why a lot of people, as I was growing up, was, coming up with the conclusion that Tainos were extinct. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, how? Like, how was it? Oh, allegedly that they killed the last Taino in the early 18 or 19 somethings. I'm like, wait, that's
Oh,
not
wow.
possible. Because how is it that we still got people that are from Puerto Rico claiming to be from this tribe or that tribe? But now that I'm older, I put two and two together. We
Of
gotta
course,
do our
of
own
course.
research. So for
Of
people that be
course,
like,
just like
oh,
me, anyways. Though, ethnically, for where I'm from in Pakistan, I'm not born there, but I'm basically in the Punjab or Punjabi area. But basically, some of the Punjabis basically became, Indo-Persians, though, right? So for me, I'm from there's a dynasty in Persia or Iran now that they're called Canaan, right? And basically, those same people went over because they wanted, to come over, right? They just wanted to spread. So they came over and basically bred with the locals. And that's why you have Punjabis who are either from a Persian or Arab ancestry. My family falls under the Persian ancestry. That's why they say that's what the Pakistan is. Also breaking it down as well, because the word Pak means pure and Stan means land. And Pakistan means land of the pure and spiritual.
so that's what I'm saying. Like, but Camilla has a problem trying to figure out where she want to be. I don't have a problem. I know my roots. So when motherfuckers be like, "Oh, you ain't black," I'm sitting here. I'm like, look, listen. They consider me black. My roots look all the way back. I consider myself a Taino. I know I'm not a crayon.
Mm-hmm.
We brown, just different shades of brown. When you go to Jamaica, when you go to Africa, when you go to Haiti, when you go to Nigeria, when you go to all them places, what are they? Different shades of brown. You got
Of course,
dark
that's
brown,
just like
light
me
brown, fudge.
saying.
Like, man, let's keep going.
Of course, that's
Fudge,
even in Asia as
caramel,
well.
shit. Like, we got so many shades of brown
So
that
many places in Asia. So many places in Asia. You got people who are brown in Asia, just like me anyway. So because some of the Indians that either they're either light or they're dark. And for me, I'm basically brownish. So basically, the word brown technically doesn't exist. Though it's basically like a mixture of, it's kind of black. But I'm not saying I'm black. Though. I'm just basic. You know what I mean, though, right? That technically doesn't exist. In a technical term, it don't exist, but it does.
But on my term, I could say here, I was like, yo, man, when you look at my family, we all different shades of brown. We got dark brown, light brown, caramel brown. Like, listen, man, it's different shades. And then you got the white side on some real shit. And my family is so mixed that it's not a joke. So, like I tell people, I'm stuck in the middle, whether they like it or not. And then I got a lot of family that I'm learning from. I'm saying here, I'm like, yo, they pure Haitians, pure Haitians. So I'm not going to sit here and deny my roots. When I learned where I came from, that's what I am, a Taino.
Yeah, I agree though. Because for me, when I was a child, I denied my own heritage and roots and stuff. It's not because I did not want to believe it. It's just really hard. Because when you live in one place your whole life and you make yourself get used to that for your entire life, basically when someone tells you who you really are, it's gonna be really hard to admit that. And when the older I got, is the moment I understood everything, man. Because that's just how it is. It's hard to believe it. I can understand why some American people, when they find out where they come from, they will deny it immediately, say, oh, I'm just American only. I can understand why.
Listen, man, I was raised in Philadelphia. I keep telling people I'm from Philly. I know where I was born. I don't deny the place I was born. I was born in the damn islands, but I was brought here as a baby. And I mean a baby straight out the womb. My mama had me, got pregnant. Shit, as soon as she had me, I was a couple months old. I was on that plane with her over here.
Oh,
She
okay.
had my brother here in the United States, and I've been here since. I've never left. The one time I went to Puerto Rico was to bury the father of my two kids. That was the first time and last time because I saw a lot of racism amongst the people in there. Because I'm sitting here, I'm looking like, yo, is y'all really sitting here like his own family? What? Like, y'all, oh, is you sure that's Berwin's? He's too dark to be Berwin's. He's too dark to be Berwin's.
Wow.
Looking at everybody like, wait a minute. I sat here, I'm like, I know that my baby pops is white as hell, right? I know he came straight from the island. He came straight from Puerto Rico, right? My son looks just like him. Just a darker complexion, curly hair. His hair was really, really curly. My son's hair is really, really curly. Curlier than his. But y'all want to sit here and say, are you sure if that's his? Okay. My baby pops is white, right? I get it. His complexion is white. But his father is darker than fucking charcoal. And y'all surprised that my son came out with the complexion that he came out, and then knowing that my father is brown. He's not as dark as my baby pop's father, but he's a real dark brown. That's where I get my complexion in. And I'm stuck in the middle of my mom and my dad. So like I keep telling people, man, y'all keep going by that color shit without fucking knowing y'all history. Y'all don't know what people really are. I've seen people white as shit and come to find out, I'm like, oh shit, you mixed? They be like, yeah. And they white. I know one in person. I met a couple people. I'm like, yo, I really thought that they was white. I mean, I didn't think ever that they could be Hispanic or black. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. And I didn't ask. They told themselves. They like, yo, I'm mixed. You know, I got a black mom and I got a white dad, or I got a black dad and a white mom. And I'm sitting here like, oh shit. Like, come on, man. Like, there's Puerto Ricans that have kids that are white as hell, no color, white, pale, and you ain't even fucking know it. But what are they? What are their roots? If they're a Taino, what is in their blood? Haitian, Jamaican, right? Come on. Haitian, Jamaican, and African blood. What is a Taino? A Taino is an Arawak. Oh wait, where Ria's go? I think Ria's dropped. But yeah, we need to start learning our roots. We really need to start learning our roots. Blessings, realists. I didn't know if I said blessings to realists, but blessings to everybody in the chat. Ria spit some gems. If y'all haven't Ria's, leave your link in the chat, yo. You and Mod, leave your link, yo. But Riaz does hop on a lot of panels, and if y'all listen to Riaz, he spits a lot of gems. So pay attention when Riaz does talk. Like, you know, he does speak a lot about his heritage. He's proud of it. But, you know, pay attention. So let's get back onto what Judge Joe Brown was saying. But yeah, I understand everything. I understand why he's saying everything that he's saying about Kamela Harris. Oh shit. It's not up there, it's over here. My bad.
Had some things going on in California. It says she went from kindergarten through 12th grade in Canada. She lied about being bused in elementary school because she never went to elementary school in San Francisco. She was born in the same hospital in the same 12-month period my ex-wife was, and my ex, now late mother-in-law, was a paternity nurse in the same delivery room where she was born. So yeah, she comes from that, but her mother was a Hindu, a visiting scholar, and her daddy was a visiting Hindu scholar.
I could never understand why people deny who they are and where they come from. For real. Why deny who you are and where you come from? There's no need to do that.
Also professor. So how does she become from that background? She becomes a black woman. She's not. She's a fake. She's been faking her whole damn life.
So is this symbolism towards black women because they got a bunch of
No, they
AKAs
want
saying
to
we getting a black woman?
they want to recruit mammies.
Okay.
So the whole deal in slavery, the Democratic Party invented, this methodology because they were this party of slavery. They got chartered first, second decade of the 19th century to spread and protect slavery. And they started the Civil War. They started the Klan, Jim Crow, segregation, separate but equal.
And look it up, y'all. Jim Crow is something that they have approved in a lot of cities. I mean, a lot of countries already. A lot of cities, a lot of counties. My bad. Shit. And people not paying attention to it. I posted a couple of videos speaking on the Jim Crow law. So something that they're trying to pass everywhere right now. So pay attention to y'all, to y'all surroundings. Pay attention to the current news, to what's going on around y'all. Don't just stay stuck on the celebrity gossip, y'all. Because that right there, I could really say that the celebrity stuff that's happening, right? A lot of it, I would say like 95% of that is just a distraction to distract us from what's really happening. So pay attention.
Supposedly, which didn't turn out that way. All of the racism, all of the racist sheriffs and structure that you had in the South, that was Democratic. And now they turn the same methodology that they used to tame, train, and domesticate and work Negro cattle on their plantations. They've done it so they get the same thing. It's what you do is you never ever let black men lead other black men if you can help it. Always get a black woman to do it. That was a secret that the slave masters had. So they recruit comely wenches to be bed wenches, and if they're good, they move up to the top floor. And when they get gray hair, they make them mammies and put them out to run the colored on the plantation. That's what they're doing. So they fake this. Now, when I had my show, when it first started 26 years ago, there were what I thought were two beautiful sisters on staff. One of them was quite dark. And one day when the group of us were having a staff happy hour, one of them said, "Judge, you think we're black women, don't you?" I said, "Aren't you?" She said, "No, we're Hindu." And they gave me a couple of books written by some of their fellows, two guys who had cut their hair off so you couldn't see how wavy it was, changed the way they dressed, changed their language patterns, and passed for being black, and gotten, in one case, a scholarship to medical school, or got his way paid, and the other one got paid through school, masquerading black
Wait, yeah,
Americans.
I get what
They're
he's
not.
trying to
They're
say and
Hindu.
everything
They're
like
swart.
that.
They're
Hold on,
dark
yes.
skinned.
Hold on.
And you have to understand that, because
What you say, Riaz?
I said I get what he's trying to say because I may not be the same like him in a way, but I'm very empathetic and I can understand his point of view and everything like that. And I totally get what he's saying and I agree with him. But then also like with me as well, right? I don't have more advantage and everything like that. But there's one thing though between me and Indians and stuff like that is that they have more opportunity than me. Indians are more higher than me. Because look, with the Indians, Israel, they have more opportunities than Pakistanis. That's why you see a lot of Pakistani people pushing their kids so hard because it's hard for them to get, that type of opportunity though. So when he explains it like that, Indians get more advantage.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Because you had lost me for a second.
I don't know though, but I don't know. I'm just trying to. I don't know. I'm trying to understand what he's saying though in a way.
Oh,
Because
okay,
just
okay.
because someone
Basically,
looks
no,
like
he's basically trying to say he's breaking it down for people that don't understand. So Judge Joe Brown is breaking it down, and he's just basically telling you there's no need for you to lie about who you are and where you come from. And Kamela
wait,
has done this. So basically, he's just
of
breaking
course.
her down. He's not breaking
Of course.
everybody down. He's breaking her down. The whole purpose is
Oh yeah,
about
so
Kamala Harris
oh yeah, that makes sense though. Yeah, actually though, when I was
and
gonna
all
say
the
is
crimes that
my
she has
point was
committed.
though is yeah, even on our side as well, basically on our side as well, my people as well, we just know of her and then we're just like, nope, nope, she's not. We don't claim her.
So he's just really basically breaking her down. And like I tell people,
Yeah,
like, look, man,
because
for
to
me,
me,
Kamala Harris is a feminist. I've said it before, time after time. She's trying to bring it back. Did y'all see the boy that she chose to be VP?
I do.
His record is not good either. Y'all gotta really go out there and look at the people that y'all trying to vote. And just because Camilla, sat here, and I feel as though because she called the parents to Sonya Massey and stuff like that, like I feel as though that a lot of people are gonna look into that and take it as in, oh, she's trying to do something, and she's gonna have she might win by a landslide because of that. Because Trump right now is trying to give all the officers immunity. If he does that, basically an officer can get away with a crime. They're
Mhm.
saying that it doesn't include an officer that does something intentionally, but you've already given all officers immunity. So it's
Oh
kind of
wow.
like, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of hard. That's the only thing I don't agree with Trump. And like I tell people, Trump wasn't a senator, Trump wasn't a mayor, Trump wasn't a governor, none of that. He
He a
was a
businessman.
businessman and a celebrity, businessman/celebrity. That man appeared in the WWE and had his own TV show called You're
Of course,
Fired.
of course. But I
How in the
still
world he
haven't
went from
forgot.
that and how he skipped being a senator or a mayor or a governor to becoming the president? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I think all the presidents were some type of senator. They were either a mayor or governor, something before they ran to become the president.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like either way, like I said, y'all coming at a man that is a businessman. That's what he does. He does business. So that's why maybe he got all the respect that he got from the different countries based on what he's done prior and it continues to do.
Yeah, but I'll also admit as well, like when Trump was in office, even I don't like him, when he was in office, basically internationally, everyone else's economy was stable. Even though the problem is there, even though a decline is going, but it was slowed down. They slowed it down basically, Like the decline was slow, the economy was stable, and everyone just, was okay. Yeah, even if we don't like him, we just know.
Not just that, when he was there, we had better health insurance, better, how can I say it? The HIPAA law was better when he was around. Once Biden
Yeah.
came into office, it fucked everything up for people with mental health, people that were going with, were dealing with like cancer, diabetes, and stuff like that. They say they lowered the medications for the diabetes people, but they're giving them generics. That's what y'all
Well,
lowered the medication on. And then you see the side effects on all the stuff that they're giving. I'm sitting here, I'm like, y'all not even peeping it. It's like we're guinea pigs. So either way, you're
mhm.
screwed.
Yeah, but also like on his point about being honest about who you are, the only reason I'm real about who I am though, because I'm not gonna just because I look a particular way, because I know like I've been mistaken for like a different type of person before many times though, and I have to correct it. That's why every time I say, look, this is who I am, no, I'm very honest about everything about me though when it comes to it. So everyone knows the look, this is who I am, genuine, but even if I'm not the same as you, I'm still empathetic of what you're going through because that's just how it is. Because it'll be the same way for me.
Facts. You speaking some facts. All right, let's get back onto Judge Joe Brown. Let's listen to what he got to say real quick because I don't got that much long on this live. I've been on this John already. I don't even know how long, but I know I gotta get soon. My baby's about to get up. Yep, I've been on this John almost 3 hours. So let's keep reviewing and let's keep reacting to this John, to what he's saying. All right, so back on topic.
Okay.
Damn, I lost myself real quick. Young Riaz is spitting some gems right here. And like I told a lot of y'all, do y'all research. Don't just go by what we're saying. If y'all don't believe us, if y'all think that we tripping, go do your own research. It's not a debate. This is not a debate. What's going on between the presidents is a debate. So let's continue.
Yeah.
Just because you have color to you does not mean you are black. or African American or Afro American or
Blessings, Selena. Selena's in the house, y'all. Make sure y'all check out Miss Selena, y'all. Great conversations, great topics. Miss Selena, you can leave your link down below if you wish to, so that people can go check you out. Let's continue with Just Joe Brown, yo. Like I keep telling y'all, man, Just Joe Brown be yo. Like, I don't know what is it about. I don't know if it's that he's raw and uncut, but I love the fact that he will tell you how it is. Like, there's no playing when it comes to Judge Joe Brown. Once a star in the court, now seeking peace. But the world only sees fame, not the man beneath. Kwame Brown just wants a normal life, yet his fast falls causing strife. Media scrutiny, public eyes, never let him escape the ties. Yearning for understanding and empathy, but all they see is a celebrity. A man with dreams beyond the spotlight's glare, just hoping for some passion to share. Kwame Brown seeks to break free from his past, to be seen as a person at last. Just Joe Brown, he's not a joke. In the courtroom, he lays down the law with a poke. Wearing his robe, he's a sight to see. 10 toes down, he's as tough as can be. No holding back, he'll tell you straight. Don't mess with him, or it'll be your fate. He's not afraid to speak his mind, challenging those above. He's one of a kind. So watch out when Judge Joe Brown's in town. He's not playing games, he'll shut you down. Two brothers on the panel, so wise and so bright. One full of questions, the other with insight. The elder with wisdom, fighting the system with might. Brown boys bringing awareness, shining so bright. Knowledge and the answers they share with such grace. Tackling the issues in this crazy rat race. Their words are like music, a sweet embrace. So let's listen closely to what they have to say, for their words are like gold, shining bright as day. The Brown boys are here to show us the way. Let's follow their lead and make the world okay. So here's to the brothers so great and so true. Thank you for all that you do. We appreciate you. Keep spreading your message like morning dew. The world needs more like you, that much is true. Judge Joe Brown speaking truth. Kamela Harris under the roof. No president for us, that's the real booth. Raw and uncut, hear him speak. Keeping it real, no critique. For we the people, a leader they seek. Shorty has no power, truth we must speak. Ready to hear Judge Joe Brown take about Kamela Harris, no mistake. Unveiling the lies for our sake. No president yet, for our nation's sake. So like I said, I got a couple upcoming lives on Judge Joe Brown's, view on Kamala Harris, Trump, and the Sonya Massey case. So those are upcoming lives. I'm going to see how I, go about them and how I bring them out. And I'm going to review and react to them, y'all. But till then, what you say, Riaz?
No, I was just saying, I get it though. Yeah, I mean, he's kind of right what he's broken down so far about her not being who she really is. Even though she's saying even though she admit who she is in a way, but she don't know who she is at the same time. I can understand the way he breaks it down, and I kind of agree with that.
Facts. All right. So on that, let's continue. Let's listen to what Judge Joe Brown got to keep saying about Kamala Harris. Let's review it. Let's react.
Or ADOS or whatever. And this woman has absolutely no connection to the black man in America. Now, she's AKA, but so was my mother. My mother, for the AKAs out there, got made 1934. She's alive behind the wall.
Hey.
So I can talk. I don't have anything against them. Loved mama, like dad. Was proud of him. But anyway, she is going through this stuff claiming that because she's an AKA, this makes her a black woman, and she's the first black Greek to be vice president of the United States and likely candidate for president of the United States. No, that's a lie. The Alphas, A5A, they had Hubert Humphrey, big 6 foot 4 inch tall, blonde haired, blue eyed white boy, balding, who got made with a lot of wood back in the late 30s as an undergrad, and then again as a grad student in the late 40s, and he was vice president of the United States under Lyndon Johnson and Democratic
Pay attention.
for president. Tricky Dick, not a crook.
I don't know why it's doing that. It sounds like staticky, but he's not lying. It's like they keep saying that Obama was the first black president. way before George Washington Carver was a president, guess what? There was another George Washington, and he was black. He was the first
Ooh,
black
okay.
president
That
of the
makes
United
sense,
States
though.
of America.
Of course,
That's why
of
I'm like,
course.
yo, people gotta go out there and
Of
do their
course, I know
research.
the truth, and I already know who it. I'm also willing to admit who the original people of this world is anyway, though. That's why I just say, though, that I may be from where I may have where I'm from and where I'm descended from, but that doesn't make me original people of that place. Because just because my people are born in that land, they live there, they own places there, they did wherever they did over there, and they still they claim what they claim, and they're still who they are. But at the same time, I already know who is there before them. They're just basic. My people is just the mix. They're mixed though, and that's just how it is. I just know.
Facts. But it's like, right? It's like me. Be basically, listen, man. I do my research. I check everything out. I listen. I pay attention because I want to learn. And
Of
what's
course.
crazy is, right, I don't see people by the color of their skin. We all bleed right underneath, right? And what's crazy, right? I've heard so many people say, we gotta pray to one God, we gotta listen to one God. I've done so much research, right? And I'm sitting here, I was like, yo, we've been praying so much, we've been doing all this. Are we praying to the right God? And when I ask the question, people think I'm crazy. No, I'm not crazy. Because if you're reading the same Bible you're telling me to read, there's more than one God in that Bible. And by me doing my research, you know what conclusion I've come up to, right? If we're from different tribes, each tribe allegedly had a different God. Which God are we supposed to be praying to? And if we pray to the wrong God, are we gonna get what we supposed to get? The prayers. Like I get so like I go down the rabbit hole, and every time I go, like the word says, it's like boom, I gotta go back down again because it's like, what the fuck? I just got confused all over again. But I get
No,
it.
I get it
The
though.
weird thing
I
about
get
it
it though
is,
as well.
the
Yeah,
weird
I
thing
already
about it
know.
is that no matter what, I still get it. But I just have to do more research to connect the dots. And that's why I keep telling everybody, go do your own research because this shit is crazy. Going down that rabbit hole is crazy. And it'll get you lost for a second. But then once you come back, you'll be like, oh, okay, I get it now. I
Yeah,
get
but
it.
I'm also gonna say probably who knows? I might have a bit of, Chinese or like Mongolian mixed in with me because, Persians went through China, then they came to India, and then they just bred with the Indians there and stuff like that. Or probably along the way, there was probably, a breed between the Chinese and Persians and stuff like that. And those same people just went over. So I probably might have some Chinese there. That's why I think I've got the Asian, eyes and stuff like that.
You never know.
I
Like,
bet.
listen, man, we mix
I
in so
mean,
many ways nowadays that at the end of the day, look, man, unless you go deep dive into your ancestry, oh shit, where go? Like I tell a lot of people, man, go deep in, go into your roots. Like people are like, how you gonna do that unless you take the ancestry DNA? I was like, you got family members, right? Ask questions, dive deep into that, collect pictures, learn your history, because you're going to get to who was at the top. You keep asking questions, you keep collecting your history, keep searching, even online. You can't find something from somebody, come online. It's bound for you to find something online. And if not,
yeah,
keep looking because you're going
of
to
course,
find
of
something
course.
about your family. Like what's crazy is my family, the roots of my family in Puerto Rico go deep. And I'm talking about my dad's side. I'm still learning on my mom's side. Because my mom's side, I really don't really get along with them like that. And I really don't want to get along with them because of the way they live, their traditional ways. Like they stuck in the past. They stuck in the dinosaur era. And you know what? Us, our generation is tired. Like we want to break the cycle. We're not trying to repeat history over and over again.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I can understand that though. But I also know that basically, I think that Pakistan used to be West India though, because it's the western part of India though. And basically, like, I think it was the partition though, right? So before that, it was the whole Indian subcontinent. So it was just Indo-Persians. Everyone was just Indian, or they just went by faith or something like that. And then I think they wanted to make their own country anyway. Is it's like the faith or something like that. So the partitioning of India though. So like India would just be India, and then you have Pakistan, and then you have West Pakistan became Bangladesh. So Bangladesh is the south, Pakistan's the north, and India is just the rest of where it was.
But one
So
thing
the
that I can say is,
partition.
yeah, that's true. One thing I can say is, guys, look, listen, right? Each country is like what I could agree with Trump is, right? He's right on one thing. Each country has their own president, right? And they got to deal with they got to deal with their cities, their states before they sit here and worry about another country. So why is it that the United States doesn't deal with the problems that they're having here in the United States before they go out there and deal with other people's problems, get involved in some bullshit, bring some more over here? Like, you see where I'm coming from? So at the end of the day, I
Yeah,
understand
I agree.
everything that's going down, why George Joe Brown thinks the way he thinks, because listen, we do our own research. We're going to come up with a
Yeah, but that's
similar
something I'll
conclusion.
never understand. That's something I'll never understand. Yes, I understand showing consent in Saudi and like the different types of thing, but you know, like what you're doing to the Saudis is you're making them basically, yes, it's good for them to change in a way, but the way you're making them is they have to appease to you. And basically, you know, they value and respect you so much. You know, the Saudis treat Americans and the British like royalty. We are royalty to them. So the moment you go to Saudi, say you're an American, or you're like a queen or a king there, you know. Just say you're American. Forget about which American you are. Say you're American. Saudis will love you so much. I know from experience. Though. I said I was
You
British
said Saudi
instantly.
Arabia?
Yep.
I mean, I don't know, because that's the that's the place that I was just talking about. I had to delete the live. I'm gonna do another live on the downfall of Vince McMahon. They was talking about the Saudi Arabia, and I think they was talking about the gangs and about the war and all that, because that's where the wrestler got, raped at. I forgot what her name was.
Oh, yeah, but I
So
don't
a
think
lot of bad
I
stuff
don't think
happens
that
to
was
women in
Saudi though.
Saudi
I
Arabia.
think it was probably Yemen or Syria or something like
So
that.
I'm like,
I
what?
don't know. I think it's
No, it
somewhere
was in
though.
Saudi Arabia. That's what I'm saying here. I'm like,
Really,
wait,
I
wait,
didn't know that.
wait. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, wait, I was just doing that research with what happened with the shorty on the wrestling entertainment, and she passed away. I think it was in 2019, 2020,
Oh
something
yeah, I know.
not
I
too
know
long
who you're
ago. And
talking
that's
about.
where it was. It was in Saudi Arabia. And then I think they broke down
Oh,
about the gangs in Saudi Arabia and how bad
oh
the stuff
wow.
is down there. It's really bad down there.
Oh wow. I
Yeah,
can understand what you mean though. Yeah.
it's
Like
really
every time
bad.
I
So
think
it's kind
where
of
I
like,
lived
yeah,
in
people
a
got to do their
gated
research.
community back there. I lived in a gated community in Saudi and stuff like that.
Oh, you said
So
gay.
basic.
So you
Yeah,
was
I
on the
lived in a
you was on a different side.
yeah, different side though. Very good and positive side actually. So gated community, God. So every time you go there though, you have to turn off your car and basically they have to check your engines every minute and then they'll let you pass.
See, a lot of people don't know about that. There's a lot of places like that. When you go around the world, right? When they be like, oh, I don't, because I think I heard somebody saying, oh, they when was it? I think yesterday I was speaking because I got neighbors that are Jamaican, right? And somebody was talking and they're like, yo, I went to Jamaica and I hear that there was a lot of this stuff going on. And like the neighbors were saying, not every part of Jamaica you're going to see chaos. It's going to be in certain parts. So it depends on what part did you go to that, you're going to see the chaos. The same thing over here in the United
I
States. Like
stayed
it depends on where you
well,
go
I
in the
don't
United
know.
States. The
It's the
chaos is
capital
high, the
city.
chaos is low. It depends on
I
where you
stayed
go.
in the capital city of Saudi. Though. I stayed in Riyadh, basically the main city, the capital. When I lived in Saudi, I stayed in the capital city of Saudi. So it's basically more modern, bit more safe and everything. You know, just a bit more safer and stuff like that. Because it's it's the capital, and they have a bit more control and stuff like that and stuff. So when I
Yeah.
stayed in the capital, that's why I was a bit more safe. And my experience was more positive. I think one time my dad
Like,
did say though, when he went over to Saudi, right? When he was in Saudi, I think one time he was in a store. I think as his police officer or like the security guard, right? This guy said, "Are you British?" My dad said, "Yes, of course." And then basically that same guy arrested everyone else and he let him off the hook.
that's what I'm saying. Like, we gotta really start doing our research and learn what's going on around us. Like, a lot of people, like, listen, people be in their own city, and they've lived there forever, and they don't know about a lot of the stuff that goes on. Like, listen, man, a lot of us growing up, like as kids, we don't pay attention to a lot of the stuff that's going on. When we was growing up, we heard a lot of stuff. A lot of people was on point with it, but some of us was really being kids, so we really didn't pay attention to that. So that's how it be with a lot of adults too. Like they be their whole life there and they didn't know certain things happen. Some people look, listen, man, we're in 2024,
Yes,
and a lot of people have a hard time for some reason. I don't know why. Some people have a hard time believing that some people don't want to deal with technology. Some people really don't have cell phones. Some people only have a landline. Like I still see old heads out here that don't want to deal with microwaves because they say the radiation will give them cancer. They'll just use their oven and a stove top. And I'm saying, I'm like, how you live without a microwave? Like, what if you need something instantly? Like when you gotta run out and just eat some shit up. I'm like,
Yeah, I
damn, man,
know,
you
but
got
I
this.
don't. But
So it's
that's not
kind of like,
necessarily the case. I'm saying is that's not necessarily always the case that you'll get radiation. Yeah, there's microwave radiation and stuff, but when you use a microwave, though,
we're
it's
talking
not.
about old heads, Riaz. We're talking about elderly
No,
people.
I know,
Like,
but I understand though. I get it, but I'm saying though there's a very very likely chance though. I'm just using logic here though. To them they won't understand. For me, basically, there's a likely chance that will happen. You
you gotta
get cancer
realize,
from it.
listen, some people I understand because when I did my history, you know that back in the days here in the United States, especially here in Philadelphia, you know that there was a year, I forgot what year it was. I don't want to put my foot in my mouth, but y'all can go do your own research.
Oh,
Philadelphia
okay.
did go through radiation poisoning, right? Y'all do know that.
Mhm.
Philadelphia wasn't the only city that went through that radiation poisoning. So it's like I could understand why a lot of old heads that are like real old in their 70s or probably the 80s could be like, damn, my parents went through this. I was there. I witnessed this. Or there's still some old heads that are still alive. They're like, yo, listen, man, I've seen some old heads in their 90s about to reach 100. I want to get that old. I look up to them like, damn, they made it this far. I pray one day I got faith that I'm going to make it to where they made it at. Shit, because I hear, listen, man, my mom didn't make it to that age. My mom passed away at 50. What was it? She was 53. So she passed away young. She made it to a half a century, but 3 years later, she's not here with us. So it's a
Mhm.
blessing when I see old heads that old and they're sitting here telling me these stories. I'm sitting here like, damn, and I learn a lot. I really do learn a lot from these old heads. So it's like we really need to start doing our research. I can understand why a lot of old heads, they scared of the technology, why they think of the technology the way they think of it, because you got to realize of the shit they've seen, they've been through growing up, the stuff they've heard, the stuff they read, and a lot of it is coming to life.
I guess. Yeah, that makes sense though. I can understand that.
Yeah, like that's what like listen, man. I don't ever say I mean I question everything, but I also put myself in a lot of other people's situations. I try to walk a mile in in their shoes, even though I'm not in their shoes. I try to feel like, damn, is this why they thinking like this? Is this why they feel like that? Because sometimes you gotta put yourself in somebody else's shoes to feel
Yeah,
and
that
probably
just
even
shows you have
understand.
high amount of
So that's why
empathy.
I'm like, listen, man, I don't
That's just
talk to
how it is. You're made highly empathetic, just like me
Mhm.
though. I'm very highly empathetic. I may not be like them though, or may not go through the same things as they do in a way,
Yep.
but I'm willing to understand and empathize with them. Like, look, this is what you're going through. I'm so sorry to hear that and everything like that. And I'm willing to
No, see,
understand
if I haven't
because
really been through it, I don't speak on it. I don't really speak on it. There's nothing I could say, like, on some real shit. If you haven't been through something, there's nothing you could say in this world to, you know, but learn yourself. You could, probably say
I
something to
mean,
make a person feel
I
better, but
probably
in
similar.
reality, when we haven't been through something, we can't really say nothing because we don't know
Yeah,
what to
that's
say.
true.
There's nothing
Similar.
that we could say.
Yeah, I get it, but for me, it's probably a little bit similar. Like some
Mhm.
stuff, though, not everything. Some things, there's a bit similar for me. Because at the end of the day, even though I'm a rare citizen, I lived here, though, and I've
Mhm.
got a culture and I got a family. I'm still a
Mhm.
minority at the end of the day, though. I'm
Facts.
still a minority.
Yeah, everybody matters. That's why I'm like everybody got this all this like separation and colors and or where you're from. Like at the end of the day, we all matter. It's just that the decisions we make, the options we have. Listen, man, people keep saying we don't have options, like, but we do. We got choices, and it's up to us. The choice that we make, the decision that we make, it leads us to wherever we're standing or landing at that moment. So it's really up to us. Can't nobody change nothing for us but us. If anything, you can give me some advice, whether you've been through it or not. You see where I'm coming from. Your
Of
advice
course.
could be because you haven't been walking through the trenches. Your advice could be giving, telling me something to make me feel better. Like I tell a lot of people, like, "Look, listen, man, words can't, I can't really, say anything because I've never been through something like this or I've never seen some shit like this. But all I could tell you is, what, keep your head up, keep fighting, don't give up. You see where I'm coming from? Motivate
Of
that
course, of
person.
course.
That's what
Yeah, I
we
get
can
it.
do. But we also got to watch what we say in a lot of situations and a lot of places. That's why I'm sitting here. I'm like, Kamala Harris is something's off with this lady, man. Either she doesn't give a fuck, as you can see, because it's really starting to look like it, and she's only doing this just to clout, just to get the attention to get the people's votes. But at the end of the day, like I tell
Mm-hmm.
people, the presidents win by the electoral votes. They don't
Mm-hmm.
win by our votes. Our votes matter when we go in to vote for the mayors, the senators, and all that shit. But people don't go to vote. When it's time to vote for the mayor and the senator and all them people, nobody's really there. But when it's
Yeah,
time to vote for
okay.
the
I
president,
agree. I thought,
all the buildings are filled. Every building is filled. It's like you got traffic, motherfuckers is fighting, arguing, road rage, just to sit here and put a vote in for the president, just to find out that your vote didn't matter. That the
yeah, that is
motherfuckers
true. But I'm also saying though as well, I guess let me try to remember.
it's hard to speak on this shit, right?
Yeah, it is. It is, but in some way, oh yeah, well, I remember where it was when it comes to the presidential thing. It's not really elected. It's more like a selection process. They're just selected to basically do. They're just selected as a candidate, and then we just vote for them, and then basically they're just like put them in. Not
That
like we
has
do it, but
already
they
been
do
broken
it.
down. Like it's really the
That's
electoral
why I
the
call it
electoral vote
selection, not
wins.
election. There's a huge difference, though.
It's not the people's vote that matters on that one. Like they just do it there because just to, I guess, make us feel better.
Yeah,
But
I
the
know.
vote that
That's
really
called
counts,
selection.
the vote that really counts, as we the people, go out there, start voting for the mayors, the senators, the lawyers. Lawyers, okay, let me put it like this, because they're not gonna say lawyers when you're voting. DAs. Go start putting the right people in office. Because we do have a choice in that. But it seems like people don't give a fuck. And guess what? The president is the one that sits here and says, yes, I approve this. No, I don't approve this. That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying. Like,
of course,
shit.
of course. But I'm also saying though as well. I only can give an outsider's perspective on that though, because yes, I'm not American, and yes, I can't vote on this, but at least I'm giving my perspective
Mm-hmm.
because I know later it may not affect me when it's affecting you, but it'll affect me at the end of the day afterwards though. Because, like I always say, America is a strong international influence. Every other country will be affected by America if they don't do good.
Yeah. And for people that, don't take what Riaz is saying wrong, I want y'all to go do y'all research. But let's get back on Just Joe Brown real quick, because
Mm-hmm.
this live was about Just Joe Brown and we just took it everywhere. But
Yep.
I hope y'all understand where I'm coming from, where Riaz is coming from. Like, this is not to bring nobody down. Riaz got his opinion, or Shorty got her opinion. We're not here to knock nobody down. We're just giving our
Mm-hmm.
opinions.
Yep.
House Nixon. So you get this. It's a lie, and they're trying to do something with Black women that I recognize from having extensively studied propaganda a long time ago.
Hold on 1 second. I don't know why it keeps sounding so. Let me reload this real quick because it's sounding real weird.
Yeah, I
Nighttime is the
know.
right time.
Wait, I was also gonna say also that's just why it was sounding. It sounded like it was in the Matrix.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if it was me or if it was KB panel that day. So hold
I
on.
think it was that day. I don't think it's you. I think it's just probably how it is sometimes, though.
All right, so let's see.
Balding, who got made with a lot of wood back in the late 30s as an undergrad, and then again as a grad student in the late 40s, and he was vice president of the United States under Lyndon Johnson and Democratic Party candidate for president, Tricky Dick, not a crook, Millhouse Nixon. So you get this. It's a lie, and they're trying to do something with Black women that I recognize from having extensively studied propaganda a long time ago, UCLA and this. People low self-esteem and acute.
Hold on, Judge. You gotta check your audio. They're doing something with your audio. Your audio is getting distorted.
Okay, so it was him. Okay.
There's a little bit of delay in your.
They always do this one.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Always do this.
Yo, they messing with his audio.
Where long I start talking about the cum queen.
What the? Oh, he called her the cum queen. Oh shit!
Ooh,
Yo, I'm dead.
violation. Straight. Wait. He just violated her. Damn, son.
I'm dead, yo. He just said the cum queen. Yo,
That's a violation. Violate. Just violate her.
Yo, listen. They going in on her. He is breaking her down. He throwing shots.
I mean,
right
I
now.
have nothing against her. Wait, but also as well that some people say, I've got nothing against her. It's just I don't really agree with her. And I think I want to say what I want to say. You know, that's how I see it, though. Don't.
That's your opinion, but listen, I'm not mad
I
at
know,
Judge
but I'm
Joe
just
Brown
letting know
for the
some
fact
people who like her. I'm also just saying, I'm just saying that though, because you
listen,
know
man,
what you say can be
I ain't
used
worried
against
about
you.
not against me
I'm
because
not
I ain't
worried,
say
but
it.
I'm just
I'm
saying.
cracking the fuck up. He roasted her. So at the end of the day, listen, I'm not mad at Judge Joe Brown for the simple fact this lady is against a lot of men.
Yeah.
So like I tell
No, but
people, she's
what
part of the
you view her is
feminism.
what
And
I
people
view
like
her also the same. I view her the same way. I just view her as like she's not really anybody, to be honest, because I don't claim her.
So at the end of the day, yo, shout out to fucking Judge Joe Brown. Listen, man, he called her the ultimate showgirl. If y'all don't know what the definition of an ultimate showgirl is, go look it up. Y'all know what a
Or
showgirl
basically
was back
she's
in
a
the
freak.
day? A showgirl. Go look it up.
27 in the middle out of the Kama Sutra with me, and then we'll
Wait, but
go
basically he's
53.
calling her a freak.
Yeah, he's calling her a freak in his own way. Yo, I'm dead.
Stop and follow up with page 112 at the bottom. And I don't have any problem with anybody sleeping around. Get your freak on. That's your business. But when you have sex for business or profit, money, you a hoe. I represented to know what.
Well, I mean, he not lying. Like, I mean, he must know something we don't. I mean, we wasn't there. So, but he not lying on the part that when you have sex
I
for
guess that's
profit,
the
it
game
makes you
anyway.
low.
I mean, it ain't right, but I guess that's just how the game works, though. She's probably gonna, if she wants to progress further, that's just what is expected. I ain't agreeing, no excuse, nothing, man. I'm just trying to understand. Look, that's just how the game works, though. So she's just trying to play it.
Mm-mm. She
I
chose
don't
it
agree.
like that.
No,
Yeah, she chose
I
it like
don't
that.
mean, wait, say poor choice of words. I meant to say chose it, not play it. My mistake. Poor choice of words.
Because I'm like, yo, she chose that. Because you don't have to come up like that. Like, on some real shit. It's my body, my choice. You telling me
Mm-hmm.
that I gotta use my body to come up? Fuck you. Those are my words. Like on some real shit.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Wait, but also the way I view it as well, she's gonna keep doing that to her body. I don't view her a person of value anyway. I'm not like shaming her. I'm not shaming people who do this, that, man. That's up to you. Do whatever you want. I don't care. I don't
Her.
care, man. But
He's
that's not
shaming her,
shaming.
but at the end of the day, he's not giving her no sympathy, and nobody is. So, like, don't sit here and try to say
That's
you want to run our country when, at the end of the day, what you really want to do is put these men away for no good reason. You see where I'm coming from? Lie
yep.
about shit and play the shit out of people. That's the problem right now. See, I'm glad that he's
Of
speaking
course,
up.
but
He's
I
speaking up
agree.
his own
I
way.
agree. But
I
you know what?
wouldn't
Also
listen.
with me as well.
Listen,
The other thing as
you hear
well
young
was
Riaz? Because you're young right
sorry.
now and you don't understand. Everybody got their own way, and I don't mind it. I know how Judge Joe Brown is. Listen, I laugh when he talks like this because at the end of the day, he's speaking facts. Now, if he was lying and roasting her, then I would be like, damn, that's some fucked up shit. but he's roasting her with facts. So you're young still, you don't understand a lot of stuff. So to you, you're gonna take it the wrong way. To us, that we understand shit, you know what we see it as? Poetic justice.
Wait, but I kind of view it the same way you see it. I don't see it the way other people see it. I just see it as like, look, he's the same way saying, and I can respect that though. I was just saying, like, look, he's saying facts and everything, man. I don't view it like that. I know I may be young, but I don't view it like how other people my age view that, man.
Yeah, not a lot of people's gonna view it like that. Not a lot. But see, me, I'm gonna view it as is, especially when I know how this shit is. Like this lady has lied throughout her whole campaign. So if people want to fall for it, they can. People want to sit here and be nice about it, they can. But don't sit here and cry about it when is your husband behind bars for no reason and she wants to keep him there. Don't sit here and cry about it when a lot of women are fighting more and more each other for no fucking good
Mhm.
reason. Don't sit here and cry about it when our little girls are just worrying about twerking and doing all, because that's what it seems that she gives a fuck about. She's giving our community, the urban community, a bad fucking name.
Mhm.
So, like I tell people, look, listen, man, if y'all can't handle, don't watch, don't listen. I can handle this because it's time. It's time for people to air people out. I don't give a fuck how you do it.
Yeah, but I agree with you. But the only reason why I'm also concerned is as well is I'm just gonna wonder how it's not just how she gonna deal things at home as well, but also how she gonna deal with stuff overseas. Because you know, like overseas wise though, how she gonna deal with certain situations, or basically she gonna escalate it even further and make it worse though. That's concerning as well. And
She
where
has
her loyalties lie.
she has a weird way of handling things, and I keep telling people, don't jump into it. Like I get it, she's a woman. A lot of people are already, I want the first woman president, especially if she's black. Da, 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 da. Fuck the color of her skin. On some real shit right now, we
Mm-hmm.
got to worry about the future of our kids and what's going to happen with our nation, like on some real shit. So that's what really matters right now. And Elizabeth, I'm glad he's roasting her. I'm really
Yeah.
glad. I'm dead on this
I,
bitch. I'm
okay,
geeking.
that's cool. Yeah, I agree though. Plus,
Listen, I tell
anyways,
people
though, to some
I'm not
people,
worried.
anyway.
I'm not worried about people coming at me or lash back when it comes to situations like this because for the simple fact, right is right and wrong is wrong. And I'm on the side of right.
That I agree with you though, but I'm also gonna say though, look, to some people as well though, I'm still gonna say what I'm gonna say. However, this is just a foreigner's perspective on what I see from the outside in though. So don't really take what I say to heart. Just research your own thing, man. Because I'm just giving a foreigner's perspective on the inside out.
You saying that I'm taking something wrong?
No, no, not taking something
Oh,
on,
oh,
not
oh.
you. No,
Oh,
not
okay. You
you.
talking to the people. I was like, wait, what?
No, 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 no. I didn't say you. I said though to the people
Oh,
basically.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying to the people as well. Just basically research your own thing. Don't take what I say to heart. This is just a foreigner's perspective. That's
Okay,
just
okay.
a disclaimer to other people as well. Like, look, he's not even from this country. Why is he saying that? So I'm just gonna basically
Yeah.
reassure him that.
Oh, okay, okay. I understand what you're saying. I was like, hey, Riaz, nobody's coming at you, Riaz.
No,
All
I'm
right.
not
I
saying no
understand.
one is. I was just saying that. I was just saying that as a disclaimer. So then, if
Oh,
anyone
okay,
takes
okay. I
it,
got you. I got you. All right. But back on topic, yo. Like,
okay.
trigger warning for
Okay.
anybody. Trigger warning. Judge Joe Brown gets raw and uncut. And he will tell you how it is. No filters, no hair in his tongues. All right, guys?
Okay.
They are like, and she stepped her way to the top. The LA Times detailed it often enough. She was with Willie Brown, and when she's in her 20s as a law student, what does she do? She gets hired through Willie Brown to work for this medical firm contracts with the city of San Francisco. This is 30 some years ago, so the amount of money would be greatly increased in today's dollars, but she was getting $72,000 a year for working a 15-hour part-time job that the newspaper said was a fraud because she never showed up. She'd
Oh,
spend the
shit.
time with Mayor Brown. Now, he got her a promotion to 20 hours a week, and she wouldn't show up, but she was getting paid $120,000 a year for that.
Damn.
And he bought her
Oh wow.
a 750 BMW. Now, he made the connections to get her into politics. Now, the LA Times and the San Francisco Chronicle and some other stuff, they carried these articles back when about how she wanted to get on with this big firm. They wouldn't get her, so she started sleeping with one of their clients, an NBA
Oh wow.
player. Then she wanted
Wait,
to
that's
get
very
on with the DA's
unprofessional though,
office, so
man.
she had an affair with the assistant director. Then
Wait, wait,
she
wait.
got
That's
into
very
the
unprofessional.
Montel
I
video
thought there was some
situation.
kind of law against that.
Yeah, that's why he's speaking on it. He's trying to break down, he's breaking down to the people how she made her way up.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes
that's the whole point of bringing it up, so people could understand why he's against her. See, a lot of people
okay.
don't know a lot of stuff, so it's kind of like, yo, listen, man, we just bringing it out. We bringing the news. We bringing awareness.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris is not for the people. She's for herself.
Mm-hmm.
Into the Hollywood scene.
Yes, but also, the very same people as well that she claims to be, right? Even though who she is, those very same people are not, for her also, You've also got people from that side as well. Where she from, though, right? Where she from, they're like really against her.
A lot of people's against Kamala, but there's a lot of people
No, I
that
know.
right now, a lot of people is getting persuaded because of what's happening with the Sonya Massey situation. A lot of people is kind of like, oh, Kamala, this because Kamala reached out to the family, Kamala. So I'm saying, because she reached out to the family, a lot of y'all is falling for this. I'm not for Kamala because she reached out for the family. I'm speaking on the situation myself. I want to figure out what's going on, but I feel like she's using this to get votes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's kind of yeah, I get what you mean, though. I get it.
So it's kind of crazy.
Not from a genuine place, though. What we're doing, though, like when
Yep,
you speak
there you
on it,
go.
you're coming from a genuine
I'm not
place.
saying, yeah, there's a lot of people that do it from a genuine place, but Kamala, she doesn't come from a genuine place. She don't care about the United States. She don't care about the people in it. She cares about herself and what she can gain from becoming a president right now.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my opinion, guys. So, me and Reyes are up here talking. We had said a lot. So give me 1 second because I don't want, like I said, these are just opinions. Everything we say and do should not reflect the Writers for Life podcast. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Fair use allows limited use of copyrighted material without permission from the copyright holder for purposes such as criticism, parody, news reporting, research, and scholarships and teaching. Disclaimer, the views and opinions expressed on this video or any video including the Writers for Life Brings You to Let's Talk About It podcast do not reflects on the opinions of your shorty Racheal and the members of the Writer for Life podcast. Everything we talk about is allegedly and is our opinion. Our videos are not recommended for minors. Everything we talk about and do is meant for educational purposes and also entertainment. Please keep in mind that the majority of our videos are for educational purposes only. This world is crazy. I would say shady. Ironic, right? Nowadays, you can't trust no one. When you do, niggas be having their panties all in a bunch and getting they own one. Saying the things that you accomplished in life is theirs and that you owe them one. All right, guys. We back. Apologize for that, but I had to play the disclaimer because we are saying a lot. So I have to protect this channel because I don't want them to strike it. So hold on 1 second. Let's get back to Judge Joe Brown so I could, we can listen a little more about what he's saying about Kamala. It is crazy, damn, for a woman to have to, sleep her way up to the top. I mean, a lot of women do it. I mean, if that's what you want to do, hey, be my guest. But you don't have to do, sleep your way to the top or do stupid shit to get to the top or act a fool to get to the top. On some real shit, just be you. Do what you got to do. Your skills will get you to the top. But unless you don't have faith in them, unless you don't believe in yourself.
But I agree, but then also, you know what they say as well, though? They say the same people you see on the way up are the same people you see on the way down. So the moment she go down, we'll see her that way, and no one will feel sorry for her, and we don't anyway. That's an opinion, though.
Facts. Oh, I'm so shocked. He's 23 years old. I mean, 22 years old, babe. And he's having a civil conversation with me about politics. I like this.
Here, a friend of mine who was a lady judge got told off by Kamala Harris because the lady judge went up to speak to Mayor Brown, and Kamala up
Shout out to Young Rios.
The report jumped in. That's my man. Get away
Thank
from
you.
him. And the judge said he ain't my type. But anyway, you know, this has been going on. So she's sort of done the casting couch to get up. Now, I know from Hollywood there are a lot of women and these guys that did the casting couch, since it tends to be girl on girl, boy on boy now. And the thing of it is if you have talent and hold off on that, you'll get there. With whatever you do, you can make your own breaks. But if you try to do the casting couch, you get typecast, and everybody knows you're a piece of ass. So that's why you get treated. And also, there's another thing. You tend to rise quickly, but your limits hit you. Now, looking at Kamala, you see her say stuff like, today is going to be tomorrow, so tomorrow is today, so that's why we have today. Like, what the hell did you just say? Well, I've talked to some doctors, and they tell me that's a sign of early onset dementia. Now, she's 60 years old, and at my age, I know there are people that are 90, 100 that are sharp, and I've also witnessed some people that I've known for years who late 50s, early 60s started going senile. They started suffering from dementia. Some of them had Alzheimer's that developed. And that circular word salad thing she's doing illustrates early onset dementia, which, considering her age, would indicate.
Hold on. So he said somebody had dementia? I missed that part. Hold on.
Buzzard bait. Who's ready to die and
who had
the
dementia?
buzzards to come down and feed on the carcass. So
I'll watch it later.
She doesn't really have what it takes because she has no experience administering things. She's been.
No, you know what? I am gonna have to play it because I lost.
Figurehead. She from him, and the judge said he ain't my type. But anyway, you know, this has been going on. So she's sort of done the casting couch to get up. Now, I know from Hollywood there are a lot of women and these guys that did the casting couch, since it tends to be girl on girl, boy on boy now. And the thing of it is if you have talent and hold off on that, you'll get there with whatever you do.
So basically, she pulled a Monica Lewinsky move to get her way up the ladder, to get close to the senators and all this stuff, to become who she is today. There's no respect in that. I mean, like, if you was poor and you was trying to come up real quick and get out the ghetto real quick to feed your kids, okay, I understand it. It's a single mom. She needed to get out the, you know. All right, I'm not gonna sit here and judge you. I can't judge you for that. I'm not nobody to judge you for that.
Yeah.
But you sitting here making your way up to to become senator and to become president, all this by doing the Monica Lewinsky. No wonder she had Megan Thee Stallion up there on stage when she did that rally. Like, that's how you see us. That's how you see us in the urban community. Like, that's all we good for, to get on stage and just twerk and rap. I mean, am I asking the wrong question? Because that's what I see that Kamala. That's what that's how I feel and think and see that Kamala is seeing us.
Which
Other
is,
than that,
she's
why bring
probably
Megan?
very privileged, though. She's very privileged, then. She's privileged. I know that I'm privileged in a way. I know too privilege. I know I got privilege and I got a lot of things, though, but I'm admitting that myself. But there's a difference between me and her. I already know, you know, what is what.
This lady is out of pocket. And that's what you want us ladies. She wants us women to look up to that. You didn't do all that stuff out of necessity. You did it to come up. It's a
Yeah,
big
but
difference.
also with like some ladies, what they find as well. When you cover yourself, right? When some ladies cover themselves, though, you know why they do that? They feel more empowered to do it because at least they're covering their bodies, though, and at least they don't really have much people looking at them, though, and it makes them feel secure, though, when you're covered. I'm not, forcing anyone else to do that. That's just how it is. That's just how some people view it as. They just view it as, look, this is my choice. I'm covering my body. And if I'm going to do that, though, I'll do it in my own home.
Yeah. It's like I tell people, I choose to dress the way I choose. I dress comfortable. When people get mad, they'll go right to the dyke word, right to the lesbian. Hey, think whatever you want to think. I got a tomboyish look and I don't give a fuck. I'm comfortable. I wear a dress whenever the hell I feel like wearing that dress because if I'm in the hood and I'm interacting in sports with my kids and I'm doing all this shit, especially me being a block captain, like especially in sports, I'm not into that dress and into sports type of shit. So yeah, I'm gonna wear baggy clothes. I'm gonna wear all this stuff. I'm comfortable. I don't give a fuck what anybody else thinks. But I'm covering my body. Ain't nobody seeing what they don't have to see. I'm respecting
Yeah,
myself. I mean,
yeah.
I'm not dissing anybody that wants to sit here. Any female that wants to be in a dress and play basketball or play football or ride a bike or get on skates and do all this shit. For me personally, no, because in a dress you gotta wear the stockings and then you can still see underneath. Sometimes listen, man, I'm not going to get into details, but some women can understand where I'm coming from. No, it's not.
Of course, I
I'm
understand,
not
though. I
comfortable.
understand.
So at the end of the day, like I get it. Like even in the Muslim tradition, like a lot of women, I've heard them say, like, "Yo, I'm Muslim. I really go by this. I follow the rules. You see, I don't just
Yeah.
cover up because I want to, because I choose to. It's also
Yeah,
my
but for a higher
tradition." So
purpose.
I'm sitting here,
It's
I'm
for
like,
a
"Oh
higher
snap!"
purpose. It's
Yeah,
for a higher
they say it.
purpose, though, They say
I've
it's for
heard
a
a
higher
lot of women
purpose.
say it.
And then them people come up to say, oh, you're oppressed. How they oppressed? They're more free than you, though, actually. I'm not judging back, though, on these people. Like, wear wherever you want. I don't care. But I'm just saying, man, that's just how it is, though. The people who choose to cover themselves and wear whatever they feel comfy in, they're more free than the people who just reveal themselves and everything. Because then you have, like, everyone looking at you. And imagine how you feel. Okay, let's say I'm not going to do this for a guy or whatever, or you don't care what people think, but at least do it for yourself because that's how you view yourself. Imagine yourself inside, man. This is how you see yourself.
That's a fact. And like I tell everybody, man, like I tell a lot of females, man, beauty comes from the inside, not from the outside. Because you could look beautiful on the outside and be toxic on the inside. I be telling people that like beauty is not on the outside, man. For real, for real. But hey, y'all want to look for beauty on the inside? Be my guest. I mean, for beauty on the outside, be my guest. Because as far as I'm concerned, beauty comes from within. But let's continue with Judge Joe Brown. My bad. Before we take it to a whole, different topic.
Okay. I'm probably gonna hop down anyway because I think I've said enough, though, to be honest. No, I don't want to say anymore. I just feel I've done enough today.
Oh, you done real good. You done real good. Like, yo, like for you to be young, for you to have autism, young Riaz, I can sit here and say I'm proud of you. Because
Thank
first of
you.
all, you've kept it on topic. You spoke a lot about the heritage, and for a lot of people that don't know about what Judge Joe Brown was talking about, you really kind of broke it down in your own way. So it's to
Of
the
course,
point where if
because when
anybody
he's
wants to know,
explaining is me. It's not like what he's explaining to me directly, but what he was explaining about the heritage and everything is because it's similar to where I'm from, though. Because like I know what I am, though, but basically I know where those same people who they are. They're just basically the same Indo-Persian or Indo-Aryan people. It's just that my people just choose to call themselves something different. They just call themselves that because that's their country and their culture. That's why they refer to themselves as that, but they're still Indo-Persian people.
So shout out to Young Riaz. If y'all don't know who Young Riaz is, his link is down in the chat. When he does go to the chat, he will drop it again. But shout out to Young Riaz. He's come a long way here on YouTube. Like like that's what I be talking about a lot. Like, look, listen, man, he's showing us autism and all. He's showing us that no matter what you go through, no matter what you have, no matter what obstacles in your way, you could overcome anything. You could beat anything. And like I tell a lot of females, right? Don't, how can I say it? Don't let no one underestimate you or make you feel lower than what you are. As long as you respect yourself and you love yourself, what people think of you shouldn't matter. And what's crazy is on this app right here, Young Riaz is a young man in his early 20s with autism that carries himself with respect, and he loves himself enough to not let people get into his head or fuck with him. So shout out to Young Riaz. Make sure y'all check him out, y'all. He's come a
Okay.
long, long way. But thank you for spitting them gems, Young Riaz, yo. So I hope a lot of people do understand about the pen. What was it called again? But he dropped down. Yeah, he dropped down. About the heritage that we was talking about earlier. Shit, I can't get the words out. But let's continue with Judge Joe Brown, y'all.
You can make your own breaks, but if you try to do the casting couch, you get typecast.
I gotta look at my
everybody
phone.
knows you're a piece of ass, so that's
Hey.
how you get treated. And also, there's another thing: you tend to rise quickly, but your limit.
There you go. There you go. Thank you, Riaz. Indo-Persian people. So I want y'all to go look y'all history. Do y'all research. Look up the history on Indo-Persian people. Judge Joe Brown explained that's what Kamela Harris is. I mean, not every Indo-Persian is like this, but the majority of them are. As you can see, Young Riaz broke it down a little bit for y'all to understand. He is classified as that. So shout out to Young Riaz for spitting some gems on this panel, like he always does. Make sure y'all check him out, guys.
Limits hit you. Now, looking at Kamala, you see her say stuff like today is going to be tomorrow, so tomorrow is today, so that's why we have today. Like, what the hell did you just say? Well, I've talked to some doctors and they tell me that's a sign of early onset dementia.
Oh.
Now, she's 60 years old, and at my age, I know there are people that are not.
Damn, Kamala Harrison is 60 years old? That I didn't know. I never paid attention to her age, yo. For real, for real. Damn, 60? Why is it that everybody that runs for president is old? You never get somebody young running for president. Like, why can't you get somebody like in their 30s, in between? They smart, got some wisdom, still learning, willing to listen, some. But why is it that everybody that goes into becoming a president is ready to croak? Damn.
90, 100 that are sharp. And I've also witnessed some people that I've known for years who late 50s, early 60s started going senile. They started suffering from dementia. Some of them had Alzheimer's that developed. And that circular word salad thing she's doing illustrates early onset dementia, which, considering her age, would indicate a worse situation than decrepit Biden, buzzard bait, who's ready to die and baits the buzzards to come down and feed on the carcass.
Damn.
So,
yo,
she doesn't really have what it takes because she has no experience administering things. She's been a casting couch figurehead. She didn't run the DA's office in San Francisco, though she interjected herself often. She didn't run the Attorney General's office for California. She just did political intervention. And then she got sponsored to be senator. Now, how she got there in California is she's not a parent. She has no children, though she adopted her Jewish husband's children. And that's after.
I thought her children were her children. So the children that they say they're hers that are white are her husband's children. They're not hers. So she has no kids of her own. Oh, wow. But I mean, at least she's being a mom to them kids. Is she a good mom, a bad mom? I don't know. I can't say. But he's not even a mother. Shit, no wonder she'd be cold-hearted towards the men.
After they were essentially in high
She's
school.
like a scorned woman.
But she locked up more than 1,000 parents because they supposedly had delinquent children. And a lot of these parents, basically single female parents, mothers, black mothers, dropped the kids off, say, on the steps of the school, and the kid played hooky. They didn't know, but they got locked up. She gave out the stiffest sentences in the United States for simple possession of marijuana in San Francisco, of all places, but to black males, not to the white ones. She had pogroms against black males. The California Supreme Court on one occasion had to order her to surrender exculpating evidence on somebody convicted of a murder. She habitually intervened to keep black men from being put on parole so they could be used as firefighters to fight these California wildfires they had, forest fires.
Wow.
She's got a whole list of horrors that she has committed in the interest of her ambitions, whatever they were. And black men have suffered. Now, she's...
Damn, what happened? Was she scorned by a black man? Like, what the fuck? Shit. What did our men do to her that she's treating our men like this? Why is she treating our men like this? She's a piece of work. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can find a video that I had of Kamela Harris. So I'm gonna let Judge Joe Brown speak while I find this video of Kamela Harris I'm looking for.
Used black men, and she exemplifies the attitude that I saw in the prostitutes and dancers, many of each that I've represented over the years. And that's that they disdain men. And it seems her mother was a staunch feminist, and that's who raised her, because mom and dad couldn't get along with each other and they quickly broke up. So she had a sister who, by the way, is an aunt by marriage with Jussie Smollett. You remember the noose around the neck and the fake lynching attempt up in Chicago to get Cory Booker and Kamala Harris through the door on bringing back up something that John Conyers introduced in 1997.
So wait, she's related to the Jussie Smollett family somehow? Wait, let me go back. Hold up. What?
In the interest of her ambitions, whatever they were. And black men have suffered. Now, she's used black men, and she exemplifies the attitude that I saw in the prostitutes and dancers, many of each that I've represented over the years. And that's that they disdain men. And it seems her mother was a staunch feminist, and that's who raised her, because mom and dad couldn't get along with each other and they quickly broke up. So she had a sister who, by the way, is an aunt by marriage with Jussie Smollett. You remember the noose around the neck and the fake lynching attempt up in Chicago to get Cory Booker and Kamala Harris through the door on bringing back up something that John Conyers introduced in 1997 as the anti-lynch bill, now known as the Emmett Till anti-lynch bill, that has absolutely nothing to do with lynching, but everything with interjecting sexual orientation into American federal.
Damn, that is crazy. Hold on one second so I can show y'all this video real quick. Cause he speaks a lot on her mom, so I want y'all to see her mom. For those of y'all that don't know, there we go. I was gonna say, like, damn, I just had the video.
You see a lot when you're the firstborn. I saw my mother and how she worked hard, and she was full of pride and would never want anyone to ever pity her. She never complained about anything. But I also knew how she suffered. I knew how she stayed up late at night trying to figure things out. She was a brown woman with an accent. I remember going into, a store and us being followed. I remember how people would look at my mother and make certain assumptions about her intelligence or her capacity or her right to belong. As the eldest child, you see this. My mother was very well aware that she was raising 2 Black girls to be 2 Black women. And she did that instilling in us pride in our culture and cultures, always knowing that we would face all kinds of obstacles, but she never let us believe that anything could get in the way of our dreams or pursuits. My sister Maya is 2.5 years younger than me. So at the age of 2.5, I was told, look after your sister. And it is something that is very much a part of just who I am, which is that look after those who need your support or need your help. And that has been what has motivated me to.
Oh shit. Somebody in the comments said, I never heard a Indian Persian identified as Black. I wonder why she speak only about her mom and not her dad.
Do the work I've done to look after and protect people.
Now I want y'all to pay attention to this video.
School bus driver in a traffic jam.
I'm so happy you all came out to see me. So, my name is Michaela Montgomery. A lot of you guys know me as the girl from Chick-fil-A, but I am so much more than that. Not only do I serve as the CEO of Conserve the Culture, I am also the state director for Blexit down here in Georgia. I'm a Fulton County coordinator for America First Works, and I'm also launching a podcast on the Patriots Prayer Network. So put some respect on my name.
Yo, these debates are getting more shout out and more shout out. It's getting like more hood. Are these debates getting hood or what?
Now, why don't we jump right into it? See, as a young single mother, I can tell y'all that rent is too damn high.
When the Biden and Harris team got to work rebuilding our economy, they knew who they could turn to.
I can tell you that as a young Black voter, groceries are too damn high. And as an American citizen, period, seniors like my parents should never have to choose between medicine or food. It should never be the quality of life versus the quantity of life.
You're speaking facts.
And I don't want to hear, oh, but we capped the price of insulin and lowered the price of all these medicines. Yeah, but you raised the price of everything else. So it's about time to start telling the truth to Americans and let them know exactly what they're signing up for if they want to vote for Kamala Harris.
Tell us. What we getting until we vote for Kamala Harris? Tell me.
We need to vote based
Well, tell
on
the
facts
world.
and not feelings. See, under Harris and Biden, the average Georgia household is losing $1,060 per month, and inflation is at 21.4%. And due to the war on energy, average gas prices have reached record highs for the state. We also did a poll, and 80% of us Black Americans are not happy with the current state of the economy. So I'm going to need 80% of y'all to vote accordingly in November. They love me. They love me. They really love me. The left wants you to get in your feelings about things that have been said, but I want you guys to pay attention to what has been done. They don't want to talk policy. They just want to use propaganda to steal your vote. The left is trying to tout this woman as a savior for the Black community, but all she's done is hurt the Black community since she came into the game.
Y'all listening?
See, the first step in destroying the Black community is to dismantle the Black family. So
She's not the only one saying this. I mean, it's a lot of people saying it and peeping it. There's another video I got, but we're not gonna be able to do it today. And listen, man, it shows how Kamela is a part of all this feminist act. Man, I'm with women empowerment, but let's do it the right way. Because if we're gonna fight for women's rights, we're also gonna fight for men's rights. Kamala Harris is a feminist, and she has a thing against men, especially black men. You're gonna listen, man. If she comes into office, you're gonna be seeing a war between men and women. A lot of women sitting here screaming abuse just to get child support. And trust me, man, what goes up must come down. It's not the type of war we need right now.
In this world of blame and shame, we point fingers, we play the game. But as our children cry in fear, we turn the blind eye, we shed no tears. Believe our women, they say, while our kids are led astray. Lost in darkness, lost in pain, yet their cries fall silent like the rain. It's a shame how far we've come, blaming all the men playing dumb. But our children need us near to wipe their tears and calm their fears. In this land of the free, water's a commodity for you and me. Can't you see? It's not fair, it's plain to see. People struggling to pay for something they need every day. In America where we say we're free, but water shouldn't come at a fee. A shorty just speaking in general about the things that seem so small. This ain't meant towards everyone, just a cry in the dark. In America where water is marked. Brothers and sisters, hear my plea. This is not about you or me. Our kids are the future, they hold the key. Wake up before we're met with defeat. In this world of chaos and strife, we must guide them to a better life. Teach them love, compassion, and light, so they can lead us out of this endless night. Let's unite as one strong force. For our children, let's stay on course. Together we can make a change and secure a better future in exchange. Y'all should have listened the first time they let the cat out the hat. Now it's a crime. Many are falling into a trap, thinking it's a game, but they full of cap. Some are ready and fully strapped, while others keep falling into the gap. The warning signs were clear as day, but some chose not to heed what they say. Now the consequences come to light. Those who ignored are in for a fight. Listen close and learn from this mishap. Don't be caught unaware, don't fall into the trap. From the wisdom of my elders, I learned women are strong, independent, and firm. But sometimes we need a helping hand to conquer challenges and make a stand. Independence is crucial, that's true. Yet together with a man we can pursue. Respect yourself first and foremost, so others will treat you like the most. Ladies, growing up, remember this advice. You're capable of anything you devise. But partnership and respect go hand in hand. Embrace your strength and make a stand. Memories of the past I couldn't see, now I understand. The wisdom they gave me, respect yourself first, that's the key. To earn respect from others is how it should be. A man's worth measured by how he treats his queen. Love and romance in the air, a beautiful scene. A woman's power to uplift or demean. In her hands lies a man's dream. Lessons learned from an OG so true. In matters of the heart, they know what to do. Love and respect intertwined like glue. In a world where old-fashioned values still ring through. Peter Pan, Peter Pan, Peter Pan was a fairy tale. Now males want to be females without fail. Women want to be a man, it's a twisted tale. Flipping scripts and roles, they set sail. Fighting for roles, turning to moles. Making hits with their agenda goals. Targeting our kids, it takes a toll. To them it's a bliss, to us it's a black hole. They ain't trying to miss. Their agenda is the ultimate twist. Infiltrating young minds with their list, but we won't let them persist. I'm with women's rights, but what about men's too? Equality for all, it's long overdue. We want progress, we need to see both sides. Blame and shame won't help us unite. Don't label him a deadbeat without looking in the mirror. Sometimes it takes two to create rupture. Let's have conversations that include everyone. Empathy and understanding, the battles can be won. Men face struggles too, let's not forget. Their mental health matters, let's not neglect. It's time to break down walls and build bridges instead. Together we can strive for equality ahead. You scream for the police every time he come around, then scream child support abuse, playing victim in this town. Enjoy that check, boo, but remember what goes up must come down. The only time he's worthy is when he bails you out the mess you found. You play the game, manipulating hearts without a doubt, but karma's knocking at your door, there's no way out. You point fingers and shift the blame around, but in the end, it's your own chaos that you found. You dance with danger, living on the edge of lies, but the truth will catch up to you, no more disguise. The man you rely on to clean up your mess is so profound, will soon see through your facade and leave you astounded. Using a child as a weapon, it's a shame. A woman who lacks self-respect, I can't acclaim. Real men fighting for what they believe in, never in vain. Standing 10 toes down, bringing awareness to the pain. Respect is earned by how you carry yourself, not by tearing others down for personal wealth. Real men don't back down, they fight with honor and stealth against injustice and falsehoods that threaten our health. Let's uplift each other instead of tearing apart, supporting one another from the start. Real men stand tall with courage in their heart, fighting for justice and truth, playing their part. Here's for the men who share their truth, never afraid to stand tall in their boots, respecting our women, fighting for what's right, supporting our kids day and night. Real women out there blazing trails, men by their side never looking pale. Rights for all, let's keep the balance true. Men have a voice, let's listen to. In this crazy world where battles are fought, let's remember the men who give it all they've got. Respect to those who speak their stories loud. Together we stand strong and proud. Together we stand, united we'll rise, setting an example for young eyes. In every step we take, in every plan, guiding the next generation's hand. Leading by actions, not just by words, teaching them to fly like birds. Showing love and respect in all we do, for they're always watching, taking cues. Hand in hand, let's pave the way for a better tomorrow, starting today. Our children learn from what they see. Let's show them how great they can be. Let's be what our children need.
So once again, if you're for Kamela, we're gonna have another 2 to 4 years of bullshit, chaos, and destruction. A lot of our men are going to really go through it. A lot of our men. It's going to be a war between men and women. Women screaming abuse, child support. It's going to be a lot of drama. Man, she's with the non-binary stuff. Man, I don't have, nothing against people that, what you do behind closed doors is what you do behind closed doors. Your sex preference is not my problem. It's not my, what I'm worried about. Once again, what you do behind closed doors, you do behind closed doors. That's your business, not mine. What I have a problem is with people trying to put stuff in our kids' heads that shouldn't be there. Let them be kids. Let them enjoy life. But no, they can't do that. They can't.
Aside from her record as a prosecutor, why don't we ask Mrs. Willie Brown if Kamala Harris cares about Black families? I wonder if Mrs. Willie Brown, a Black woman, is also with her. A few days ago, President Trump said he didn't know Vice President Harris was a Black woman. I'm trying to figure out what all the outrage is about because she's only Black when it's time to get elected.
She ain't lying.
Did I lie?
Shorty ain't lying. No,
the
she
same
not
Black
lying.
people who are mad at Trump for being confused about her race, ethnicity, nationality, whatever, are seemingly forgetting that while you're touting her as a savior for Black people, she identifies as an Asian woman. She chose her side and it wasn't ours. When asked if she would ever do anything specifically for Black people, she said no. Whereas Trump gave us the Platinum Plan, which specifically uplifted the Black community by increasing capital by almost $500 billion, creating 500,000 new Black businesses, and would give Black churches the ability to fight for federal resources for their communities. And why are we acting like strong borders aren't a thing literally everywhere else in the world? Since when has being patriotic been a crime? See, a few weeks ago at the debate, Trump mentioned Black jobs. And a lot of people got in an uproar as if they didn't know what he meant. Well, we go to the polls and cast our Black vote. We go to the stores and spend our Black dollar. We live in our Black community, but for whatever reason, we draw the line at a Black job.
Stephen Miller here, President of America First Legal. Foreigners in the United States who support terrorism must be deported. Those who hate our country and our way of life are not welcome here and do not belong here. We must demand the federal government remove these foreign extremists from our midst. If you agree, Support us by clicking here.
So, what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different.
Oh, but wait, because if you're wondering what a black job is, please, I encourage you all to drive through Atlanta at all these beautiful black-owned businesses and check and see who works there. Probably a black person working for a black entrepreneur, recycling the black dollar, creating black generational wealth. If they come here illegally and they're taking your jobs and your resources, then please believe my cousins in the Appalachians, they coming for you too. And y'all know Kamala Harris has yet to say Laken Riley's name. As borders are, she opened the border to millions of illegal immigrants that have flooded American streets with deadly drugs and gangs that have spiked overdoses by over 124% and brought more crime into minority communities. So how's that for black folks? But let's take race out of it. Just as a woman, period. How can you be a champion for women's rights when you're taking away opportunities from biological women and giving them to transgendered ones? I'll wait, y'all, because I wasn't done. See, how can you promote equity for women and you're allowing men to play in women's sports? And what kind of feminist would still allow men to enter their sacred spaces, i.e. our bathrooms and school locker rooms?
Pay attention. Is she lying?
Do I even need to mention the opening ceremony at the Olympics? Or the fact that Angela Carrera...
Is she lying? Her and Biden let all this happen. She was supposed to be in charge of the wall. How all these people come through? Why is it that now we got men in women's sports, but women can't be in men's sports? I haven't seen one woman in a man's sports yet. Whether she's a tomboy, whether she's a lesbian, a dyke, whatever y'all want to call her, they're all in women's sports. All going to women bathrooms. I mean, I know there's women out there that want to be men, but you still don't see them in the men's sports or trying to use the men's bathrooms.
Rini was forced to fight a man and told us that she's never been punched so hard in her life. We cannot allow dangerous liberals who think things like this are okay into the White House, because my daughter will not be fighting a man at her wrestling match. And what I think both men and women can agree on is that national security is important. So who would y'all rather see lead us into war if it were so to happen? My silk-pressed sister Kamala or the big dog Donald Trump?
Yo, I swear these rallies are getting more and more hood. All right, that's all I'm going to play on that clip. But I swear these rallies are getting more and more hood, yo. I swear to God. Hold on. My bad. Give me 1 second. I got to switch it. Mama, what do you want with that, please? All right, I apologize. My bad. Now let's go back to what Judge Joe Brown was saying. So y'all got to hear a little bit from, somebody's opinion of what they feel and think about Kamala Harris, and they spoke with facts. Then y'all see Kamala try to say that she was black, knowing that she was Indo-Persian.
criminal law.
Mamas.
Now, away from that, back to her. We have One West Bank that was owned by the billionaire George Soros. It was CEO'd by Mnuchin, who infamously was with the Obama administration. Well, they defrauded a lot of people with this mortgage bundling scheme. And throughout California, various counties returned a total of more than 5,200 counts of indictments against One West Bank and Mnuchin for felonious conduct. So Mnuchin and Soros sponsored, raised a lot of money, and got it through some channels to get Kamala Harris elected as Attorney General for California. She used the authority of that office to consolidate all of these indictments and get them dismissed. And then a few weeks later, Soros sold One West Bank for $4.2 billion.
Oh, wow.
And a lot of people were out of their houses, homes, investments, and were destitute as a result. So that evil has not been corrected. Now, when she was in office in San Francisco, she had every opportunity to take some steps using the authority of the district attorney's office to come up with rehabilitative programs, to get training and vocational education for all of these people that were living in Oakland and Richmond in her district. She did nothing except try to put his people in jail.
He's in the Matrix right now.
Assisting to deal lazy, and we had this mass turnover in her staff who indicated that they were just disgusted at staying up late at night and doing all this work to give her briefings, and she wouldn't pay any attention. And from the lawyers that I know in California who actually dealt with her in a courtroom, they said instead of preparation, she just hiked up her hemline when she wanted to make an impression. So that's the kind of thing we have. But we're left with someone that has also failed when they got given a real task. Remember, she's the border czar. So do we have any control over the border? No.
Nope.
We've got all of these folks just crashing across who are going to usurp positions of Black people in the economy. She's already talking about taking these tens of millions who've crashed the border and fast tracking them so they can vote and get all of the citizenship rights, and bypassing or cutting the line on these people who've actually tried to do it the right way. We have a situation where California, and the thing that she's supporting through Newsom, they're trying to end homeless shelters out there for ordinary Americans who are down and out, and use the facilities to put in the illegals. You've got massive outbreaks of hepatitis, HIV. You've got a problem with measles epidemics and a horrendous tuberculosis strain that has no known cure that is spreading. You've got people from gangs, emptied penitentiaries in South America. You've got people who are sexual offenders, predators, homicidal maniacs. You've got drug dealers. You've got all sorts of criminality that she did absolutely nothing to vet coming across the border. You've got this thing going on in Ukraine and also in Gaza. And you've got enemies of the country. You've got all of these military-age Chinese males who are coming across, sleeping in uniform backpack tents with collective community stoves that they can pack. And I'm sure these people who have a thing against the United States have brought over military-grade explosives that nobody checked them for, gotten government transportation to the cities and critical locations they needed to get to, and they planted those explosives, and on cue, if necessary, they'll detonate them and make 911 look like a Boy Scout meeting. So we have had a total failure of responsibility, a lack of aptitude, a
Why it sound like Judge Joe Brown is reading an episode of the damn Simpsons? Y'all know that episode where what's her name? Not Maggie. Lisa Simpson. She wears the purple suit with the little pearls and stuff like that. Where people at one point thought that it was supposed to be Hillary Clinton, but it turned out that it's Kamala Harris. This shit feels like you. It feels like yo. It wasn't a prediction that this shit is crazy. I gotta find the right words. The Simpsons was not predicting what was going to happen. They was telling us what was going to happen. And this is why I urge a lot of people to go out there and do your own research. Because when people like us bring awareness to situations like this, y'all want to say we crazy, we shout out. Nah, we woke. Is you woke? Because nowadays, right, this is the problem that we're having. They don't talk about us, only when there's a crime. Would you believe me if I was to tell you that in this world, with or without money, we're all rich, even the poor? The problem is those that say that I'm reaching out to give a hand and stay they leeching hands is itching, ready to see you missing. Well, thinking what to write, something inside me told me I can freestyle or I can rap. I can go with a rhythm that can make you dance. Tell you what I say on a daily, tell you everything's okay just to avoid dilemma. Or I can simply bring you something positive to the table and warn you of the ongoing problems that we're having. Instead, I have to reach out to my conscience once again as I watch the crime and the violence rise and the kids lose their innocence. Now, the concept of forming a home day by day loses its essence. They don't want to hear that. I can't keep my arms crossed in front of the system. If I don't do something, I'm also part of the problem. As guilty as the one that pulls the trigger, like the person in the crowd that hits the record button on their phone to expose a lie instead of the truth for clout. They need 1,000 views. The government doesn't have a solution. The problem started when we took God out the equation. The problem ain't us celebrating. The problem is that we're a nation divided when we should be a nation united and praying. That's how we live today. When problems occur, we come up with a meaning. Laugh a little, move on with no care in the world, as if it ain't even a thing in this world. If it's like this today, I don't want to see the future. Because nowadays, they'll make a meme out of a person that can't even see the day of light no more. What makes you think they care? They can't even break bread at the table. I don't know how you want to be rappers and lyricists can go on with life, living on an illusion of nothing good to write. Talking about killing someone, selling drugs with pride, until the scripts are flipped and it's someone you love dies. Right? This ain't solved by activating the National Guards and going behind bars. This is deep, this is me and you. And they say as time passed by, we'll heal everything. Shit, you know these scars? I seen time flash by and never felt everything. Leaving me on standby, ready to kill everything. Alone in the mirror, looking at myself, say, girl, you're everything. You don't need for anything, shorty. So unless you walk a mile in my shoes, don't say anything. Just take a minute and listen so you can consume everything. Me and you are not the same, so make sure you look both ways when you cross me, and that's on everything. And that's the problem that we're having nowadays, y'all. People just want to act a fool for clicks and views. They see it, how other countries perceive us, how other countries view us. Yo, they laugh at us because we can't seem to get it together, yo.
Disgraceful denegation of being able to carry out the task of being border czar. We have an embarrassment to the country when it comes to international diplomacy. We have a person that has illustrated this thing throughout life, and she's not young anymore in spite of her cavorting around in pearls and bucks and chucks. She's 60 plus years old.
I did not know she was
born in 1964.
Damn.
So what is she supposed to do? She's been whoring her way through her career. So what's she supposed to be, an old hoe? I mean, I hate to be crude, but that's what.
Yo, he just said, "Well, she's supposed to be an old hoe." I mean, I'm guessing right about now, man. If she made her way up the ladder like Monica Lewinsky. Shit, that's what she is, an old hoe. When a man goes out there, right, and sells his, man, I don't know what y'all want to call it, a penis, his dick, right?
just to get a place to stay or some shit like that, or gets paid for it, right? What does that make him? A gigolo, right? Y'all don't know what a gigolo means, go look it up. I mean, that's a male hoe. Motherfuckers that just give private shows. Damn, he ain't wrong. So that means that they're young. There's young gigolos and there's old gigolos. Damn, so men could be old hoes too. Shit. So damn, I can call a man an old hoe if he is a hoe. If he got community dick and he gets paid for it. Well, no, if he gets paid for it, it's not community dick no more. But if he's swinging it around and he is, he's giving it out and getting paid for it, yeah, okay, he a whole hoe. Oh, all right, shit, Judge Joe Brown, thank you. This can go vice versa. Oh, shit.
What you're getting. So what's supposed to happen when she has to deal with Putin or Xi Jinping, the premier of China, have one of her Negro slaves bring her in a rolled up naked in a carpet and throw.
I'm guessing that's how she's going to deal with Putin. She's going to give up the kitty cat. Right? I guess she in her 60s with a 19-year-old boom boom. 19-year-old kitty cat. Oh, shit. Let me find out, Kamela. Man, if that's what being feminist is, I don't want no parts of it. I'm with women's rights, but not like that. I'm not, listen, I ain't selling my soul. And my kitty cat belongs to my man. Fuck that. If my skills can't get me to where I gotta get to, fuck you. I can make it on my own.
Throw her at Putin's feet, and he's like, "Say, hey, ho, get up. I got better around my place anyway. I don't want you."
Oh, shit.
So that's not what we.
Damn, yo.
I'm trying to stay over. I was just about to come on camera, but I'm scared.
Missy. Oh, we got to support Missy. All these coons against Missy. Well, young brothers, you've seen this kind of game run on you. You see it on the streets. All these heifers that out there hustling you. This is one of them that did it big time, and you want that to run you? Oh, evil Trump. Look here.
I'm either going to get some dentures or else get some implants.
Skip that shit.
I remember I hadn't been to New York for years and years, and this was back in the 90s, and I'm a sitting judge, right? So there's a conference. I go there and I run into some guys I haven't seen for a long time.
Fuck wrong with you?
Federal criminal law.
We was under 50 somewhere.
Away from that, back
all right,
deal with Putin or Xi Jinping.
He basically gonna say that shit. Kamala gonna deal with Putin by riding his face. Like shit. He gonna lay that nigga down. Like, hold on 1 second. I'm so dead. Hold on. I got a song for Kamala right now. What is it? Which song is it? It's a Dave Slows. Oh, put it in my face. Hold on 1 second. I'm dead.
The premier of China have one of her Negro slaves bring her in a rolled up naked in a carpet and throw her at Putin's feet, and he's like, "Say, hey, ho, get up. I got better around my place anyway. I don't want you." So that's not what we.
I'm trying to stay over. I was just about to come on camera, but I'm scared.
Pause this right here. Dead. Kamala is hold the fuck up. I need to learn how to use that OBS so I don't gotta stop sharing and share it. I'm dead right now. Oh ho, that's what he called her. Yo, Kamala. Is this what you gonna say to Putin? Kamala out here giving out brains and shit. Yo, Kamala. Let me find her. Yo, I'll be telling y'all when Judge Joe Brown comes in town, he lays down the law. Y'all better watch it, because, man, this man will shut you down. He been roasting Kamela from the fucking gate. As soon as he started speaking from about Kamela, he said, what was it? There's cum shots. That's what he said straight up. Cum shots. I'm like, damn. No, cum shot bucket, some shit like that. Cum bucket of a woman. He said some shit along them lines, yo. He said his woman's a straight up hoe. Yo, God, I'm so dead.
Oh, we got to support Missy. All these coons against Missy. Well, young brothers, you've seen this kind of game run on you. You see it on the streets. All these heifers that out there hustling you. This is one of them that did it big time, and you want that to run you? Oh, evil Trump. Look here.
Listen, Trump. Yo, listen, Judge Joe Brown. I agree with you, man. You don't know how many of us moms got to sit here and fight and argue with these little girls that are chasing our sons. Y'all ain't nothing but little Tatianas, man. Look, listen, man. I ain't trying to offend nobody or, offend nobody. But at the end of the day, some of these young females coming up, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, they real fast for their age, trying to be grown because they either following aunties, mommies, or grandma, or somebody they look up to. A lot of women gonna get mad about what I'm saying right now, but it's the facts. I argue out here every day. I gotta chase a little girl that's trying to chase my son. My son's to the point where he said, Mom, I want to go to the military. Make sure there's nothing on my teeth. At first, I was against that shit. Right? But then I had to sit here and think about it. I had to get advice from a lot of, first, my baby pops. That's his step pop. Right now he is. That's my fiance. At first, right, I went to him. Then I had to, go around and I was like, oh, how many is going to tell me the same thing he did? Allah told me the same thing he said. A lot. That's going to make him strong. It's going to make a man out of him. Don't worry about it. He doesn't always got to get deployed. That's up to him if he wants to. But you know what? What's crazy is he wants to go to the military. He wants to go to military school for the fact that he wants to get away from all these little fast-ass girls that we got in the hood. It's like he tells me every day. He's like, Mom, I'm listening. I'm doing what y'all telling me to do. I stay away from them. I don't talk back to them, but they push me sometimes. So sometimes I just let it all out and it just comes how it comes out. They didn't want to leave me alone. Why is it that I can leave them alone, but they can't leave me alone? He's like, that's not fair. I always got to be the better person. I go this way, they come and follow and they keep. And like, he's like, one day, Mom, he's like, you're not getting it. Yes, I'm getting it. That's why I'm fighting. I'm working hard to get us out of here. Listen, man, a shorty not rich. But a shorty's fighting to get what she needs for her own community, not just for her kids, but for her own community. I'm fighting to get the hell out. I'm trying to leave something behind, right? But at the end of the day, I know that my son is out here going through it. And my son is going to go through the same, my daughter's going to go through the same thing. Like, I'm tired of these little fast-ass kids out here and the parents not doing shit about it. And when you say something, they feel some type of way. Nah, I don't want a woman like that. That's always screaming, he did this to me, he did that to me. But you went and looked for the drama. You went and looked for the trouble. See, all this is coming from a mother that worries about her kids and her kids' friends. It's coming from a woman that cares about the kids. I don't just care about my kids. I care about all kids. My kids are out there walking with not just their siblings or, somebody they care about. They making friends out there. And they're all walking these trenches together. Whether it's one group, 2 groups, 3 groups, your son is a part of that. Your daughter is a part of it. Some of them walk alone like lone wolves. But it's not always like that. See, they end up meeting people. They end up making friends, acquaintances. See, I call them acquaintances. I tell my son, look, listen, man, a friend ain't nothing but $1 in your pocket. Once that dollar gone, so are they. You have acquaintances. He has, what you call, he calls them my brothers. So I'm like, all right, I get it. That's family. You see where I'm coming from? And I talk to my kids about everything that's going on out here. I ask questions. I listen. I pay attention. And that's what a lot of parents need to do. Y'all want Kamela? And like I said, I feel like right now, because of the Sonya Massey situation, because of what she's doing towards the Sonya Massey situation, she's going to have a lot of votes her way from a lot of women. So, I mean, I don't know. Y'all need to wake up. Judge Joe Brown ain't wrong. I'm hype as shit that he roasted her the way he roasted her. Shit. If I roasted her like that, man, all hell would have broke loose. I'm cracking the fuck up. Like, yo, you listen, man. That one thing I can say is that when Judge Joe Brown talks, he doesn't just talk raw and uncut. He'll make you laugh while he's saying the real shit that he's saying. And that's crazy because not a lot of people can sit here and make you laugh by speaking facts, by speaking about reality, by what's going on in our communities and much more. They can't. So that's kind of like a little gift he got.
Remember, I hadn't been to New York for years and years, and this is back in the 90s, and I'm a sitting judge, right? So there's a conference. I go there and I run into some guys I haven't seen for a long time. Hey, Joe, man, let's go hang out at some of the clubs. Yeah, man, I'm down for New York clubs, man. Yeah, I'm a bachelor. Let's go party, man. Yeah. So we go to these clubs, and there's this tall white boy. He's walking in. He doesn't have any security. He's sitting down, glad-handing everybody, buying drinks, having a good time, and everybody is trying to get over to him. You know, the Al Sharptons and the Jesse Jacksons and everybody, and all of the rap artists and black celebrities. You know, I was just ordinary people then. I wasn't in that crew, but I checked it out. I said, "Who's dude, man?" Oh, that's Crump. Trump. I said, Trump. Yeah, the dude that on that building, Trump Towers down there. I said, oh, the billionaire? Said, yeah. Said, man, you know, he hangs with black folk all the time. And everybody loved him. Now he's a villain because he turned out to be the Baba Yaga, the boogeyman, because he is not pro-rainbow. And that's what we're really looking at right now. If you support Kamala Harris, what you're supporting is that mess you saw for the opening of the Olympics, that ceremony. If you support Kamala Harris, you're supporting what they're doing in California right now, which is parents can't be told that their children are being talked into transitioning to something else, to being freaks. What you are voting for is boys who still got swinging dicks being able to use your shower rooms if you're a girl, your restrooms if you're a girl or a woman, being able to.
That's a fact. And y'all see on that lyrical poetry, that's why I said, man, we got males trying to be females and females trying to be males. Like they listen, man, to the point where, I mean, it's happening, but they bold and proud of it. They flipping scripts. They flipping scripts right now. Like they don't know what they want to be. Some people want to be freaking kangaroos and rabbits. Like if they could be a lake, I think they would sit down and pretend to be a freaking puddle of water.
To sit there and talk about you can't exclude them because they want to put on a sports bra from beating your daughters up in an athletic contest. That's what you're voting for. Now, let's be real. There's more to it. Some places like where I am, you know, the only protection you can get because her folk are running, her blue folk are running the cities and they aren't safe. They've gone to hell because they took manhood out of the hood and the hallway. They want to do that on a worse scale. So we at least can arm up in some places so you can protect yourself and your family. But they want to take that away. They want to sit there and restrict what you can say. And you know the problems that you have when you're on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, anything else with getting demonetized and censored because you say something that somebody disagrees with or you hurt some fool's feelings.
Yo, that's true. And that's the problem that I've had on here a lot constantly. Like they'll sit here and I would have to delete my damn video
because of what I said. So I've had to watch what I say. Like when y'all hear me sitting here like or trying to like damn, I pause for a good minute is because I gotta find the proper words so they don't strike my video down. Like I've had been told to remove certain videos. My disclaimer, nothing works. And it's because I've said certain shit towards, about certain things. But it's how I feel. Shit, I'm not, listen, man, there's nothing in this world that's going to censor me. I'm not staying shut. I'm not staying shut for nobody.
You can show all the damn porn you want. Pornhub it all day long. And nobody gives a damn. You can say the N word and everything else, but you can't say certain other words if certain select folk get their feelings hurt or the feelings ruffled and know, oh my God, somebody got shamed. You can't do that. They're getting deep off into suppression of speech, censorship, and everything is run by this propaganda engine that they just have out there. It's beginning to look just like Nazi Germany in the late 1920s and 1930s. It's fascism. And that's what you're getting right now. And if you vote for this witch, that's what you're doing.
So let me ask you this, Judge. What do you think about the identity politics that they're doing? Because they're going to heavily focus on Miss Kamala being a woman. They're going to say that everything that everybody says to her is misogynistic, it's toxic, it's all these words. What are we going to do to stop women just voting for her just because she's a black woman, or they think she's a black woman?
A lot of black women say hell no. And see, the point is that's the censorship and the propaganda engine I'm talking about. It isn't like that out in the real world and out on the streets. You get these folk that always have to be trendy. They're repeating what they hear on the news, but the news is lying. They had a thing in there where several thousand people showed up, and the local news agency, there weren't even hardly 80 people showed up. And you talk to black women who've been in the job market, job place, the working place, and they'll tell you, never again in life, after going through the miserable experience of working for a woman, will they work for another. And a lot of women don't want that either. That's just the propaganda thing that they're putting out. Like everybody is not damn rainbow, but if you look at Walt Disney, television, mainstream media, and the movies, you'd think at least half the country runs around swishing with panties on and got swinging dicks. They don't. The actual facts are less than 1/2% of the American public is tranny. Less than 1% is lesbian, and less than 1.5% is male homosexual. You got 4 to 4.5% to swing both ways. But if you listen to mainstream media, you get the exact same kind of lie they're telling about her popularity, which is half the damn country supposed to be that way. In Marvel Comics and Walt Disney, for example, since Stan Lee died, have committed themselves to taking these comic book heroes and either making half of them that kind of rainbow or
Yeah, that's true because I don't know. I don't really remember seeing so much. Listen, man, I don't remember seeing so much. Let me spell it out. GAY stuff and the cartoons and comics as you see it now. It's like now they're out. Before back then, like even in the cartoons, right? They I don't know what you call it. It was like a double standard to it, right? Basically, the child would understand one thing while the adult would understand both ways, the way the child understands it and the way the adult would understand it, right? Now it's like they don't care if it's a child watching this. They're just straight out with it. There's no hidden messages, nothing. They're just out there with it. They don't care. Or like I keep telling everybody, even the kids' cartoons, we've gone so we've come we've come a long way since when they had Face on Nick Jr. when the kids were actually learning to now that listen, man,
they got these little learning cartoons doing shit that adults be doing. And the parents, I'm sitting here, I'm like, how y'all don't notice what is being said or what's being showed in these little cartoons? Like, it goes over their heads. Like, it's okay. Y'all don't sit here and tell your child, well, no, that's not okay to say. No, that it's not like that. I don't know. Break it down and explain it to them. Y'all just let them watch it and come up with their own little conclusion. Oh, it's okay because, my mom didn't say it was wrong. My dad didn't say it was wrong. Nobody said it was wrong. So to me, hey, whatever I've understood, I've understood. Listen, man. People woke. I think some of them just don't give a fuck.
Creating them. Walt Disney has taken the cartoon characters and tried to make it that way. You have a backlash against it. And to show you what the real deal is, Bud Light, the blue can of beer that used to be so popular. They put that damn freak on with his blue panties and blue bra in a bubble bath, and they lost a hell of a lot of their business because that's the real American public. They say hell no. So the real American public is out there saying hell no. The real black women that are strong women are out there saying hell no.
Yep.
And you give them a bad name because you get this chick that played hoe to get someplace. Any woman can play that, but a lot of them say hell no. I'm going to do it the right way because I have talent, I have ability, and I work hard. Now, that is one of the bottom lines out there. She's an embarrassment to real black women. She has no connection with this damn country. She did not grow up here. Her people are not from here. So what is it that makes all of the colored mammies running around trying to be happy about it? And you don't have to be a mammy. It's all in your mind. Leave the damn plantation. There are no gates. There are no fences. And you're getting a game run on you by the old slave masters who knew the way to control their Negro slaves was to put the mammies in charge, not the men.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we don't need to fall for this. We have gotten nothing from this Biden Imhoff thing.
Biden hasn't done nothing for us.
Did she marry herself a black man? No. She played with him, worked him, gave up some booty, and got a whole lot of advantage. What did she want? She married a Jewish lawyer. And not saying anything against the Jews, but it is what it is. She doesn't have any children. Maybe she got whatever too much. But she adopted some Jewish kids, and she and her husband belong to a famous Jewish country club in Los Angeles that has a horrible track record against black folk, employees and no members. So what is it we're doing here? What are we identifying with? What is our inferiority complex about that it is so awful that we have to go manufacture something that we can go say, oh.
I mean, Judge Joe Brown, according to you, we dealing with an old hoe. A woman that wants to, teach us younger women to become hoes. I mean, listen, man, she Monica Lewinsky her way up the ladder. I mean, that's not somebody I look up to or respect. Shit.
We're one of them. No, you're not. You can't go over to India. No, that curry culture.
He's in the matrix. I gotta skip up.
She's not. Take over the oil industry in Indonesia. When he died, he was one of the richest men on the planet Earth, and he left everything in a trust fund with 3 beneficiaries: Barry Soetoro, aka Obama, and Obama's 2 half siblings. The man is filthy rich, and check out Business Insider for his income after taking his first draw the year after he left the presidency. Now you can see what kind of game you're getting run on you. You want to run more game? The man didn't go in the United States who were running around. Oh, we gonna get us back, woman. Yeah, You just tell me what connection she's got with you. And that's like, oh, she's black. Oh, she looks that way. But then again, I seem to recall the trenches of World War I in the history books where some white folk were killing other white folk. One set of them was German and the other one were French, and another party in there were English. So these white folk were deadly enemies. Okay, then there's Italy. You know, they were on one side in that war, and then, you know, there was another war, and what does that have to do with anything? The Chinese are supposed to be a yellow race, but they were fighting another yellow race, the Japanese, who was making slaves out of them. So what does color have to do with identification with your circumstances?
Thank you.
Answer, absolutely nothing other than.
That's why I keep telling people, man, I don't see color. I've seen my own kind fight each other over the pettiest shit. I've seen my own kind take their own kinds. Like, yo, I've seen my own kind shed their own kind's blood on the floor. I've seen them be racist amongst each other. We all bleed red underneath at the end of the day.
There's a generic category. So you are sitting there all down on your knees, all with your thighs spread, whatever, so you can scissor with the woman if she did that, because you have somebody who's got a paint job that you want to identify with. That's got nothing to do with your culture. That's got nothing to do with your actual ethnicity. That's got nothing to do with your historic circumstances. It's got nothing at all to do with your reality, but you are in love with it because you got an inferiority complex and your asses won't get up and look to your own interest and do for self. Now, that's what we're doing. I'll talk about it. And if you want to be equal, then you got to take heat. If you want to be a lady walking into the back of the ballroom, okay, fine. That's one thing. You want to get out there and be commander in chief and you have your finger over the nuclear button in the launch codes. Hell, that's a whole different order of business. Ain't got nothing to do with your gender, and you're wide open to any kind of scrutiny, commentary, and a critical analysis. So get over it. And if you want to be a lady, act like one.
That's a facts, man. Ladies, to be a boss, you ain't gotta be a freak in these streets. If anything, man, you a lady in the streets, right? And you a freak in the sheets for your own man. You ain't gotta be no fucking freak to get to where you want to get to. Shit, you don't gotta Monica Lewinsky your way up the ladder, because basically, just Joe Brown is saying, right, that this is Kamala Harris right here. I mean, this is the perfect song for her. Like, damn, all she wants is, TPIOMF. That is shot out right there, yo. Basically, she made it up the ladder by, getting it put in her face. That's not how I want to come up. Shit. I'm going to be a lady in the streets and a freak in the sheets for my man. She chose to be a freak in them streets before being a lady in them streets. Fuck that. Respect myself. She Monica Lewinsky her way up in every situation, I guess. Damn, as much as y'all judged Monica Lewinsky, y'all not judging her?
You there?
I'm here. Oh, Morpheus took
I'm talking, but I had the mic clicked off. Yeah, I'm here. Let me ask you this: what do you think about the whole assassination attempt on Trump? Do you think it was real? Do you think it was staged? Do you think
you can't stage that? You can't stage what happens with a bullet. You're firing a 223, which is a 22 caliber bullet. It's light, it's high velocity, but it's not a big bullet. In hunting, it's for gophers, ground squirrels, varmints, stuff like that. rats.
Yeah, after watching a lot of the videos and everything, yeah, they set Trump up. Trump has been speaking out a lot. Like, and what's crazy is, right, they shot down one of the shooters, but one of them got away. I gotta do an update on the Trump assassination, yo, because there's a lot of people that did their research, broke down the videos, and pointed out that there was a second shooter. Listen, there's a lot more to this Trump assassination. I will be doing another part to it, so just stay tuned to that.
Rabbits. Most states won't even let you use it for deer, 80-pound deer, because it's too small. And in the military, you're not trying to kill your adversity, you're trying to wound them. You kill somebody, you lay the body out on leave the body out on the field and it rots, nobody cares. But if you wound somebody, you tie up 8 to 11 people trying to care for the guy. And in military terms, 95% of your casualties are caused by artillery, not bullets. So you're using the bullets to lay down fire to get people to go to cover so you can assault an objective. When it comes to killing, that 22 caliber bullet is not the most effective thing you can think of, but it'll work. Now, what happens is, at 130 yards, this guy who is an amateur takes a shot at Trump's head. He almost gets it. Trump was looking over it.
He said amateur? I thought it was amateur.
The screen. And if he hadn't turned his head, it would have gone right above his right eye. And he'd be dead now. And we'd be having a whole different ball game. And I think a lot of people would be trying to kill a lot of other people. And
Yo, listen, man. If the assassin boy would have accomplished his mission that day, he would have accomplished his goal. I think we would have been already in the process of martial law, the purge, all that. Like, people would have been purging out here, and this shit would have went way past rioting.
Retaliation. Now, it didn't. It hit his ear. People get their ears pierced, don't they? Children and adults, they don't put you under general anesthesia because when they put the hole in it, it doesn't bleed badly. But when you take a high velocity bullet moving at that range from the shooter, somewhere around 20.
Oh, the Matrix took him too.
Oh shit!
There's this big doorbell right there.
Oh, they distracted him.
For the conservative cause, for the conservative, have to be able to handle the heat.
Again, after I drop it, because it's breaking you up.
Can you hear me?
I hear you now. I hear you now.
You hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I hear you.
All right. We're back on. Anyway.
Okay.
Stuff happened. So I think I made the point on that. It is what it is. If you're going to get in the kitchen, you have to be able to handle the heat. If you can't handle the heat, get the hell out the kitchen. That's not your job.
Now, let me ask you this. Project 2025, what is it? Have you read it? Can you enlighten the people on it? And why are they trying to connect it to Trump when he said he didn't agree with it?
Okay, here's the thing. Project 25 is a proposal by the Heritage Foundation, the same foundation that gave Barack Obama their third highest rating for being an effective senator for the conservative cause. It's a right-wing think tank. It is a series of proposals. Now, just because somebody comes up with a...
All right, for those of you wondering, go look it up. He said the Heritage Foundation. Go look it up. It's real. It's on Google. Make sure y'all go do y'all research. Don't just go by what we saying. Go do your research.
Series of proposals and supports one candidate does not mean that that candidate adopts those particular proposals. All right? There are some things in that 25 that are not bad, and a lot of other stuff that's just plain crap and garbage. So you are getting the product of what I mentioned earlier, which is a propaganda effort to associate something by telling a lie long and loud, in this case, not so long, but very loudly and very often, to associate somebody with something that is perceived to be a negative. All right. So when you get that kind of thing, people fall for it. They're suckers. And a lot of people have a great store of ignorance. They don't think much. They have not been trained to be rational, logical, reasonable, and analytical, and detached and objective. They just go where they want to go because it matches their immediate feelings. And they say, because somebody suggests that a candidate adopt these points, that the candidate did it, but he doesn't. He's got his own proposal, 47 he calls it. So if you read 47, it's very, very favorable to ordinary people in the United States of America, and it's very, and in particular, very favorable to black people. Now, what it does not do when he...
Now, that's something I'm gonna have to go look up. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I know about Project 2025, and there's a lot of papers to that little project. But I'm about to search up what he's talking about. I didn't know that.
He does his 47, either that or the 25. 45, well, the 25. What it does not do is it does not promote the rainbow cult. And that is where you get the opposition to it. The people that guide the thought process, that guide the thinking, are very much against someone who's not pushing their little rainbow agenda. That's where the real problem comes in. As I said before, we have gotten to a point where it's not really a race problem that we are dealing with in America. It's somebody trying to impose this cult as the official religion, and the resistance of normal, ordinary people to this. But nobody knows how to conceptualize it because it's a new thing. But it's like Christianity spread through burnings at the stake. They had jihad, they had the crusades, they had the wars of religion, the 100-year wars. They had the witch trials in Salem. It's that kind of thing going on where a particular form of belief is being forcibly imposed on somebody.
That's a fact. I want y'all to listen. Right? We're gonna get back to Judge Joe Brown in 1 second. Oh shit. Like it really does feel like they want us on a race war and we falling for it. Well, I'm not. Those that are not woke, yeah. Those that are woke and don't give a fuck, yeah, you falling for the race war. Giving them exactly what they want. Exactly. And I put that song in there because it goes perfectly with what Judge Joe Brown is saying. Shout out to Judge Joe Brown, yo. And hold on 1 second. Let me mute this real quick. But shout out to the Brown boys, yo, bringing awareness. Once a star in the court, now seeking peace. But the world only sees fame, not the man beneath. Kwame Brown just wants a normal life, yet his fast falls causing strife. Media scrutiny, public eyes, never let him escape the ties. Yearning for understanding and empathy, but all they see is a celebrity. A man with dreams beyond the spotlight's glare, just hoping for some passion to share. Kwame Brown seeks to break free from his past, to be seen as a person at last. Judge Joe Brown, he's not a joke. In the courtroom, he lays down the law with a poke. Wearing his robe, he's a sight to see. 10 toes down, he's as tough as can be. No holding back, he'll tell you straight. Don't mess with him, or it'll be your fate. He's not afraid to speak his mind, challenging those above. He's one of a kind. So watch out when Judge Joe Brown's in town. He's not playing games, he'll shut you down. Two brothers on the panel, so wise and so bright. One full of questions. brown boys bringing awareness, shining so bright. Knowledge and the answers they share with such grace. Tackling the issues in this crazy rat race. Their words are like music, a sweet embrace. So let's listen closely to what they have to say, for their words are like gold shining bright as day. The brown boys are here to show us the way. Let's follow their lead and make the world okay. So here's to the brothers so great and so true. Thank you for all that you do. We appreciate you. Keep spreading your message like morning dew. The world needs more like you, that much is true. Judge Joe Brown speaking truth. Kamela Harris under the roof. No president for us, that's the real booth. Raw and uncut, hear him speak. Keeping it real, no critique. For we the people, a leader they seek. Shorty has no power, truth we must speak. Ready to hear Judge Joe Brown's take about Kamela Harris, no mistake. Unveiling the lies for our sake. No president yet, for our nation's sake.
Now, they aren't exactly burning a state, but they have lawfare and they have approbations that they're trying to cast on people to ruin them because they don't support this program. Now, that's what we have. We have one group that says we've got a thing going on. We're almost there. We've almost achieved the victory we want. And these people get in the way. So we're going to use MSNBC, CBS, ABC, CNN, Fox, and all of the above and sundry, and get them to think that this guy is the evil guy. He's going to do this, and this is what he's going to do. He said no. And you ought to look back and see what he's actually done. I mean, what was it? With Ice Cube, he had the Platinum Plan. He pardoned all those black folk who were excessively sentenced or wrongfully in jail. He saw to it that historical black colleges and universities got more money in today's dollars than at any other time since 1968, that the black purchasing power was at its highest since 1967, that there were
Damn, I was in mute the whole time. Damn. We can't deny that. Trump did all that while he was in office. He really did. Shout out to Judge Joe Brown.
more black people employed in the economy. I mean, what are we complaining about when we contrast that with the mess that's going on right now? I mean, inflation, it's not going down, but have you been to a grocery store lately? Have you tried to pump some gas lately? If you are elderly and you're getting Medicare, what are you actually getting? How much?
Getting shit. I see a lot of these elderly people get rejected for certain stuff. Even with Mayor Cheryl Parker passing these bills and these little laws that she just passed, I still see a lot of the elderly going through a lot. Like, not just the elderly, but the veterans, people with mental health. Like, it's getting worse and worse. I don't see it getting better yet. So what has Harris and Biden done for us? Like, will y'all really sit here and vote just because she's pretending to show compassion? Right? For one case that we're all speaking up and standing up for because we really care. Kamela is drawing attention to the Sonya Massey case because she wants these votes. She needs a way to beat Trump, especially after all this, after Trump's been roasting her, airing everything out. He's always been doing that. I don't got nothing against Trump. I mean, to me, I don't have a president until we have a president that's for us, the people. I'm just a little lost. Like, he was never a senator. But you know what? That's a topic for another day. But, Judge Joe Brown speaking facts. Get mad at a shorty, about what she's saying and everything. But, I got my own way of thinking. I got my own opinion. I go to, these meetings and see these things for myself. Like, later on today, in a little bit, I gotta go to a meeting and they're gonna be speaking about the politics, about the presidents and the mayors and all this stuff. So I'm gonna go check that out in a little bit and see what it's about and learn me some new stuff. So listen, man, we gotta wake up. We gotta do our research.
What are you paying that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 times what you paid for insurance when you were working? Have you tried buying these prescription drugs at the extreme cost that they are charging today? Have you found when you've gone into your pharmacy that they don't have your long-term medication because it's not profitable to them to make it anymore and they're holding off, so you have to go for weeks without something you need? What is it? Are you finding that there's no backup for your needs as a parent? Are you finding that when you turn your back slightly, they're trying to turn your son into a girl into a boy, or some
Facts. The Biden-Harris administration has tried to take a lot of parents' rights away from them. You're not taking my rights as a parent away from me. You're not taking my rights as a parent away from me. And that's what they're doing. Samina, did you just close your dad out? So listen, man, for those of y'all that really do care about their rights, stand up and speak up. So y'all just gonna vote blue because of what Kamala Harris is portraying to do right now? Because she's in front of a screen? Because right now they need the people to calm down and they don't want riots to start?
some kind of freak? What's happening here? We have to pay attention to these kind of things. It's not all about what somebody's paint job is. It's about what are you getting. Even BLM is turned against this witch and this kind of thing that we have. So it's not surprising that you have an effort to tar somebody and say, hey, they're wicked. They support this because somebody urged it upon them. And then meanwhile, we've got this other thing now. It isn't over. You've got Newsom that has been making noises about, hey, I know what I said, but I want to put my hat in the ring. And then when we talk about Newsom, we got to think about him signing that order that says the schools can't tell you if your child is trying to be talked into, somebody's trying to talk your child into converting to some other kind of freak. Now, where are we going with this? What do you really want to have?
This one is different because
What's next? Where Kwame go?
Where it seems like we're going is identity politics, because that's what that's the whole play. So
Amen.
So without the identity politics, are they ever going to get to, like, what is Kamala Harris's plan? Is it the same thing as Joe Biden?
Yeah. What she's saying, she's going to open up the borders even more and quickly naturalize all of these illegals without vetting them. What the hell? What about the black race that's being put out of jobs? You know, Richard Pryor used to do a skit line about they're trying to get them some new in, you know. Yeah, they're trying to bring in some new, I don't like to use that word. So
they trying to get some new hoes in.
I'll take the stand in. What they're trying to do, get some new Negroes. That's exactly what it looks like at the entry-level marketplace.
He's talking about,
you know, they've corrupted the Negroes here, and you know, let's bring some more in so we can get somebody at the bottom of the economy.
Man, I thought he was going to say that Kamala Harris was trying to bring in more people like her. Shit.
That we won't have to fool around with. And see, one thing black people ought to be very mad about is we are being insulted. In other words, we don't have to give the Negroes a damn thing. They're loyal dogs. They'll roll over and get their bellies scratched and wag their tails and do tricks for little treats. So we can count on them no matter what we do. We own them. So in other words, no matter what the Democratic Party fails to do for the black race.
Yeah, okay. So we got a whole another hour left on this, guys, right? So I gotta get ready for this little event that's gonna start at 5 o'clock, y'all. I want to thank everybody that came in, showed the shorty support.
If I'm able to go live, I'll go live from the event to show y'all what it's like. I want to give, a shout out to those that have rocked out with a shorty from the gate from the beginning. These are open panels. Y'all more than welcome, to come up, talk to a shorty, give y'all opinions, give y'all perspectives, and and much more. So like y'all opinions matter. You're not here to get judged. We're here to bring the news to y'all, to bring awareness to a lot of situations, and each one teach one, guys. Like, this is not a place to bring nobody down or judge. If we could have a civil conversation, we're gonna have it. If we can't, look, the door's right there. Just make sure the doorknob doesn't hit you with a good Lord split you. So once again, thanks to all those that are rocking out. Until next time, this y'all shorty Racheal. I hope all of y'all have a blessed and humble day. Continue to have a blessed and humble evening.
Once a star in the court, now seeking peace. But the world only sees fame, not the man beneath. Kwame Brown just wants a normal life, yet his fast falls causing strife. Media scrutiny, public eyes, never let him escape the ties. Yearning for understanding and empathy, but all they see is this celebrity. A man with dreams beyond the spotlight's glare, just hoping for some compassion to share. Kwame Brown seeks to break free from his past, to be seen as a person at last. Judge Joe Brown, he's not a joke. In the courtroom, he lays down the law with a poke. Wearing his robe, he's a sight to see. 10 toes down, he's as tough as can be. No holding back, he'll tell you straight. Don't mess with him, or it'll be your fate. He's not afraid to speak his mind, challenging those above. He's one of a kind. So watch out when Judge Joe Brown's in town. He's not playing games, he'll shut you down. Two brothers on the panel, so wise and so bright. One full of questions, the other with insight. The elder with wisdom, fighting the system with might. Brown boys bringing awareness, shining so bright. Knowledge and the answers they share with such grace. Tackling the issues in this crazy rat race. Their words are like music, a sweet embrace. So let's listen closely to what they have to say, for their words are like gold, shining bright as day. The Brown boys are here to show us the way. Let's follow their lead and make the world okay. So here's to the brothers so great and so true. Thank you for all that you do. We appreciate you. Keep spreading your message like morning dew. The world needs more like you, that much is true. Judge Joe Brown speaking truth. Kamela Harris under the roof. No president for us, that's the real booth. Raw and uncut, hear him speak. Keeping it real, no critique. For we the people, a leader they seek. Shorty has no power, truth we must speak. Ready to hear Judge Joe Brown's take about Kamela Harris, no mistake. Unveiling the lies,